Good morning, everyone. We want everyone to start heading into the main event room now. We're going to be started in a few minutes. So I need everyone to make their way to their seats, get comfortable, and we'll be back in a minute. All right. Can you hear me okay? Good morning. Welcome to the Forever Strong Summit, the first one ever, and you guys are a part of that. So give yourself a round of applause. This is pretty incredible to see. So are you guys ready to have your mind blown 10 ways from Sunday today? Because the speakers we have lined up for you guys are absolutely insane. You're going to take away so much information today that you didn't even know you needed. So we're going to overload you with so many things for this conference. And it's really exciting to be a part of it. And you guys are all kind of the founding members of this, which is great. My name's Kristen Crowley. I will be your MC for the day. So I will be getting everyone on off the stage. Also a friend of Gabrielle's, also a patient, obviously. How many patients does she have in this room? That's a lot of people. You're a really difficult patient, by the way. It's okay. You're probably on the list lower than me, so that's pretty hard to beat. But Gabrielle has been a tremendous friend. She's been a sister in life, and I know she's touched each of you very personally being here today. And we're just really excited that you actually get to be a part of it, because this is an event that is created to make change. And just by showing up today, you are a part of that process. So congratulations for just stepping up and showing up the way that she wants you to. And this event is not an event that she created for herself. I know there's a lot of events out there that people create and they just want, I just want to do this event. I want to, have thousands of people there. That is not what she wanted. And some of the VIPs even heard her last night say that she actually thought there would be 3 people who showed up today. And it would probably be our staff and her family, and that would be about it. But that was not true. We all knew that that wouldn't be true. And so we've gathered together a lot of her friends, great people that really just want to share and give and feed into you guys. So we're going to ask that in return today as well. So there are a couple of things, just some, checklist items. In your bag, you do have a part of the community. This is something that's brand new. We're going to talk about this throughout the day. There are going to be some opportunities for founding members with that. So if you have questions, please talk to the team outside the door. And of course, being Forever Strong, we could not make this possible without all of the sponsors. So hopefully everybody got their goodie bags. You got all your stuff that you probably can't fit in your bag to take home if you traveled like I did. So you may need to ship everything back. It's going to be a lot. So they overloaded you with goodies. And a lot of those sponsors, we're going to do a really quick rundown. If you are here, please raise your hand. Yesterday, for the VIP day, we had the podcast that was sponsored by Inside Tracker. We had the workout, which was sponsored by Juvenescence. Obviously, beautiful gym that we were in yesterday, the Collective. Some of you guys are probably really angry about the workout yesterday because it's that guy's fault right there. Don will be up here later. If you want to throw things at Don while he's on stage later because of you, or if you can even get your arms up to throw them at him, it was a great workout and he did a great job. For the cocktail party, Doc Parsley, thank you so much for last night. It was an amazing time. We have Sabre and Reframe Your Brand, which is our company. We were very honored to be able to sponsor this event. Go Ruck, You Will Hunt, Paleo Valley, Thesis, Legendary Foods, Genova Diagnostics, Keto Brains, Strong Coffee, and Quicksilver. So we want you to be very highly caffeinated for this day because it's going to be a long day. So most of the things you have in there are going to keep you awake for most of the time here. We're going to start things a little differently today. So typically, we jump right into it, but we wanted to share the why. The why behind this summit is really the life-changing experiences a lot of you have had, either being a patient of Dr. Gabrielle's or reading the book, or in some way she's touched your life. So the person that we're actually going to bring up here first today is someone who is near and dear to all of our hearts, but is an incredible human. He is a best-selling author. He actually was named one of USA Today's top 5 mental performance coaches in the nation. So he knows a little bit about mindset, just a little bit. We'll see how much he knows when we bring him up here. And he has coached so many winning teams, but he is here really today to inspire you guys and let you know the why behind this conference. So we thought, no better way to kick off the day than the one, the only, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Ben Newman. Don't mind the wardrobe change on the table, okay? Come on, boo-boo. Come on. Let's go.
Good morning. Good morning. All right, so I got to start with a deep connection with each and every single one of you, because I got a feeling, if we're being honest, it's all of you at some point in time. How many of you right now owe Dr. Lyon blood work? Okay, good. Now I got a connection. Now I can loosen up and I can enjoy myself. I wanted to do something really, really quick before we get rolling. Sometimes in life, you make a choice to do something. And when you make that choice to do something, you question, is the timing right? Is the timing right? Dr. Lyon, over the past year, has done some extraordinary things, being a disruptor in the medical community, helping people focus on the right way to live, which impacts how you think and which impacts how you attack your life. She goes on to write a Wall Street Journal, New York Times, everything bestseller. I've sold 2 Wall Street Journal best-selling books. Her one book in its first week sold more books than my 2 Wall Street Journals in their lifetime. Round of applause for that. So you have this success, you have this impact, you see her on the Today Show doing all these things, but you still question sometimes, is timing right? She might be mad at me, but she's in the back of the room, so she can't do anything about it right now. She says, is the timing right to do a conference like this? I've got a favor to ask. I want each and every single one of you, and I want all the Texas Longhorn fans throughout this community to be able to hear it. A loud, proud to be part of this community. I want you all to let Dr. Lyon know this was the right time to do this event. So now that we've gotten that out of the way, quick apology. There were some of you that were here last night for a VIP day. We had a podcast and then we had an event in the evening and I had the opportunity to speak. So I have to apologize. What I'm going to share today is the same boring story that I shared last night. So you're going to have to hear it again. But I have an ask of you as we set the table for this amazing day. The ask I have of you, if you were here last night, I challenged everybody at the end, and I'm going to give the same challenge to all of you when we finish, and it's the same challenge for me as well. But the challenge I talked to you about last night, I want you to maybe hear me differently today. Maybe a deeper level of awareness. You don't have a drink in your hand. You're not worried about, maybe your next door d'oeuvre that you're going to taste. So now we're locked in, we're focused. I want you to lean in just a little bit more with me today because we're all leaning in together today with each other. For all the new friends that are here, all of us. Let's start with a story. November the 4th, and I actually messed up the date yesterday. I guess you get old like me, you mess up your dates sometimes. November the 4th was the right date, but I said 2021. It was actually 2022. It's just amazing how fast time flies as we get older. November 4th, 2022, I'm in the hospital, standing by my father's deathbed, feeding my father breakfast. Oatmeal, eggs, coffee. I'm sitting here in front of my father, feeding him this breakfast. And I'm looking at my father, and there was so much pain that I had in my relationship with my dad. Pain and struggle and challenge. A year prior, I was also in a hospital visiting my dad. We thought we were going to lose him a year prior to that date. That day when I went to the hospital, I had told my wife, I said, Amy, I'm going to ask everything of my dad. Everything that I've ever wanted to ask. And we're going to have a conversation to get real because he's probably going to be gone. And we sat and we talked. And after a while, I looked right at my dad and I said, Dad, all I ever wanted to do was make you proud. And he sat there and just stared at me and said nothing. I left the hospital room that day and I called my wife, and since this is Dr. Lyon's event, I know you're going to hear some cursing, so I might as well kick it off. And I call my wife and I say, Amy, I'm like, what is wrong with this son of a bitch? I said, I literally gave him the chance. Like, all I ever wanted to hear my whole life was that I made him proud. 4 decades I'd been chasing his approval, just trying to make him proud. You see, I lost my mother 11 days before my 8th birthday. 24-hour nursing care in the house, my mother's last year living. She was divorced from my father at 6 months old. So I never knew my parents together. So when my father moved back into the house after my mother passes away, all the reasons, bipolar, manic depressive, drug addict, alcoholic, all the reasons why my mother divorced him, you can't divorce your father. So I had all this pain and all this challenge and all this verbal abuse that I had experienced. A lot of times I would have rather he would have just punched me in the face because the bruises would have gone away. But the verbal abuse lasts a lifetime. And so all I wanted to ever do was make him proud, and he just couldn't say the words. So here we are, it's a year later, I'm feeding him this breakfast. And in between bites and then a sip of coffee to wash it down, I say to my dad, actually he says to me, he says, Ben, I'm very proud of you. Believe it or not, I walked out of the hospital room that day and I realized I actually didn't need his approval. Those words didn't hit me the way that I thought those words would hit me. On November the 5th, the next day I had flown to Manhattan, Kansas. I do work for the Kansas State football team. I'm on a sideline every single Saturday in the fall with the football teams I work with, and my dad died in the first quarter. When I saw him for breakfast the day before, they thought maybe he'd live a day or two, maybe it was a week. They really didn't know, but he dies in the first quarter. I come back home. I go to see my dad's body that evening. 2 days later, I'm in the hospital on Monday morning getting a staph infection removed from my ankle. Put me on crutches. I don't know if I'm going to make the funeral on Wednesday the 9th. The next week, I'm scheduled to speak at Emily Frisella's event in St. Louis, Women in Business. Many of you were at that event. Emily and Andy are dear, dear friends of mine. I show up to the event, and I've got crutches. I didn't even know if I was going to leave the house. But it's amazing how the little decisions and choices that you make put you right where you're supposed to be. Because I could have easily called Emily, I had this surgery, like there's still literally a hole in my ankle. I can't come to this event, but I went. And I go into the green room, and my foot is propped up on a chair, and who walks in? Dr. Gabrielle Lyon. I'd never met Dr. Lyon, and all of a sudden, for those of you that know Dr. Lyon, you won't be surprised, she went to work. She's like, what's going on with your ankle? Let me take a look. I'm like, who is this? Like she wanted to heal me right then and there. I'd never met her before. So she's looking at my ankle and she's telling me this and you should do this and you should. She goes, I actually have a red light that's up in my room. I could give you that red light. You could take it home. I mean, all she wanted to do was fix the ankle. I'm like, this woman is amazing. I ended up going on stage, didn't use the crutches. As you can tell, I already like to move around a lot. I use my hands to speak a lot, and I had to just sit on this couch. Finally, I got up for a little bit. Maybe she gave me a little more confidence. I actually could step on the ankle just a little bit. She gave me a little extra adrenaline. She follows up the next week, and she sends a text message, how's the ankle doing? I'm like, this woman's amazing. I literally met her for 5 minutes wanting to give me the red light. I don't even know how I would have gotten the red light back to her. And she's checking in on me to see if I'm okay. What ended up happening was, as I said, this woman needs to be my doctor. Who follows up like that? She doesn't even know me. We ended up scheduling a Zoom call. We scheduled this Zoom call and we proceed to talk about all of my health, all of my life, everything that was going on. And little did I know that would be the beginning of one of the greatest gifts anybody's ever given me. During that call, as I shared all about my story and the pain and the challenge, I literally just scratched the surface today. If you would know the story of everything that I had to go through to get to this point in my life, many people can't even believe the bullshit I had to deal with my dad. I mean, I gave you just like right, probably even just like down here. I let her know all of it. And she looked at me and she said, I want to give you your mental freedom. You know, Dr. Lyon does an amazing job of taking care of us physically, what you all see. But what you did for me on the inside is the greatest gift anybody could have ever given me. You see, Ed Milet in 2020, a dear friend of mine, he and Andy Frisella invited me to do an online virtual event during COVID for Arete Syndicate, and I do this speech, and at the end of the speech, Ed just starts pouring into me with this belief of, do you know the strength that you have in you? And I say this very humbly. I had already won national championships with Coach Saban at Alabama. I had already been recognized as a top 50 speaker in the world, been able to do some extraordinary things. But there was so much that was holding me back. I needed those words from Ed, and then boy, did I need that time and that gift that you gave me. Dr. Lyon introduces me to a woman named Dr. Silva. Dr. Silva and I have this amazing conversation. And Dr. Silva asked me to picture something, and I want you to picture this for you. She says, if you were to have gates that you would choose to walk through every day, what would those gates look like? So I picture being a St. Louis kid, these gates outside of the track at Washington University, which is where the 1904 Olympics were held. And they're these big wrought iron gates. They're about 30 feet high, about 20 feet wide. It's got these beautiful cobblestones that pull it all together. And I just pictured being in front of these two gates. And she said, I want to picture you walking through those gates every single day. And then you close those gates and you don't let anybody in except the people that are supposed to be there. And then you go attack your life. I now have as a bookmark, every single morning, I looked at it this morning, a picture of me in front of those gates. And all I want to do every day is walk through those gates because of the mental freedom that I was given because of the introduction that you made, because the physical was not enough for you to do your work. I cannot thank you enough for that. Each and every single one of you today, I want you to think of those proverbial gates for you in your life. What do they look like? And the ask I have of you, I know what mine look like, and I love walking because there's now strength that I have. There's been this tremendous growth from what Ed and what you said, and the support I have for my family takes me to places I never have imagined since this all happened. But I want you to walk through your gates, all of us, together, as part of this community. Because Forever Strong was not a book. Forever Strong is a movement. Forever Strong is a community. Forever Strong gave me the ability to not just be strong physically, but to be able to silence the verbal abuse that had mentally taken me over. Even though this is the work that I do, it was still a battle for me every day for 4 decades almost. You're going to hear from a lot of speakers today. I want you to lean in, silence your cell phones, be completely aware, be where your feet are, and know that just as intentional as Dr. Lyon was with me throughout all of the care that she's provided, which is the biggest blessing that it continues on the outside and on the inside. I want you to be that intentional to lock in with every single speaker. Give yourself that mental stamina and permission. And then I want you to picture walking through those gates, closing those gates, and we lock in together for this entire experience. And then we help this experience be the foundation of this community to grow and grow and grow. Because it starts right now here in Austin, Texas. Dr. Gabrielle Lyon, you are a disruptor. You are a force for good in this world. You are changing the landscape of how people think about medicine. I can never thank you enough for the gift you gave me to go attack life the way I now understand how to attack life. And I know I'm not the only one in the room that feels that way. I have one more ask and one more favor. You better get your asses out of your seats and welcome Dr. Lyon to the stage.
I have to say, first of all, thank you all for being here. Ben is amazing. As a physician, I have the privilege of taking care of people that change the world. And all of you are changing the world. We are at the beginning of something powerful that can change the narrative of medicine and health. Not for me, not just for you, but for our families and our community. It starts now. Thank you so much for being here. Now, when I was thinking about the summit and what I wanted for you, very good friend, Gio and Stephanie are in the back, and they said, start with, I like the woohoo, start with building the picture. What is it that I want you guys to leave with? So I'm gonna start with that. This might not come as a surprise, but I want you to pick one of your weaknesses. One. And I know this is about nutrition and science, etc., but I need you to know one weakness. And I also want you to pick one person, hi Ashley, one person whose life you're gonna change. And you're gonna be committed to it. And then I want you to pick one thing that you are absolutely going to learn and master. Now, they say capacity is built in the arena. Capacity and capability are built in the arena. Everyone here is in the arena. I'm in the arena. Jay's in the arena. Jen's in the arena. Greg and Justin, you're in the arena. Now, they also say that the naysayers don't matter, that the critics don't count. I say that's not true. I say if it's just about us pushing forward, being in the school of hard knocks and making things matter, what about the people on the sidelines? We have to rip those blindfolds off and actually get them in the arena with us. Because if we care about changing the world, we're not doing that by ourselves. It's not about us in the arena. We live and lead by example, but we can't leave those people on the sidelines. We're gonna rip those blindfolds off, and we're gonna bring those guys into the arena with us. We live in the land of the free and the home of the brave. And we need to start acting like it. And that's exactly what we're gonna do. So, speaking of, okay. So I know that that wasn't science, and you're all here for that. Got a PhD and got Joe, a PhD in cancer research, a whole bunch of scientists in the room, providers. So I'm gonna deliver the science, but I wanna tell you a little bit about what I've curated for you. There is the inner game, and then there's the outer game. And the inner game, you're gonna hear about standards, you're gonna hear about neutrality, you're gonna hear about relationships from Evie, former Secret Service agent. And you're gonna know about personal mastery. And then from the physical side, we're gonna hear about muscle and nutrition and protein and all of those things. But at the end of the day, true strength is global strength. True strength is global strength. This should come as no surprise that what we can agree upon is that health is important, right? But on the flip side, we disagree on so much more that we agree upon. And quite frankly, the narratives of these things repeated over and over again destroy our health. Because as professionals, as consumers, nobody knows what to do. We're going to fix that today. We're going to fix it. How many of you believe that we have an obesity epidemic? No. No. That was a trick question. We do not have an obesity epidemic. Yeah, that was a trick question. Someone is punching you to the right, to the left. They should be. You know, humans are really funny creatures. When they hear something over and over again, they believe it to be true. And what happens is we question less and we believe more. And it's no different from religion to politics to science to nutrition to health. And that's what's happened. We've heard about this obesity epidemic for the last 50 years. We've heard about how fat is the problem. Fat's not the problem. Fat is a symptom. And so we've created structures that limit our capacity to be able to take massive action within ourselves, within our patients, within your clients if you're a coach. So we don't have an obesity epidemic. What we have is a muscle crisis. And muscle is the greatest currency on earth. So my friend Olivia said that we have now created the muscle palooza, which I thought was pretty clever. So if we can switch the understanding that there is a root cause approach to health and wellness, that a lot of the challenges that we have are challenges that begin in skeletal muscle first. We can actually shift the narrative, but also shift our experience and our relationship with our ability to have a profound impact on our own health and wellness. It's very empowering because for the last 50 years or so, probably longer, it's all about what we have to lose. And you know, with anything, if you focus on what you have to lose, you don't gain anything. So when we shift this perspective, we now have capacity. So I wanted to point this out. This is the CDC's, top causes of death. You see heart disease, cancer, unintentional injury. You guys can read the list. Did you notice that on the causes of death for the CDC, there is nothing about obesity and nothing about muscle? Potentially because we haven't questioned causes of death. Because when an individual dies, what goes on their death certificate is the immediate cause of death. For example, if they have a heart attack while they're in the hospital, then heart disease goes on the list. I was thinking about this a lot. Don Lehman and I were talking about this before I came and spoke. And if obesity is the cause of all of these problems, and 40% of individuals are obese, then how come only 11% have diabetes? So think about that for a second. So if obesity is the driver, and that's the real problem, then everybody would have these issues. So the question becomes, is it an obesity problem or is it a metabolic problem? And if it's a metabolic problem, where does that begin? It begins in skeletal muscle. This is a very important perspective. So I want you guys to take it in. This idea that obesity is the driver, it is likely a parallel problem. And that is an issue because if we are focused on obesity, we're never going to fix anything. It's never going to happen. How many of you can fix the problem when you ask the wrong problem? If you ask the wrong question, you're never going to fix the problem. We've been asking the wrong question. Not today and not in this room. So we now have a solution. Okay. You know, this was amazing and it was a little serendipitous, but I know that some of you have really loved Charles Poliquin. And how many of you know who he is or was? Pretty incredible. It was really sad when we lost him. I don't know if you guys know this. In fact, I'm sure you don't. but he was actually the first person in the industry to believe in me. He was the first person. And be forever grateful. And unfortunately, we lost Charles. But this begs the question, are we over fat or are we under muscled? We're under muscled. And why is it such a problem? Now, I'm putting this up here and we're getting into the science, and this is a very important and interesting aspect for anyone who cares about body fat. We've been testing body fat using DEXA, right? People say, okay, well, what's your body fat? Or using an InBody, which is great, it's what we have. But did you know that none of this directly measures skeletal muscle mass? We've been making relationships and assumptions and treatments on something we're not testing directly. You'll require a 10% change in skeletal muscle mass before you see it on DEXA. 10% change in skeletal muscle mass. We now have a way that I hope eventually will get to the public, and it will, and it's called a D3 creatine. And I make this mention because the ultimate outcome, and this is a great study, I put this up there for you guys, the ultimate outcome that it wasn't that there was negative effects with obesity, which there are, but what was more significant was the loss in skeletal muscle mass. That had impact on the clinical outcomes that we care about. And that, by shifting the understanding, and now that we're able to measure it directly, we're going to start to see relationships between muscle mass and strength, all of these things that people talk about being unrelated. I'm sure that you've heard, if you've been in the space, that it doesn't matter about the mass, right? It doesn't matter how much muscle you have, as long as you're strong. You guys have heard that. I know you've heard that. That's not true. And we are going to begin to say, and I'm sure some of the scientists in the room are cringing. She said in an absolute, it's not true. What I believe is going to be happening, Don, I'm looking at you, yes, is that we are going to find that when we measure skeletal muscle mass directly, we will see how important that is as it relates to strength and metabolism, because now we're looking at it differently. So the other flip side to this is obesity has little relevance for understanding some of these other health outcomes. Okay, why do we care about skeletal muscle? Everyone in this room cares about skeletal muscle. I know because you're here, and I'm very impressed. So when I put this on, I was telling the group yesterday, I thought 3 people were going to come. It was going to be myself, my husband, and my mom. And thank God Joe is here. So 3 people didn't come, and I'm so grateful. So thank you. Thank you for not making me sit in the room and cry by myself. Muscle is the metabolic sink. It is the largest organ in the body. It is an endocrine organ. It is an organ system. And as we begin to develop, we will begin to now look at it in a whole different way. That is my vision for this idea of muscle-centric medicine. My vision is that we become as skilled as cardiologists, like the one sitting in the front here, are in defining and looking at all the metrics that matter for health, aging, and longevity. Can you imagine how powerful that would be? To create a whole field of medicine that actually does skeletal muscle justice. It makes up 40% of our body mass. And for Ben, clearly 50%. It's tremendous. Do you know that sarcopenia, we've all heard of sarcopenia, this disease of muscle loss of muscle mass and strength. Do you know that it was considered a disease? Do you know when? Do you know, like, the year? Hi, Don. The year 2016. Do you know when obesity was considered a disease? 2013. 2013. Why do I point that out? Because, wow, how behind are we? 2016, they defined that sarcopenia, got that ICD-10 code, which is now, we've got some surgeons in the room, ICD-10 code. Mind-blowing. Mind-blowing how behind we are. But we're catching up. We are catching up. Okay, busy slide, but here's the reality. At the end of the day, we've all heard about insulin resistance. We've all heard about how this is going to kill us, right? Insulin resistance is the beginning of the end. Insulin resistance begins in skeletal muscle decades before. decades before. Why do you care about that? Insulin is a peptide hormone released from the pancreas. Insulin resistance is when your body needs to produce more insulin to move blood glucose out of the bloodstream into tissue. What happens is skeletal muscle is like a suitcase. You open up a suitcase. I don't know about you, but when I pack for like 4 days, it's really like 14, you know? If you open up the suitcase and you know that you're going for 4 days, and you pack for 14 like I do, and you're stuffing all his clothes in, my kids are coming over like, Mom, you can't close the suitcase. That's embarrassing. The same thing happens to skeletal muscle. If you overpack it, if you overeat, you're eating more carbohydrates, you're not creating flux, you're not doing activity, skeletal muscle becomes unhealthy. And you could be an 18-year-old, inactive individual, look fit and lean like this gentleman here who's probably the youngest participant, 20 years old. Saved money to come here. So cool. And be unhealthy. And it begins then. So these diseases that we are seeing, these are diseases of skeletal muscle first. You're going to ask me, how do you correct for it? Well, you guys did it yesterday. For those of you who showed up at the workout, Don Saladino led an incredible workout. Although you guys are pretty wimpy. There's a couple guys over here, especially these two. You see them squat. I was like, brother, you got to get those squats. Yeah, Joe and Sean, very embarrassing. I will definitely be posting. We will definitely be posting. My expectation is that did not crush your soul, that workout. So how do we create flux? We create flux by understanding this is an organ system and we have to train for it. It is the only organ system that we have voluntary control over. Okay. This is where we're going to eventually get. And this is this idea that we can begin to image skeletal muscle and see where we are and where we're going. You can see on C, this is a cross-sectional area of a thigh. C is what you see from young, healthy skeletal muscle. Now, I look at this and I can't unsee it. You know those things that you can't unsee. And then on E, letter E is a 66-year-old man who's highly active, and you can see his skeletal muscle looks very similar to C. Do you guys see what I'm looking at? This idea that we have to age the way that we do is not true. But not without effort. It requires effort. D in the middle looks like a marbled steak, a fillet. I've ruined your dinner. I know. But this is what happens if we buy into the way of, quote, normal aging. You'll see, I'm sure that you've seen, so this is a 66-year-old male who is doing an average of 3,000 steps. You know, inactivity and sedentary behavior is not neutral, right? There's activity that's critical, and then sedentary behavior is not a neutral thing. It changes the tissue over time. So this one in the middle is exactly, I say that it's not gonna happen to everybody, but this is what it looks like. And so why does that become important? Because if you understand that skeletal muscle is this organ system, you understand that skeletal muscle is this place for glucose disposal, for fatty acid oxidation, for all things related to metabolism, for mitochondrial health, then if you destroy this tissue, which makes up such a massive amount of your body, this is where everything declines. You also see individuals when they're older do less. I don't want to injure myself, I'm going to do less, I'm not going to lift, I'm going to do less. That is a slow, steady death. Okay. All right, so these are the predictable changes with aging. And unfortunately, we know them to be true. Sex hormones decrease, although I take it back. We have some physicians in the room, and the truth is with guys, not always, their testosterone does not always decrease, which is fascinating. Women, it's gonna happen. We have Mary Claire Hafer in the back. You go through menopause. Not saying that she went through menopause, but I'm saying that it is going to happen to all of us. But the thing, it's important to understand that we have to modify our behaviors as we age. And it's not that we have to do less, we actually have to try harder. You have to put in more effort. You have to adopt and adapt a new way of eating and a new way of training to keep up with your vision for what your future is going to be. And it's very intentional. Doug Patton-Jones, so this is a catabolic crisis model. This is actually how we age. This is actually what happens. People often think that aging is just a slow, steady decline, right? And then all of a sudden the wheels fall off the bus and it's game over. It's actually not what happens. What happens is we go through periods where we get injured, we don't do anything, and if we have not become robust enough, we never recover. And robustness is a bit of a kind of, nebulous term. An individual could be in the hospital, whether they're young or old, and in 10 days lose 2 pounds of skeletal muscle in their legs. And I think a lot of you have been with aging parents or know, and they don't always get back up and go and do something, right? Right, Jay? It happens to the young as well. So what happens if, as an individual goes through life, if they never take action in the way that is necessary to protect skeletal muscle, because they are listening to the narrative, et cetera, about this new diet plan, or we should just be doing this kind of exercise, they'll never recover. And that is when decline really happens, until you come to a point where you can never recover in the way that you could have in the past. Although you can always get stronger, right, Don? So there's 2 ways to stimulate skeletal muscle. And again, I will be around the whole day. There's going to be lots of Q&A. This is the best general overview, and we also have a surprise for you. So we're going to get to all these questions. So there's really 2 ways to stimulate and take care of skeletal muscle, and that is through exercise, and that is through nutrition. And when we think about dietary protein, there is nothing more important. You cannot build muscle without protein, pure and simple, and that's just the way that it is. It's not my opinion. You have to eat dietary protein. And we talk about dietary protein in a multitude of ways. It improves body composition. It protects skeletal muscle. It enhances satiety, right? Some of the things that take people off track. It can reverse metabolic syndrome, elevated triglycerides, elevated blood pressure when calories are controlled. Also, for the physicians in the room, yes, dietary protein can decrease triglycerides, increase HDL, increase LDL size, again, when calories are controlled, carbohydrates are under control, and decrease fasting blood glucose, insulin, blood pressure. All the things that you care about. And if you don't, you wouldn't be sitting in this room, because you are in the arena. Each and every one of you are in the arena to learn and become better. So why do we need protein? We don't actually need protein. Talk's over. I'm cringing because I have all these slides, and Ben Newman has really inspired me to step up my speaking game. And he's like, don't use the slides. I'm like, Ben, I got to use the slides. There's so many amino acids. He's like, okay, use the slides. So I'm using the slides. So we don't actually need protein. What we need are amino acids. And so we eat for those amino acids that we lump into this idea of protein. And there are essential amino acids. And the essential amino acids, and they're limiting amino acids. The essential amino acids that we are going to focus on are the branched chains, but lysine is a limiting amino acid as individuals go through growth. Methionine, all these other ones that we don't talk about. And when our nutrition is off, and when potentially we're not eating for muscle health, we create suboptimal protein ingestion, and with that, subsequent metabolism, whether it's low muscle mass, et cetera. So we eat for these branched chain amino acids. But yet, we talk about protein as if it's one thing. It's not. It's 20 different amino acids. And when we think about the safe range of how much protein we should eat, did anyone notice that the range is huge? So the RDA, we've all heard of the RDA, that's the minimum, right? That is the minimum, 0.8 grams per kilogram. Now, that's the minimum to prevent deficiencies. When they came up with that number, it's based on 25-year-old males, and it was nitrogen balance studies. Angie, is that going to help you? No. Ashley, yeah, I'm looking at you. So nitrogen balance, if I say, okay, well, I'm going to give you 0.8 grams per kg, and that's what we're going to do, and that's the minimum to prevent deficiencies. The last time I checked, who here studies nitrogen balance outcomes? Nobody. I'm like, oh my gosh, what if there is someone in the room that's actually doing nitrogen balance? I would have an answer for you. I promise you, I would have an answer for you. When you are sick and you feel like you're getting a cold, and the minimum recommendation for vitamin C, Joe, do you know what it is? 60 milligrams, right? Yeah. He's like, actually, Nick Barringer, who you guys should all talk to, PhD, an Army Ranger, PhD, nutritionist. He's probably very embarrassed that I'm saying that. He's the guy in the striped shirt, the square checker. Definitely say hi to him. Yes. He's great at speaking and teaching, in case anyone's looking. 60 milligrams of vitamin C. When you are sick, do you take more? Right? You don't even think about it. You're like, 60 milligrams? That's like, I don't know, pouring a cup of water in the ocean. When you're not feeling well, or when you're going through a physiological challenge or whatever crisis it is, how many of you increase your dietary protein? Okay, a handful, probably everyone to raise their room. My point is the way that we are thinking about it is incorrect. It is essential. Dietary protein is essential. It is essential for overcoming. It is essential for building. And this is the way that we do it. Okay. I do want to point one more thing out eventually. All right, well, the back button doesn't go. But the reference intake, there's no upper limit that we found to be dangerous. And the way in which the dietary reference intake goes is you could have protein up to 2.5 grams, 3 grams per kg. So all the noise that you're hearing in the space is not correct. Don, don't cringe. I am speaking in absolutes. He's like peering, we've known each other for 20 years. And I don't even have to look over there, and I feel him peering at me. So the current guidelines we've already talked about, totally wrong. I mean, if you only care about correcting a deficiency, then you're in a good spot. 0.8 grams per kg. The science supports that double that is more optimal. And I do think that we have to mention how we talk about high protein. So this is considered a minimum protein amount. High protein would not be double. So if we talk about 1.6 grams per kg, which is actually where individuals do better at, and all the literature would suggest that anything other, they'll always do better from 0.8 grams to 1.2, will always do better. The higher protein individuals will always do better when we're looking at body composition, when we're looking at, again, metabolic outcomes that we care about. So how do you think about dietary protein? Well, you got to determine the need of muscle first. And again, if we determine the need of muscle first, then everything else falls into place. All of those different amino acids. Endurance athletes, strength, aging, 1.6 minimum to 2 grams per kg. What does that translate for you? 1 gram per pound ideal body weight. That's the big picture. The total amount of protein, as you age, the distribution is likely going to change. Those of you that are younger, do you need to think about the distribution of protein? Probably not. But as we age and as our metabolism changes, menopause, etc., then distribution is going to matter for you. You guys all know this. So I kind of feel, I think some of you should be up here teaching this idea that 30 grams of protein. So how do we begin to think about protein? How do we begin to think about these amino acids? All you need to do is you got to simplify it. You got to be able to take it to your patients. You got to be able to take it to yourself. You got to be able to take it to your family. And that's 30 grams of dietary protein at the first meal. And actually closer to, I would like to see 40 to 50 grams at that first meal and 40 to 50 grams at that last meal. And why? Why? Because you have to stimulate skeletal muscle. As skeletal muscle ages, it potentially becomes more insulin resistant. It becomes anabolically resistant. It becomes less efficient at using dietary protein. We have to think and account for these changes through our dietary habits. 40 to 50 grams of, I know some of you are thinking that sounds like a lot. Sounds doesn't make it real. 30 to 50 grams, you will stimulate skeletal muscle. you begin to protect your tissue. So if we think about the traditional meal pattern of how people eat, and kind of if we can correct this, there's this idea that I don't want to blow Don's cover, but you know how we've all talked about 30 grams of protein 3 times a day, right? Yes? No one's ever heard of that? That's Don's fault. It doesn't actually have to be 30 grams of protein 3 times a day. But when we rebalance the distribution of 30 grams 3 times a day, we see an opportunity to correct metabolism. We begin to think about eating with muscle health in mind. But I'm going to skip through this part because I do want to show you that the meal pattern. Okay. So there's a lot of discussion about 30 grams of protein 3 times a day. It stresses some people out. Ben Newman travels all the time. I'm sure it stresses him out if I say, Ben, before you go on the football field, I need you to have 30 grams of protein. He'd be like, no, that's not happening. Give me a Pop-Tart. Give me a legendary Pop-Tart, which I'm pretty sure he said to me yesterday. So the truth is we don't have data to support that middle meal. There's actually not data to support that middle meal of 30 grams of dietary protein. But everyone keeps talking about that. Now, the even distribution can help in a few ways. It can help with those that really struggle with food cravings and those that struggle with blood sugar regulation or love to eat multiple times a day. But it doesn't have to be that way. The data supports that first meal and that last meal. That's the evidence that we have, is that first and that last meal. And those both matter. And the way in which they matter the most is, or the reason, we'll talk about that, is at that first meal, that's where actually all the data has been done, when an individual comes out of an overnight fast. Second meal, we don't know how long those factors, those initiation factors and those other factors last. But we do know, and we could say that that last meal prior to going into an overnight fast will help support skeletal muscle. So I kind of gave you a get out of jail free pass. You guys only have to eat twice a day. Okay, if you guys want this, there's a list of high protein foods. If you don't know what high protein foods are, none of you are allowed to come back. I am not doing another summit because we're going to be moving on from dietary protein at the next one. But anyway, and of course we can email this to you. So I can't not talk about carbohydrates because that is definitely a topic on everybody's mind. We all know what they are. Sugar, fructose, I'm sure you guys are gonna bring it up. Are they terrible for you? Absolutely not. It's all within understanding that do we have a need? Do we need carbohydrates? No, we don't, versus a tolerance. But there are things, we do need fiber. We don't need it. So I'm sure some people don't. But the evidence supports that high fiber diets help. The evidence supports that individuals that eat fruits and vegetables do well. So we have to understand that we can't necessarily exist in a dogma, but the way in which Americans are consuming carbohydrates, we're getting 300 grams a day. It's too much. I don't even earn that, right? So how do we earn our carbohydrate needs? This is a very busy slide. If you're a healthcare provider or coach, the big takeaway here is that when you calculate and think about carbohydrates, it really is about, number one, total calorie control, and then thinking about how much glucose can we dispose of if we're not exercising. You'll get around 50 grams of glucose disposal. So if you are a coach or a trainer, or you want to do it for yourself and you think you're going to go off the rails and have some cake, go ahead, have 50 grams of carbohydrates or less. Your body will be able to utilize it. And you won't go through this period where there is a high insulin spike. Okay. So how do we design a carbohydrate? How do we add that in? Well, I think it's safe to say that you could have 130 grams of dietary carbs a day. If you're training, you can have more. If you are metabolically unhealthy, you would have less. So one way to think about this is 130 grams. Anything above that, you earn. So Don Saladino, you guys trained with him yesterday? This guy, I mean, he could easily earn 400 when he's playing hockey. We have another professional former legend in here, Chris Pronger. Give him a hand as well. Yeah. For all the hockey fans, I'm sure they're embarrassed, but he's used to it. And his beautiful wife, Lauren. I'm so happy you guys are here. Training, you'll be able to do more. But remember that picture of that cross-sectional area of that muscle that you will never get out of your head every time you eat a ribeye steak. I ruined it for you. But if you do not train and you are over-consuming carbohydrates, again, these over time, it destroys skeletal muscle. It destroys skeletal muscle, you get fibrotic tissue, there's a whole bunch of other changes that happen. Keeping carbohydrates and all other calories in check while training will do a significant job, enhancement, benefit for your overall wellness. So anything above that, you have to earn through exercise. There's a meal threshold. So the meal threshold for you, if you are thinking, well, I can't figure this out, 40 grams of carbohydrates or less. 40 grams of carbohydrates or less. Anything above 40 grams of carbohydrates is associated with recovery. So we're going to open this up to questions. The take-home point, muscle is everything. It's everything. It is the only currency that has to be earned. Can't be traded for, can't be, I don't know, Botoxed, can't be whatever it is. Skeletal muscle is a currency. It is your metabolic currency, and you have to earn it. How are you going to do that? You're going to train, and you're going to feed it well. 1 gram per pound, ideal body weight. People ask me all the time, what's my ideal body weight? I have no idea. Pick a time where you felt great. We don't know that yet. You know, the body is so challenging. I don't know my ideal muscle mass. I don't know Matthew's ideal muscle mass. 2 meals a day, which I'm sure is a shock for all of you, going to hit between 40 and 50. Yes, you can go higher if you're looking for hypertrophy. There's all different ways. But these are fundamental principles that you have to follow. And you got to earn your carbs. Now, next summit we're doing, everybody's coming in a bathing suit. So the reality is we are not in a good place. We are in a really bad place. And we're getting worse. Do you know by 2035, it is going to cost, obesity is going to cost $4 trillion a year. The effect on lives, it's going to be immeasurable. The cost on human lives, it's going to be immeasurable. We are at a crossroad, and it's a crossroad of choice. Clearly, we see where everyone's going. And we know where we could go. So I'm asking you, for all of you in the arena, we're in this together. I know where you're going, but we got to get everybody to come with us. Thank you. So I have a special surprise that I don't know if it was on the itinerary, but Don Lehman is here, my mentor of 20 years, and we're going to do some Q&A. We're going to open up to everything. We're going to open up to mentorship. We're going to open up to science. And I have to tell you that, come on up, Don.
Hey, girl.
So it's pretty unusual to have a mentor. Is this on? Yeah, okay. So it's really unusual to have a world-class scientist as a mentor. Well, first of all, I'm so grateful.
Certainly been a fun journey. I'm echoing today. A little laryngitis too. Kind of an echo.
So let's see if we can get him a different mic.
Or tune it down a little. Anyway, yeah, 20 years. It's been, a mentor, a teacher, a colleague, a friend.
Oh, here we go.
There we go. Just take those and we will.
And by the way, just so you know, you guys saw me like push this pack up. I'm like, I don't think that I can wear this microphone. I'm going to give birth to a mic. She's like, no, it's good. I'm like, no, this is like coming down. But luckily it didn't, but almost did. Sorry, Don. So it's very unusual to have a mentor of 20 years who is a world-class scientist. So a lot of the stuff that I teach and I talk about, Don, why don't you tell us a little bit about the discovery of that? Not to put you on the spot. He's actually pretty shy.
Yeah. So when did you graduate? Was it like 2002?
Maybe.
I mean, like 2016?
I look good for 25, yes.
Anyway, Gabrielle came into the lab at a very interesting time. We had really Josh Anthony, who's here, and Tracy Anthony, and Greg Paul, and Jamie Baum were all in the lab. We had really just discovered the leucine mTOR protein synthesis regulation. And it was at the same time that I was sort of thinking about the keto diet, and I was on panels with Bob Atkins and Barry Sears and Dean Ornish, and I was seeing, I think they've got it all wrong. I think they're focusing on carbohydrate and fat balances when in fact it's really a muscle and a protein issue, that we really need a protein-centric diet. And you came into the lab really after we had done our first human weight loss study.
Was I the best student ever?
Yeah. I only picked the best students. She was one of the ones sat in the front of my advanced clinical nutrition class and asked the most questions. And
like that annoying person, there's always one.
And we ended up basically...
Lane was in the back. You guys know Lane Norton. He sat all the way in the back.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Lane Norton was sort of in the next wave of students, so really had some great individuals. We started basically having coffee like once a week, and that has really become what you guys now hear about on the podcast, that we literally talk, text, or email practically every day for like 20 years, which Shane and others have to keep track of.
When you guys discovered that, was it an aha moment? Again, we've got some fine scientists in the back. Josh, Anthony, I don't know if Tracy is there too, truly extraordinary. Was there a moment of insight? So basically, a little bit about that discovery of this idea of a protein threshold.
Yeah, so I really got intrigued by the branched-chain amino acids early in my career because all of a sudden we've got 20 amino acids and only 3 of them are not metabolized in liver. They're almost exclusively metabolized in muscle. And so I started thinking about what's the evolutionary principle of that. And it took years. We did an experiment in, I think, 1986, where we basically looked at the effect of leucine on protein synthesis, and we realized the longer we went into fasting, the less effect it would have. And so I realized at that point it had to be an initiation effect, it had to be a recovery effect. And it took another 15 years before we had the technology, the antibodies, to actually study it. But again, when Josh was in the lab, worked with Jim Jefferson at Penn State, we had the antibodies and we proved that it was truly an initiation factor. And that really gave us the concept that it was a meal threshold. For some reason, the body had evolved to see these branched-chain amino acids in the blood as a measure of how good the meal was. Leucine, in fact, is actually fairly prevalent. It's one of the more prevalent amino acids in all of the amino acids. And the body evolved to actually recognize that. And so when the blood level changed, it said, one of the things that we recognize is in the middle of the night when you're starving, your liver's still making proteins, but your muscles shut down because it's too expensive. And the muscle won't re-trigger until it recognizes something. And it has to recognize branched-chain amino acids and insulin to some extent.
So I don't want to just be talking at you guys. I really want to open this up to questions because, I mean, listen, if you guys don't have questions, Don and I will talk all day. But if you guys have questions, please raise your hand.
All right, we're only going to have time for 2 questions. There's one person in the back, and there was one person in the front left corner. Everybody else can put their hands down.
She runs a tight ship.
Those are planted questions, right?
Hi, Don. I'm Stephanie. And my question, I wonder if you might expand on looking at protein in the diet as moving away from looking at it as a percentage of your total macros and looking at it as a target in terms of grams. And then if you could comment on timing of protein and the type of protein that we might be looking to consume. I know there's a lot of people in the online space, and there's the animal versus plant protein, so I wondered if you might dip into that controversy as well.
I can see why there's only time for
toe.
one question. Somewhere in the list, I lost that. Let's see, timing.
I'll ask it for you. Okay. Let's start with the difference between plant and animal protein.
So as Gabrielle mentioned in her talk, protein is a surrogate for the fact that we need amino acids. The comment I like to make is it's sort of the vitamin pill concept. We don't talk about the color of the pill or the size of the pill. We talk about the 14 vitamins. Just like that for protein, we need to talk about individual vitamins. And we've published 2 papers in the last year. So we know that animal proteins always have a better balance of essential amino acids. So they're always going to be more optimal. Plants have amino acids for plant structures. Flowers and seeds and roots look a little different than brains and muscles and hearts. And so they're not the right balance. So animal proteins are always going to have a better balance.
And I'm just going to add that it's definitely, there's a lot of discussion in this space that could you get the same amount of protein from plants? You could, but right along with that, carbohydrates. And we have to begin to think about food as a food matrix. There's B12, there's zinc, there's anserine, there's creatine, there's all kinds of other things that ride along with the dietary protein. Stephanie asked another really good question that I had limited time to discuss, but this idea of distribution, because conceptually distribution really is an age thing once protein needs are met.
Yeah, for the initiation aspect and the leucine aspect, it's important to recognize that the only meal that's ever really been studied is after an overnight fast, because that's a short-term downregulation. In terms of what Gabrielle said earlier about lunch, we know that 5 hours after a breakfast meal, all those initiation factors are still active. So while the total protein you're eating is still a factor, is there something magical about a leucine number at that point? I don't think so, and at least there's no data to support it. And Gabrielle mentioned in her talk about, we tend to think about 40 grams, 45 grams of protein. Well, a lot of the research was done with whey protein, which is a highly purified animal protein that's extremely high in leucine. It's like 12%. But in mixed meals, the average is more like 8%. And so you need to get up, and plus you have fibrous, digestion slower. So to really balance things out, 40, 45, 50 grams is actually a very legitimate target.
Hey, Esteban. Going on that, I want to master doing what this guy did to me yesterday. So that muscle protein synthesis, I'm stressing the muscle, and I've got to rest it for it to grow. Now bringing mTOR into it. So we had the initiation factor, and then I'm wondering how many times a day could I say, there's my power button, activate it, activate it, activate it.
That's a really good, it's a challenging question to answer.
And I think
White, but it's a very good question.
Yeah, no. There's another interesting aspect to sort of answering it that is important to keep in mind is a lot of the exercise leucine mTOR data is done like you did it yesterday, extreme stress and a lot of soreness. It's acute, untrained activities. If you're well trained for an activity, you don't go through the soreness, and there's not the same recovery aspect. So again, if you're doing something acutely, that benefit of protein right after becomes more important. But if you're well trained for it, I don't think the timing's nearly important. How many times can you trigger it per day? I don't know that anybody's really studied it, but I do think there's a top end, how much benefit you can get per meal. So if you're trying to max it, I usually recommend 4 times a day.
So did you read the protein chapter in my book yet? So I wrote a book for him, by the way, and in dedication to him, and I was like, did you get to that? So anyway, that is also in the book, which you guys...
Was I supposed to read it?
This is the ongoing thing. But anyway, that in the book, we did a track for hypertrophy. So that's part of the reason. The thinking behind it is exactly this thinking about mTOR, and then, of course, consuming that total amount of protein. Okay, I'm getting the hook off the stage. Thank you, guys. I hope you enjoyed that. There's so much more to come.
Thank you. Woo! Give it up. Just give it to it back there. They'll fix you. Keep it going. Keep it going. All right, so we're going to keep the party moving very quickly because obviously, like we said, you guys are going to get water hosed with information today. So we have so many people coming up on this stage, and Gabrielle will be up on 2 more panels. She's actually going to speak again at the end of the event, so there will be more time for Q&A as we move through the rest of the day. So don't worry about that. We will be moving around the room. But the next speaker that we have for you is also going to just blow your mind with science and practical use in your daily life. I had the pleasure of finally meeting her in person the other day. She has a badass name, so I like that a lot about her. And you guys may know her actually as a former athlete. She was one of the most successful coaches in Ivy League history. As a female coach, you know that's absolutely amazing. She is a badass, and she is also the VP of Performance Science at Whoop, where she lives and breathes data and research. And we want to take the time now to put our hands together and welcome to the stage Ms. Kristen Holmes.
Hi. I'm just looking for the clicker. Don't mind me. Got it. It's just the most humbling thing to be here. And I know folks say that all the time, but I truly mean that from the bottom of my heart. Just looking across the room, I recognize so many of you who I admire and I follow, and your contributions to science in the space of health and longevity are nothing short of Herculean. So I'm just really grateful to be able to share, hopefully, some insights today that will be useful as you go back to your teams and your athletes and whoever it is that you might be looking to impact in your world. I want to take just a second to thank Dr. Gabrielle Lyon. I met Dr. Gabrielle Lyon virtually, I guess about 1.5 years ago. We were both working on a project via Legacy Expeditions. So Mike Sorelli, former special operator, puts on these really kind of crazy expeditions to raise money for Folds of Honor. And Dr. Lyon and I were brought in to kind of help. She was helping on the medical side with Dr. Kirk Pursley, who you guys met last night, for those of you who are there. And myself, I was there to really look at this through the ends of exercise physiology and data, and just to see the impact of this insanely crazy expedition, which was basically going 7 continents, 7 days, jumping from an airplane. And they ended up breaking the world record doing it in 6 days. So this is just like this ridiculous effort, yeah. And they raised an enormous amount of money for Folds of Honor, so it was wonderful. But Dr. Gabrielle and I ended up meeting in Arizona about 1 year ago. And when I can tell you, I mean, I don't have a big Instagram following. I am, just in my corner of the world, hustling in terms of trying to figure out what are these connections around health and longevity, and trying to really wrestle the ground. How do we actually apply our effort? How do we spend our energy if, in fact, we want to try to maximize our potential as human beings? And, Gabrielle, she'll say, she's like, I see gifts in people, and I think, there's probably not one person in this room who hasn't been impacted by Dr. Gabrielle Lyon in some way, either through her beautiful book, Forever Strong, or just how she shines her light on human beings. And, Ben Newman last night and today, he talked about, characteristics of Dr. Lyon, and, one of them is intention. And I've never seen a human being more intentional in how she approaches her work, but how she approaches her relationships. It's the connection in the end that really matters. And I think this community that she's forming in this movement around strength, she ended her talk, but we do this together. We are in this together. And I'm just so grateful to be a part of this movement in the most humble way, and excited to chat more about just some of the science that I've learned through my various experiences. And much of this, I don't know where to, there? Slide, cue the slides. Ben Newman was like, don't use slides. I was like, oh fuck, I'm like done. I've got like a trillion slides. And I don't know if if I'm a scientist, if I can get away with it, I'm not sure. But apologies in advance, because apparently we shouldn't be using slides, but I'm just literally not that gifted. So just disclosures real quick. I have some brands that I'm involved with as a science advisor, and these are brands that I believe so deeply in their mission. For those of you who follow me know I'm a real cold water immersion enthusiast. Lots of cold water swimming, plunging, love it. Edge Theory Labs, Arena Labs, bringing high performance medicine to our frontline healthcare clinicians. So deeply proud to be involved with this company and be able to do. We've got lots of research running in the background with shift workers. A couple of these studies we published recently, just in the last year. Levels, I know, Lauren. Yes, baby, talked to you last night. Yeah, we were talking about glycemic load and all sorts of nerding out on metabolic health, but just really proud to be involved in their mission. And of course, Whoop, I'm a principal scientist there, so. All right, I had about a trillion titles for this presentation, but I really settled on path to performance. Performance is a word that I've been kind of carrying around my entire life, and I'm going to define it for you through my lens. But I think being able to level set on what this actually means, I think is really important. I could have titled a lot of things, but I picked performance very intentionally, so excited to dig into that. My whole entire life has been about making connections. I started out as a double sport athlete at University of Iowa. So any Big Ten athletes in the room? Or yeah, baby. I played basketball and I played field hockey, and I had an incredible time. I went on to represent the U.S. I played on the national team for 7 years, which is so fun. Home run 3, land of the brave. I'm very patriotic in every sense of the word. Yes. But what I found, I had access to the brightest sports scientists and strength and conditioning coaches, and we had lots of resources. But it still wasn't really clear to me what it really meant to perform. So there's a psychological component to that. But there's also, what are the physiological underpinnings that allow me to show up every single day and be the best version of myself, right? Understanding there's some modulation in that, because we gotta struggle through load and training and put on stimulus, and we're gonna feel not as great during certain aspects. But there is a science behind that, right? That many of you are at the are leading thought leaders in this area. But this concept of load management was not very well established at that point. I was overtrained my entire career as an athlete. Like literally, I had my legs just felt like concrete most of the time. So the load that was being put on my body exceeded my capacity, right? And this is one of the most important principles that we can understand as coaches and practitioners, is really getting that balance between capacity and load correct. And this isn't just about training, right? This is about life load. And this is one of the big epiphanies I had when I was at Princeton coaching. I was there for 13 years. We won 12 Ivy League championships in 13 seasons. Only lost 4 conference games. But I only say that is because this whole, my goal was to keep my athletes healthy and safe. And I went to the absolute end of the earth to make sure that I kept my athletes healthy and safe. mentally, physically, emotionally. It was my job to set up an infrastructure that was robust enough to be able to stay ahead of, understand the connection, stay ahead of the consequences, right? And anticipate those consequences. Did not get this perfect, of course. But one of the epiphanies I had when I was at Princeton is that we had some very sophisticated modeling. I was, I think, the first coach, I think, to use HRV in a collegiate setting. This is way back when Omega Wave was just a startup. I had First Beat, which is a kind of heart rate technology monitoring company, which is a fabulous company. I had Catapult, so I had GPS, so I had lots of internal load. I had external load, and then I had subjective markers. Because we had don't forget to ask your athletes and your clients how they feel. It's really, really important. And as a person who calibrates my life and the lives of my athletes around data points, I have to remind myself this all the time, is that how people feel really, really matters. And so as I was trying to build these models to keep my athletes healthy, safe, available to train and compete and be student athletes and live a flourishing life, I saw that, you know, with all the models that I collected, none of the data that I had could actually tell me how my athletes were going to show up tomorrow. I wasn't able to predict recovery. So my model wasn't flawed, but it was incomplete. I didn't know how they slept. Didn't really know what kind of fuel they were putting in their body. As much as I could manage their training and their load, which I think we did really, really well in a very sophisticated way, I couldn't monitor their social connections, matters. I couldn't manage, you know, whether they're kind of taking the bus or they're walking around campus, or, you know, there's so many factors that I didn't understand. And I think that was the moment where I started building my own technology. And you can see this is a First Beat technology and next to the X's and O's. And then this is actually my application. So I started building technology at Princeton to basically understand what was happening the other 20 hours that they were not with me. Because that is where the magic happens. That is the competitive advantage for all of us as human beings. Yes, the gym, obviously, we're gonna crush it. We're gonna push our bodies, right? But it's the time away from the gym that's gonna determine, right, that recovery component that Dr. Lyon spoke about and Dr. Lehman. It's what we do in our downtime that is gonna determine how my muscles grow. It's gonna determine how I show up today for my family. It's the downtime that we need to understand and capture. How I sleep, right? How I align my circadian rhythms. These things matter. So, this is a lot. Don't have a panic attack. I only share this because Gabrielle put her kind of framework up there, and I just wanted to share my framework. And this has been, you know, ever since I was in high school. So we're talking like, you know, decades of time where I've been grinding as an athlete and trying to understand my own body, trying to understand my athletes' bodies, right? And then my time at Whoop these last 7.5 years, I've been working in literally every high-performance environment you can possibly imagine, from the Yankees to Florida State, to the Clippers, to the Patriots, to the Bruins. So I'm inside these environments, and I'm realizing that all of these environments have parts of this, but they don't have all of it. And maybe that sounds aspirational, but we deserve it. Our athletes deserve it, our clients deserve it. They deserve to understand what this framework actually looks like. What are the components? And this is what I've dedicated my life to at this point. My research is about the temporal organization of physiology and understanding what that actually means, right? Timing matters. But I also look at load management and recovery, okay? So my research spans a lot of different aspects of human performance. And my goal is really to help understand what is the taxonomy. Where do I apply my effort if I want to be able to show up and perform consistently every single day, as much as possible? And that gets to my definition of performance. And just so you know, I'm not going to be covering this whole model. I'm going to really lean into circadian behaviors, okay, and talking about the critical role circadian rhythms has in our ability to show up as the best version of ourselves. And I'm also going to talk a lot about the autonomic nervous system. If we do not understand the autonomic nervous system, how to measure it, how to control it, we are missing a massive piece of this human performance puzzle. So how do I define performance? It's the capacity of an individual to intentionally behave at a level equal to his or her physical, mental, and emotional potential. The capacity of an individual to intentionally behave at a level equal to his or her physical, mental, and emotional potential. We can all have our own definition of performance. I offer this definition humbly, knowing there's lots of ways to define performance, but I think for me, there's two words I think that really resonate, and that's intention. Knowing how to apply our effort is everything. And potential. We have to set our own bar, folks. And I think one of the problems that we actually make is that we generate a lot of these social comparisons. What is my potential? Do you know your own baseline? And that's why working with practitioners like Dr. Lyon is so critical. If you don't know your own baseline across these markers that move around your ability to intentionally behave at a level equal to your physical, mental, and emotional potential, you're guessing. And the science is there. We do not need to guess. We're not going to get everything perfect. There's going to be lots of approximation, but we can get close. And I love that. Like, we can get really close. How do I measure performance? The ability to functionally adapt to external stress. And I'll show in some of my research where we see maladaptation, okay, to stress, and how this manifests physiologically, or in our physiology, in our energy output. But I think understanding what functional looks like to you is an incredible source of insight. That can't be ignored. And you have to also understand, what does non-functional look to you? What does it look like to your clients, to your athletes, your partner, right? We are in this thing together. But we have to understand baseline. And then what levers do we actually need to pull to make a difference in our own performance? Oh, sorry. Okay. So I've been using this little mantra forever. Like, literally, I wrote it on my stick when I was a player. Performance is a choice, performance is a choice, performance is a choice. This idea that we have agency over our own health and well-being is so important. I have 2 children, and they're teenagers, and they have their own idea and point of view about the world. There's no question about it. But the one thing that I can give them as a mother is that they have a choice. They have a choice about what they put in, and thank God we have the resources, right? They have a choice of what they put in their mouth for the most part, and they have access to really healthy, high-quality protein, lots of it. They have access to creatine. They have access to collagen peptides. They have access to all of these things that we know are health promoting and help round it out. They have a choice. I think understanding that you have agency and choice is one of the most important things that we can transfer to our kids, to our clients, right? Because I think a lot of things in life feel out of control. And control, whether we like it or not, is a core psychological need. Is one of the 3 most important psychological needs we have as human beings. Purpose, efficacy. Do I have the skills and resources to know how to apply my effort? And do I have control over my situation? The less control we feel, we unravel very quickly. And I can tell you that you can only talk yourself into a better future for so long before your physiology takes over. And some people are really, really good at talking themselves into a better future, but you don't want to have to rely on that as your foundation. You want to build a foundation that gives you the ability to respond and adapt to your environment in a functional and proactive way. And it starts with what you choose every day. Okay, I love this. And I have to admit, so Dr. Huberman, as I know you guys know, he's a science advisor at my company. I've known him before he was famous, and we do some research together. He's an amazing human, as you guys know, and an incredible science educator. And he said something along these lines. It's not exact, but I love it. And I completely agree that when we're talking, again, we're going back to the foundation, right? We know we need to shit tons of protein. We need to lift heavy stuff, okay? Absolutely, right? And that's in the framework, okay? But we also need to understand how to master our autonomic nervous system. And part of that is, not being overfueled, not being underfueled, getting the right macronutrients and micronutrients. Like all of this absolutely ties together. Okay, but when we don't have control of our autonomic nervous system, we are left at the devices of our environment. And this starts with really understanding, I think, the autonomic nervous system. So I'm going to do a very quick one-on-one, and I know 101, and I know a lot of folks in this room are really familiar with the autonomic nervous system, but I'm going to try to break it down a little bit because we talk again about baseline. So being able to measure, am I functionally adapting to stress? If you don't have a measure of heart rate variability, which you're kind of, I think, missing an opportunity, okay? So when we talk about adaptation, so heart rate variability is a measure of the heart. It's a function of the heart, but it originates in the autonomic nervous system. And your autonomic nervous system has two branches, okay? The parasympathetic and the sympathetic. And they're both competing to send signals to the heart. When you are highly recovered, okay, and firing on all cylinders, okay, across this framework that we're talking about, that things you need to be paying attention to every single day, you can respond, your heart will respond and adapt to the signals the autonomic nervous system is sending in an optimal way, in a functional way. When you are under-recovered, your heart simply won't respond to those inputs in a way that is optimized. Slower reaction time, quicker to get disoriented, less mental, physical control. Okay, it manifests across our mental and physical states in a profound way. And then there's this concept, I think, related to autonomic control, that in the output of that is really adaptive capacity. So when we think about measures of adaptive capacity, we're really talking about resting heart rate variability and resting heart rate. These are two excellent measures to help us understand, okay, objective measures to help us understand how we're adapting to load, life load. So this includes how we're training our body, okay, and the balance of how we're training our energy systems, right? Very, very important, okay? How we're fueling our body, how we're recovering, how we're sleeping, how we're aligning our circadian rhythms or not. Okay, all of this is going to impact, okay, our purpose, our efficacy, control, okay, the physiological and psychological influences. This is all going to impact our internal status. We get our raw capacity, okay, and if you wear a device like Whoop, you can kind of measure your capacity, and they give this really beautiful little stoplight scenario, green, yellow, red. It's not absolute, but gives you just an approximate understanding daily how you're adapting. Okay, and this is by measuring your sleep. It's a proprietary algorithm, so it measures your sleep, it measures your heart rate variability, respiratory rate. We mush it together in this really fancy algorithm and give you a measure of your adaptive capacity. And then you have your response, okay? So you can think about this as arousal, my mental, physical, emotional arousal for task. Okay, so whatever demand is being asked of me in my environment, what does my arousal look like? Is it appropriate? Is it inappropriate? Am I freaking out brushing my teeth? Okay, that's inappropriate arousal, right? Okay, or I'm stepping on the field to coach a national championship game. Am I disoriented? Is my heart rate too high? Can I connect with my athletes? Can I come into balance and in control in a way that I can be my best version? Do I have the appropriate arousal level relative to the demand? And this, I think, is a really good question to ask your patients and your athletes, or to observe in them. I mean, I could see in a second when one of my athletes fell out of control on the field. And you get really good at this as a coach, right? I could see when they were out of their depths. And a lot of the basis of that lack of control or inappropriate response, okay, inappropriate arousal, really goes back to purpose, efficacy, and control. Absolutely, how we're dealing with these physiological influences are going to create a baseline for us. There's no question. But when people don't feel like they have the skills or resources to do what you're asking them to do, they fall apart really quickly. I have thousands of repetitions with athletes over the course of the last 17 years. Okay, and as coaches, we want to spot efficacy. We want to ask them, do you feel like you have the skills and resources to do what is being asked of you? And not just, I think about folks who are working with patients, right? It's not just about the skills and resources to train. Yes, you need skills and resources to prep food. Yes, okay? But just even managing finances. Cody's going to talk later about. She got the woman, Cody Sanchez. I think she's going to probably talk about something related to financial health, which is really cool. But all of these factors impact our ability to create these matches, right? If we are creating a lot of mismatches, our health, wellness will deteriorate really, really quickly. And again, if these mismatches are occurring a couple times a month, of course, that's just life. But we want to try to minimize these mismatches as much as possible. Because when we can minimize these mismatches, we are in a position to control the trajectory of our health. Okay, and I love this. It's really a mindset. And our partners at Arena Labs came up with this performing versus enduring mindset. And I love it so much. And the graphs on the left and right are a bit small, but you can see energy output on the y-axis, okay, and time on the x-axis. And what you can see when you see positive adaptation to stress, a performing or thriving mindset, okay, you see this positive adaptation. It's not just about mindset, behaviors, okay, performance-oriented behaviors. You see this wonderful positive adaptation to life and to stress. On the right, you see this negative adaptation. And I think what's really sneaky, and we see this with healthcare clinicians a ton, is that this deterioration doesn't happen in a single moment, right? This is just chronic mismatches with demand and capacity over time. And it breaks people physically, mentally, emotionally, okay, in the form of burnout and in the form of exhaustion. And I think that what we need to transfer to folks is an understanding that I think leads to a tenderness, an understanding that life is hard and it's hard to be a human, okay? But there are things that we can take control of that can give us more agency over this paradigm. And I think what we need to really consider is that a lot of times we can't necessarily perceive when this maladaptation is happening. We can't perceive our own declines. They happen in the background, right? Slowly, insidiously, right? And this has been studied over and over again, right? Where people, when they have bouts of sleep deprivation, they think they're operating fine, but they're not, okay? And what does this actually look like? So this was in Annals of Surgery. My colleagues and I, Dr. Jamie Coleman and Mitch Cohen and Dr. William von Hippel published a paper that came out in October of 2023. And basically we looked at 270 acute care surgeons across the US. So we had, I think, 36 different states represented. Acute care surgery is intense as hell. Do we have any acute care surgeons in the room? Some surgeons, potentially. Yes, okay, you know. So this is a really demanding job, and Doctors Coleman and Cohen reached out to say, hey, we really want to start this research. So we started back in 2017, and we have probably 4 or 5 different papers that we're going to publish from this data set. But what we saw, and again, connections, right? Understanding what's the basis of this maladaptation? What is the basis of this exhaustion that we saw? And indeed, we saw this burnout over the course of the 6-month study, and it was pronounced and profound. And what mediated it, though, was sleep-wake time. Sleep consistency, sleep regularity, right? So for folks who are on call a lot, and the more on call we saw in these data, okay, the more burned out folks felt. Okay, but a feature of being on call is dysregulated circadian rhythms, right? Your sleep-wake time is disrupted. Now, the bigger question is, what other levers can we pull to help mitigate the effects of sleep-wake time, disrupted sleep-wake time? Because this is gonna happen, right, across lots of different professions. It's making sure you're getting the requisite amount of protein. It's, exercising, right? There's other levers that we can pull to offset some of these impacts. And these are other areas that my team and I are studying, okay? But I think it's understanding that, hey, there is this thing called sleep-wake onset offset. It really matters for human health. So for those of us who aren't having to deal with being on call a couple times a week or a few times a month even, we have this behavior that we can deploy that will have a profound impact on every single cell, tissue, organ in our body. And it's just stabilizing when we go to bed and when we wake up. In terms of adaptation, so just continuing on this theme, so one area that I wanted to make you guys all aware of, so for those of you using heart rate variability in your environment, as you might notice, the acute changes in heart rate variability in and of themselves might not tell us a lot about adaptation. It's really the trends over time that are really, really useful for us as coaches. And one of the ways to evaluate trends over time is looking at the coefficient of variation. And I'm not gonna get into the weeds on this, but all you need to understand is the coefficient of variation helps us understand day-to-day fluctuation in heart rate variability. Okay, so when you understand how my heart rate variability changes from day to day and be able to quantify that fluctuation and looking at that trend over time, that actually tells us how we're adapting to stress in a more precise way than pulling out looking at the mean HRV over the course of a week. And indeed, we've been researching this a lot, and it is showing up in menstrual cycle dysfunction. HRV-CV is popping up. Across every single cohort we're looking at in our data, HRV-CV is playing ball for us. And we literally, and I'm sorry for this output, we just analyzed these data, and I was like, before I show it on a slide, we had several people independently doing the analysis to make sure it was rock solid. And this will go to peer review, but this data on your right is prelim data. But what it shows here is that sleep consistency mediates heart rate variability, CV. And when we analyze these data, just looking at heart rate variability, we saw nothing. So we're going back and reanalyzing a lot of our data, okay, where we've done these prospective studies where we have these really big, beautiful data sets, and we're looking at how HRV-CV shows up. So I think as practitioners using these different types of data points, it's important to understand, I think, how this field is evolving. There's lots of really good information on HRV-CV. And hopefully you'll see this in the Whoop app soon. It will certainly be running in the background as we help women be able to understand their cycles a bit better and understand adaptation a bit better. But it will definitely be, I think, a part of how we tell the story. I thought this was a really great example of not being able to necessarily perceive our own declines in the importance of recovery. Okay, how, I work in these I study, my research is really in these high stakes, high stress environments. So frontline healthcare clinicians, professional athletes, tactical athletes. So this is special operations data set. We were working with this group for over a year really, and this was a training evolution, a 5-hour training evolution. And how I looked at the data is, and I can promise you, very rigorous statistical modeling went into this. We were modeling for all the confounders. But what we saw is that when the individuals who were above their average recovery line during this training evolution adapted to the load in a more functional way over the course of this 5-hour evolution. And what was really cool is that people couldn't actually see, the ones that were below their recovery line, okay, still thought that they performed better or as well. But it wasn't actually the case in the qualitative data from their commander. So we're able to kind of knit together this story of recovery, how it manifests physiologically, and how that actually manifested in their output during that training evolution. And you can kind of see in this, on the graph on the right, you can see actually what's happening as your heart rate increases. Okay, there's mental, there's physical, there's emotional degradation. Okay, the less recovered you are. So the moral of the story here is that leading into this training evolution, how are you living? That's the cross that these folks have to bear, frankly. During your craft, and this is life or death, right? So when we're talking about for most folks, you know, it's the consequences aren't as serious. But I think from my standpoint, again, we think about the competitive advantage. Okay, in this case, we're talking about lethality. Okay, we need to think about the days, the weeks, the months leading into that moment where you need to be on. How are you living? So I want to talk a little bit about circadian alignment. Here are my final moments. Okay, circadian rhythms. Just going to do a quick kind of one-on-one. These are mental, physical, and behavioral changes that are happening across a 24-hour cycle. Okay, and light is the most pronounced cue. The light that was coming in to our eyes, into the retina, is going to signal to the suprachiasmatic nucleus, which is the master, it's the kind of control center of the brain, okay, is going to then tell every cell, tissue, and organ what needs to happen. So when we're getting light at a phase of the natural light-dark cycle, it has profound implications on every cell, tissue, and organ in the body, okay, including our muscle. So if we're talking about wanting to optimize human health and performance, if we're not paying attention to circadian rhythms, we're building inefficiency on top of inefficiency. This is the foundation of human health and longevity, is creating alignment with your circadian rhythms. Okay, and this absolutely starts with sleep-wake time, okay, regulating that the very best that you can. Okay, lots of evidence, more emerging evidence, that this is one of the big predictors of mortality. And indeed, there was just a paper published that looked at sleep regularity and sleep duration. And sleep regularity was more predictive of all-cause mortality than sleep duration. It does not mean that how much time you spend in bed, it does not matter. It absolutely matters. Sleep duration matters. Okay, but regulating sleep-wake time is really the mother of all behaviors. We published a paper in Military Medicine in this past May. I looked at 1,000 paratroopers in Army Alaska in the one behavior, so this is a 6-month prospective study, interventional, and it was really interesting to see that the one behavior that predicted psychological functioning, so measures of workplace resilience, measures of control, homesickness, all of these things, the one behavior that bubbled up was sleep consistency or sleep onset offset. The more regular sleep onset offset, the better psychological functioning. So this has just implications, massive implications that I don't think we really, fully appreciate in our space. That this is just a lever that we need to be thinking about how to pull if we want to get control over our health. Other things that impact our circadian rhythms: when we exercise, when we eat our meals. Okay, there's some interesting research that looked at two cohorts. Individuals who ate most of their calories after 3 p.m. and individuals who ate a bulk of their calories prior to 3 p.m. And the individuals who ate a bulk of their calories before 3 p.m. were metabolically healthier, okay, across all of the markers. Okay, so not only did they lose more weight, but they're more metabolically healthy, okay, overall across all the markers. And what this really, points to is that there is a circadian component to when we're eating. And that has profound impact on our ability to gain control over our metabolic health. So what we see on the Whoop platform, again, looking at lots of data, we're doing actually a time-restricted eating study right now, which has been really interesting. But one of the things that we see is that when folks are eating meals within 3 hours of bedtime, we see a negative impact on markers of both sleep and recovery. So mealtime close to bed, I know you probably hear us talk about this a lot for folks who are on our platform, but mealtime close to bedtime, for sure. Meals close to bedtime, lots of big calories before bedtime definitely have a deleterious effect. I would say if we were to do this study, and I've talked to Dr. Lyon about this, where we actually look at protein before bed. And I know there are some studies that have done this, and we actually did one in Florida State University, and it was all with all women. And in Nebraska, UNC, we had a huge cohort, 700 women. And there was, I will say that we didn't have statistical significance. Trending towards significance, we saw that even, it didn't matter what they were eating, whatever the macronutrient distribution, but food within 3 hours of bedtime had a negative impact on markers of sleep and recovery. There might be a sex difference here. So a lot more to kind of dig into there. But there are real things happening when we're digesting that interfere with our ability to get into deeper stages of sleep. And that's really what we're kind of talking about here. All right. All right, so just to, this is really the final slide, and I think I'll have a couple of minutes for questions, potentially. Nope, no time for questions. Carson. I think we're running 30 minutes behind, but this is great. I think, for my perspective, it's understanding that how we align our circadian rhythms. So, when we think about these primal thresholds of nature, and I'm definitely a nature girl. I spend a whole heck of a lot of time in the woods. It's where I feel safest, frankly, and most comfortable. Spent a lot of time in the woods as a child, but I will say that there is an effect on our nervous system. There's no question when we're in the presence of nature. But I think just really looking, having access to natural light is so critically important for human health. We are, drowned by artificial light, right? I've got these lights blasting. And during the day, when we're meant to be alert, it's okay, right? We need lots of different light. Artificial, natural light is really important. But once the sun goes down, we have not adapted to blue light. And I think this is really important for us to understand. There's a beautiful paper that was published in 2017 looking at brain circuitry and mood. And the timing of light. And what they found was that when folks were viewing light between the hours of 10 p.m. and 4 a.m., it actually had a significant, profound effect on mood and dopamine levels next day. So, I think when we think about just our kids and technology ourselves, what is our relationship to light? Okay, not just technology, I think that's a whole other thing, but what is our relationship to light? And, if you just look at the literature, just in the last, I think 6 years, there's been 600 peer-reviewed papers on the connection between light and health. To kind of go back to the original thesis on connection, right, and understanding the consequences of things, if we're not thinking about the role of light in performance and in adaptation, okay, we're missing a really big piece of this human performance puzzle. And I think the opportunity for us is to connect to these primal thresholds of nature. Within 20 minutes of waking, okay, you hear this a lot. Get outside, get natural light on your face. Okay, your animals need it too. Okay, they have circadian rhythms, right? But this is the path to alignment, is just some of these simple, democratically available behaviors that we can all engage in. We just have to build some frameworks and routines around it so we can practice it. Okay, think about the timing of your meals. Right? Aim to end your final calorie a couple hours before you go to bed. The impacts are insane. Okay, I can't wait to publish these data that we have from WHOOP because it's mind-blowing, right? And this is relatively simple behavior for the most part. Okay, really trying to get that magic window, okay, of sleep-wake time. And I will just say that I know that there's lots to talk about. I think that we all have these different chronotypes. There was some research done by Ken Wright, who is a kind of a famous chronobiologist, and he put together this camping trip, and they were doing research. So there's no artificial lights. This group of folks got thrown onto a mountain in kind of the middle of nowhere, and they had no access to any artificial lights, and all different types of chronotypes. Okay, so you had the evening people, you have the morning people, and within 48 hours, everyone was falling asleep within 30 minutes of one another. So I don't know. Not that chronotypes don't kind of exist, and I'm talking about healthy adults, right? There is this thing called circadian rhythm disorders, of course. Okay, I'm talking about healthy adult populations. I don't know that there's this really huge pronounced effect across this kind of chronotype. I don't think the spectrum is quite as big. So, yeah, my slide is gone, but that's okay. I was just gonna, and Kristen's giving me the thumbs. But so I hope that this connection between the autonomic nervous system and adaptive capacity and the role of circadian alignment and human health was illuminating, no pun intended. But I really wish you the very, very best on your individual journeys and your journeys as parents and teachers and coaches and whatever profession you engage in. It's a real pleasure to be here. So thank you.
Giving you a hug.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, babe. All right, how is everybody feeling? Are we okay? Is your mind, are you still good? Can we all collectively, ready? Everybody, inhale. Exhale. There we go. All right, we're going to take a very, very quick 10-minute break. And by quick, I already have a timer started. So in 10 minutes, I will be back up here. So you better be back in your seats. All right, if everybody can get back to their seats, we are going to start in 1 minute. Everybody has 1 minute to get back into your seats. I wish I had the alarm on here so I could actually turn the noise on to get everybody back in their seats. Make some kind of alarm noise. Do we have most of you back in here? I'm really proud of you guys. That was pretty efficient. So we will be having lunch after this next block, so don't worry. It's not going to be too long. But we have an amazing speaker, and then we have an amazing panel right after that, which will be open to a few questions. So get ready, because that part will be very, very fun. All right, so as everybody else is making their way back in here, I can kind of start this introduction. So this, as you know, is a pretty tight-knit group, and we've all gotten to know each other very well, but this is someone who I've known for a very long time. And you guys are going to be really excited to hear him speak. I don't think he needs an introduction for the most part, but I'm going to give it to him anyways. So you guys may know him as retired Navy SEAL, New York Times bestseller, and of course, a very incredible and impactful speaker with one hell of a story. But I get to know him a little more personally as someone who truly overcomes. I know his family. This is someone who will fiercely fight for his family every single moment of his existence. He actually served with my husband, and my husband was privy to be hazing him when he started as a new guy in the teams. So it is a very, very big honor for me to bring someone to the stage that I think you guys are going to take a lot away from, and you're going to get a lot of energy out of this. So this man has also had probably more plastic surgery than most of us combined in this room, and he is still the sexiest motherfucker in it. So everybody, put your hands together for Jason Overcome Redmond.
What's up, Forever Strong? You know, the song, you probably couldn't hear it in the background. It is my #1 favorite song. It is by NF, who is a rapper, and the song is called The Search. Anybody ever heard that song? Incredible. If you have never heard it, I really encourage you to go listen to it. And for those of you who are smart and have an iPhone, when you look at the iPhone, look at the lyrics, and he talks about the mind is a powerful thing, and what you feed it can affect you in powerful ways. And then it just goes on. It is about life and this search of how we all aspire to be the best version of ourselves, and that is who I am, that is what I represent, and that is what I want to bring to all of you today. I was a Navy SEAL. How many of you came? Thank you. But how many of you came to the Forever Strong Summit because you want to be a Navy SEAL? Like seriously, not like, hey, I think it'd be cool to be a Navy SEAL, or hey, I'm a stud and I think I can make it through training, which actually there are some studs in this room that may be able to make it through training. I will give you respect on that. But literally, no. How many of you came here today because you plan on joining the Navy and going through SEAL training and becoming a SEAL? Raise your hand. Not a single hand. So why am I here? I was a SEAL. Why am I here to talk to any of you? If none of you want to be a SEAL, why? You know? It's an interesting thing about this life. We look at each other one-dimensionally. Everywhere I go, oh, that guy's he was a SEAL. And when you Google me, you see SEAL. The SEAL teams were amazing. It was part of my journey. I have several brothers here in the SEAL teams with me. It is a community that I am so honored to have been a part of, but it's only one part of my story. Every one of us in this life are walking a journey. It is part of our story. And it is all the layers of our stories that make us who we are. It is the layers of my story that enable me to connect with you at this Forever Strong Summit. So the real question becomes, who is Jason Redden? Why does he have the credibility to be on this stage, and how does he relate to me? So first and foremost, I finished a 21-year military career as a Navy SEAL leader. I retired from the SEAL teams. Number two, I failed at an epic level. Totally crash and burn failed so badly that in Bagram, Afghanistan, when I failed and thought I was getting kicked out of the SEAL teams, I sat in a chair in my room and put a gun in my mouth, and I almost blew my brains out. I tell that story in my book. And over about a 2.5-year period, I earned back the respect of my teammates and came back as a respected leader to finish my career. I earned the U.S. Army Ranger tab. Go Rangers? Yeah, baby. I served with honor in combat, seeing intensive combat in both Iraq and Afghanistan. I was shot 8 times between my body and body armor, and I have endured 40 surgeries. Kristen's right. I have had more plastic surgery than Hollywood starlets. How many of you get frustrated with where your tax dollars go? I know I do. Holy shit. But I want to let you know that if any of you have ever been like, man, I waste so much money in taxes, $2.5 million of your tax dollars right here. I graduated from Old Dominion University with honors, summa cum laude with BS in business administration. I summited Mount Rainier with pneumonia. I launched and ran a successful nonprofit organization that raised almost $3 million, and we enabled and helped thousands of wounded warriors. I launched my own speaking company because when I got out of the Navy, I couldn't get a speakers bureau to represent me. Believe that? So I launched my own speaking company, and to date, I brought in almost $4 million in speaking revenue. I did a TEDx talk. I've written 3 successful books, 1 New York Times bestseller. I've raised 3 amazing kids who now are young adults on their own journeys. I have stayed married to an amazing, powerful, incredible, so lucky woman for 23 years, despite combat, a career in special operations, crisis, chaos. We have defied all the odds. Special operations has a 90% divorce rate. The Wounded Warrior community has a 90% divorce rate. My wife and I run our business together, which has a high divorce rate. You know? Still married. February 25, our new book, The Invincible Marriage, will come out that we have written together. Last 2 years, we started reinvesting. I launched a short-term rental company, and I have bought 5 ski condos for that short-term rental company in the last 2 years. And then at the end of 2023, I launched a new company, Flex Office Space, and an event center, and purchased a $3 million building to execute that. And last, I have an action figure. I mean, come on. So why do I tell you all that? Why do I tell you all that? You have come to an incredible event. Man, look at the people who have been on this stage. The people who we met yesterday. The individuals. It's so easy in this life to look at others one-dimensionally, to look at me and say, man, Jason Redman, that guy's a badass. Like, I don't know, I can't do this, or I can't do that, or I could never do this, and I could never do that. It's an interesting way to look at things. Why don't we talk about who I am not? Let's talk about all the things I'm not. I am not a famous doctor. I'm not even a doctor. If you're a doctor, raise your hand. Look at all these doctors in the room. I don't have a master's degree. How many have a master's degree in this room? Almost half the room. Amazingly talented, smart, educated people. I have never been on the cover of Muscle and Fitness. Never. They've never even called me and asked. I am not a fitness model. I want to give it up to Kristen Holmes. She came out here in a half shirt. I was like, man, maybe I should rock a half shirt on stage. You look good, Kristen, wherever you are. I am not an astronaut. There is a SEAL, amazing, amazing guy. He's the most humble, awesome dude by the name of Johnny Kim. If you ever get a chance, look him up. Johnny Kim served with legendary Task Force Bruiser under Jocko Willink. He was a medic in Iraq, earned the Silver Star for heroic action on the battlefield, left the SEAL teams, went and became a doctor, and now he's an astronaut. Thanks a lot, underachiever. Yeah, Johnny's the kind of guy that you're like, hey, Johnny, good to see you. Try not to cure cancer at lunch. I do not have 1 million followers across my social media. I am not worth $100 million. I'm not even worth $10 million. There's people in this room, Bedros will be here later, they call him the $200 million man. I don't have a national clothing company. Somewhere out there is an amazing company. I don't have a national franchise. I was never a U.S. Marshal, and I was never on a federal SWAT team. I am not recognized as an expert in sleep, and I don't represent a famous brand. I was never a Secret Service agent, and I could definitely never write a book called Bulletproof. Thank you, Al-Qaeda. Superheroes from the Marvel Universe never call me and say, will you train me? Never. I have never won the Mr. Olympia. I've never even been in a weightlifting contest. I have never medaled in the Olympics. I've never even been in the Olympics. I don't have my own supplement company. I am not a performance coach, a coach for college or professional sports teams. And last, I have never been on the Titan Games. And I am sad to say that workout yesterday whooped my ass. And even worse, that it whooped my ass, I am the biggest slacker because I have 2 lungs. Did you know that Carol Azukas, who beast mode, slays it in the Titan Games and is a high-level performance coach, only has 1 lung? Bunch of slackers. Why do I tell you all that? It's interesting. If you looked at the first slide that I talked about, what would you say? Oh, Jason Redmond, that guy, he's a success. Right? Man, look at all the stuff he's done. But if you never saw that first slide, and all you heard was the second slide, we'd say, wow, that guy really hasn't done much in his life. Isn't that right? Because if you didn't know anything that I had done in my life, and all you heard was all the things that I haven't done, we'd be like, man, what a slacker. That guy should go do something with his life. What's interesting about that is how most of us in this life live our lives. You, today, in this audience, are going to look at all the amazing speakers who are just pouring into you with advice, and so many of us in this life, myself included, it is a human trait. We don't focus on all our successes and our wins and the amazing things that made us incredible, the multi-dimensional human being that walked this incredible story to get to where we are. Instead, we go, I'm not that. I haven't done that. Man, I wish I had done that. Man, I'm a slacker. Success versus failure. And I meet so many people this way. We get stuck in our own life because we look at the future. We scroll through social media and we say, that's not me. All of us in this life, we have OCD. That's not obsessive compulsive disorder. If you have excessive compulsive disorder, my heart goes out to you. But what all of us have is obsessive comparison disorder. Even me, guys, I am guilty. I have done it. I get on social media. Ben Newman talked about it yesterday for a moment. We look at the amazing people that are out there and the things they're doing. We scroll through social. And I do it. I look and I'm like, damn, man, that guy's doing that? I'm not doing that. They didn't call me to do that. They haven't invited me. Still waiting for Muscle and Fitness. You know? And I meet so many people in this life that we're so focused on being OCD that it stops us from driving forward. So many of you are going to leave here and you're going to be like, wow, there were so many amazing speakers, so much knowledge, so much success. Who am I? You know who you are? You. It ain't about me on this stage. It ain't about any of these other speakers. It is about you. You are the hero of your story. You are the superhero of your story. And what you need to understand today is that you are the one that writes your story. What makes you unique? What makes you powerful? What makes you amazing is you. And yes, it's great to learn from other people and to aspire to where they're at, to look at what they've done, and to use the template to help write your story. But every one of us as humans is incredibly unique. You are the star of your story. And that's what you need to walk out of here today and recognize. It is you and your superpowers that enable you to be amazing. So I want to give you 3 tips, tenets of success on how to walk out of here today and do that. And these are the tenets that all of us, these aren't SEAL tenets. Some of these things I learned in the SEAL teams, but they're human tenets. I meet so many people who talk about, they watch the Discovery Channel episode about basic underwater demolition training. And they watch different movies about SEAL teams, and they're like, those guys are so physically tough. That's what my mom would say. Special operations and being a SEAL, highest levels of success, enduring hardship have nothing to do with this. It has everything to do with this and this. And every single one of you in this room have that, the heart, the soul, the passion to live your story and just crush it. So number 1, this life is hard. You are going to get punched in the face frequently. Hopefully you'll never be shot in the face. That sucks. That's a whole other thing. Not bulletproof. But every one of us in this life are going to get punched in the face. Mike Tyson said it best. Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face. I talk about life ambushes. I survived a vicious enemy ambush, but I have endured multiple life ambushes in my lifetime. That first life ambush was from the moment I sat in that chair with a gun in my mouth, and thank God the big man above punched me in the back of the head and was like, what are you doing? And I walked a very hard path to overcome that life ambush and to build myself back up as a leader and to rebuild my credibility and the respect of my teammates. Second major life ambush occurred on the battlefield, but really it became the secondary ambush after my injuries. And it became 4 years of 40 surgeries, being mangled, being disabled, enduring and overcoming. Third life ambush was after I'd retired from the military and got involved in a project with my nonprofit that a couple of friends, all verbal agreements, never do this, and it devolved into a nasty lawsuit. I was accused of things that I didn't do. Front page of the Virginia Pilot, our local newspaper. And oftentimes in this day and age, you are guilty until proven innocent. So I had a lot of friends, sponsors, everybody pulled away until we were able to prove we had not done those things. But it was super painful for my wife and my team and our company to go through. I call those moments the X. Every one of us in this life are going to end up on the X at some point. Most people in this life will go through 5 major life ambushes in your lifetime. What do I define as a major life ambush? Anything that will leave physical, mental, emotional, or deep financial scars. You never fully recover from them. All of us right now in this audience look back and you think about those times. You know, it could have been the breakup, could have been a divorce, could have been some sort of sickness or disease or sexual trauma or the loss of a loved one. One of the biggest life ambushes I've ever seen is the loss of a child. Some of you in this room right now are sitting on the X going through a life ambush. We have to build an overcome mindset in this life. We have to drive forward. It is the single greatest thing that will enable success in your life. And it's hard right now because we are living in a day and age where we are encouraging comfort. I love, you guys are my people. You are my tribe. Because everyone here is here because they want to be better. And they are here because of this idea of forever strong. How many of you actually did the workout yesterday? Kick my ass. I had to overcome that workout. Thank you, Don Saladino and Kara. Much love to you guys. Some of that was on my own because I've missed several workouts in December as I was navigating buying this building, which I am firmly convinced the bank was run by the mafia. But the bottom line is this: we have to drive forward. We're living in a world that's encouraging you that comfort is paramount. You will never be able to grow and get better and achieve higher levels of success if all you ever do is sit in your comfort zone. You will never be able to grow and overcome if all you ever do is obsessive comparison disorder and say, well, I'll never be that guy and I'll never be this person. You have the ability to drive forward and overcome. I love this picture. This picture was taken on Friday morning of Hell Week. I don't know what class. During SEAL training, Hell Week is the crucible of SEAL training. It is considered by many in the military as the absolute hardest block of training in the U.S. military. And I've gone through a lot of military schools. Ranger School being a very difficult school. I graduated from Ranger School, SEAL training. Hell Week is what takes most guys out. 80% of the class will quit during Hell Week. It's not uncommon during Hell Week for guys to chafe holes on the inside of their legs, their armpits, groin area, literally holes. It is not uncommon for your toenails and fingernails to fall off during Hell Week. You average anywhere from 2 to 3 hours of sleep the entire week. It starts on Sunday, goes to Friday. It is not uncommon for you carry a boat around on top of your head. You're cold, wet, covered in sand and salt water. It's not uncommon for you to rub the hair off your head and guys to have bald spots. It is brutally hard. During SEAL training, in the courtyard hangs a bell. If you want to quit at any time, all you have to do is go ring that bell. During Hell Week, they actually take that bell out of the courtyard and they put it on the back of a truck and it follows you around everywhere you go. So they make it super simple to quit. So often in this life, we're on the brink, we're in the darkness, we're in the storm, and we're like, I don't think I can go any further. I just don't think I can endure any longer. But you can. You have that power because it's not here, it's here and here. It is your ability to settle, to embrace, to drive forward. And so often what I've come to find is when we think we cannot take another step, you're actually close to the other side. This picture was taken on Friday morning. They're doing a super hard evolution called whistle drills. They have been awake all week. I know that feeling. By the time you get to the end of the week, you are actually hallucinating. Your body is so sleep deprived, you will go into what they call micro sleeps. I will never forget when we ran to the demo pits on Friday morning, I fell asleep under the boat. I remember we were running by the compound, and I woke up and we were half a mile down the road, running underneath a boat because my body was so sleep deprived. When they do these whistle drills, they're kind of a brutal evolution where the instructors blow so many whistles and you have to stand up and lay down and lay on your back and jump up and bark like a dog or whatever it is, all these crazy things. And you're so tired it hurts to move. Why do I love this picture? Because these guys are doing this evolution. And I guarantee they're thinking, I cannot do another whistle drill. I cannot get up one more time. And all they would have to do is reach out to that bell and ring it and say, I'm done. All I want is relief. But they don't. This class was secured from Hell Week only about 5 minutes after that picture was taken. Build an overcome mindset. Get off the X. If you think you can't go any further, you can go so much further. And you never know when you're on the tipping point of success. Overcome. Right now, there are some of you in this room that are like, you know what? This is the last conference I'm coming to. I can't believe I spent money on this. My business is getting ready to go under. Why am I here? This is why. You have the ability to overcome. It is here. It is here. Oh. Here's the biggest thing you also need to understand of why you're here and why we have the ability to overcome. You don't have to do it alone. Every major life ambush, every X I've had to get off of, I have had amazing people that have helped me do it. I have my teammates that helped me come back. Commander Kent Perro was my commanding officer at SEAL Team 10 when I made those mistakes as a young leader. Who remembers the lone survivor story? That was my troop. Eric Christensen was my boss. I lost a lot of good friends and teammates when that helicopter was shot down. I made my mistakes as a young leader only 3 months after that occurred in Afghanistan. We were still there. We did not get to go home and go to the memorial. We continued to work. When I made a bad call on a mission, Captain Perro could have said, I don't have time for this knucklehead. We've already had enough stress and problems on this deployment, and he could have kicked me out. But he didn't. He gave me a second chance to overcome and grow. It is others who help us to do that. When I was injured, it was my family and my teammates who strengthened me. I could not have got off the battlefield without my teammates. My team leader ran forward under fire and pulled me back to safety, got a tourniquet on my arm. It was an Air Force AC-130 gunship that brought in the closest fire mission ever executed in the Iraq War. We called rounds directly on our position. I could not have done it alone. During that lawsuit, it was my close friends and family who huddled around us and helped us navigate through that to get past it. I had an amazing attorney who was we were able to provide everything and say none of this happened. My fourth life ambush happened in November of 2020. Super healthy. I'd come back from all my surgeries. I was probably in the best shape of my life. I had, after my injuries, post-injury, best shape of my life. I had set a goal to deadlift 500 pounds because Steffi Cohen deadlifted 500 pounds. And I was like, I am going to do this. So I was about 415 at that point, and which is pretty good considering the doctors told me I'd never lift more than 50 pounds with this arm. They were originally going to amputate this arm. And I was standing in my kitchen on a Saturday night, eating a piece of pizza with my family, and I thought I had a heart attack. I had to sit down. I couldn't think straight. My chest was pounding. And this led me on a journey over 6 months of multiple instances where I thought I was having a heart attack. I called Dr. Gabrielle Lyons. She was my doctor, told her what happened. I was going to other doctors. I was still seeing Navy doctors. And we went down this rabbit hole of no one could figure out what was wrong with me as I continued to spiral down. I lost 40 pounds. I started having issues swallowing. I started having balance issues. I was having problems thinking. About the only saving grace in all of that is COVID had occurred, so all my, we were still in the throes of COVID, so all my speaking events had been canceled as we were trying to figure out what was wrong with me. They looked at my blood work under a microscope. My blood was all messed up. They started talking cancer. Oncologists couldn't figure out, well, if you have cancer markers, we're not finding cancer. Dr. Michael Twyman got involved, thanks to Dr. Gabrielle, to try and help figure out what was wrong with me. They managed to rule out cardiac. They still couldn't figure out what was wrong with me. I developed a phobia of dying in my sleep. I was so afraid to go to sleep every night because I thought I was not going to wake up the next morning. I remember going to a Navy internal medicine doctor who, the audacity of this ass clown, said, "We have no idea what's wrong with you, but I don't think you're going to die tomorrow." Gabrielle doubled down and kept looking and kept looking and kept looking. And as opposed to anybody else, started to think about, what if this is something from prior in the military? And to make a long story short, they found out later through Gabrielle's tenacity that I had got a parasite when I was in Colombia, probably in the 90s. And the parasite had lived inside me and grown to such a bad instance in my small intestine that it killed my body's ability to absorb B12. I developed something called pernicious anemia. I'm not that smart. I already told you what degrees I don't have, but for those of you really smart, pernicious means death. That's the reality, and it attacks your central nervous system, which is why I was having all these neurological problems. The things that we thought were heart attacks were massive panic attacks that my body, in reaction to all of this, I owe my life to Gabrielle. None of these doctors could figure this out. And if I continued, I would have gone down this road, and eventually, over time, I would have ended up dying if they hadn't figured out that I had pernicious anemia. I take B12 now, I'm all fixed, and back to 100%. But why do I tell you that? Because all of us have to have this mindset of overcoming. I had to keep driving forward, but you don't have to do it alone. Surround yourself with amazing people who can help you get off that X. So, Dr. G, wherever you are, I know you hate the spotlight. And the other thing that Dr. G always says, beyond get your blood work, I heard this a lot when we initially started diagnosing. I still hear it now. I'm right, right? I'm right. You have pernicious anemia. I'm right. We're going to come back, and they're going to tell you pernicious anemia. I'm right. I love you. Thank you. Number 2, you've got to live greatly, guys. I want you to understand something very clearly. I meet so many people in this life. I speak all across the country. People write me in social media, emails, all these things. And all these people I meet, so often I hear them say, I wish I had done this. I wish I had done that. I've thought about starting a company. I thought about starting a group. I thought about being a coach. I thought about getting into investing. I thought about all these things. And I'm like, well, why aren't you doing it? I meet so many people who are alive, but they're not really living. They're just a shell walking through life. I want you to understand something critical. There is only one guarantee in this life, and it ain't taxes. If you're smart enough, you can get out of paying taxes. Maybe not Wesley Snipes, but hey. There's only one guarantee in this life, and that is death. Every one of us are going to die. Every one of us are hurtling towards death every single day. The moment you came out of the womb, you were slowly dying. And I'm fascinated by this, because if you know that, then why do you waste time, and why are you afraid to go after the things that you want in this life? Let me tell you something. You get one shot at this life. I am unique. There's a small group on this planet like me that are living a second chance. But you know what it told me that night on the battlefield as I lay there dying and had to call out to the big man to help me to get home and survive? It made me so grateful for this life. And it made me say, I am going to go after it. All those things that I did, man, I am a poor kid who wore hand-me-downs. I knew nothing about money. I was an idiot with money in the military. But I'm not afraid to go after it. We bought this building, was holy smokes, buying a $3 million building was like a serious undertaking. And everybody's like, are you guys afraid? No, my wife and I are not. We have a great plan. We'll drive forward. And guess what? If it fails, which I don't intend for that to happen, but even if it does, I know how to overcome. I'll pick myself back up. I'll get off that X. I'll drive forward. I'm not going to let fear stop me from living greatly. You have to get out there and go after it. You have to embrace this life with everything you have. How many of you have ever jumped out of a perfectly good airplane? Awesome. I want to let you know a little secret. There's no such thing as a perfectly good airplane. I mean, just ask Alaskan Airlines. How many of you, I sometimes have flown with my parachute. I don't check it because TSA has a bad habit of unpacking your parachute. So usually I'll just carry it on, I put it in the overhead, and it's always funny because people are like, is that a parachute? And I'm like, yes. Why? And they're like, why do you have a parachute? And I'm like, well, didn't you get the memo? There's a fuel shortage, and this flight's only taking off. So I'm getting off early. How many of you have ever thought about jumping out of an airplane? A few of you. How many of you are like, I will never, ever jump out of an airplane? Here's the interesting thing. You have to live to the fullest. You have to live greatly. Life is a lot like jumping out of an airplane. I used to run an event with our nonprofit organization called Jumping for a Purpose. We took wounded warriors and families of the fallen, and we threw them out of not so perfect airplanes. And why did we do it? Because I wanted to show individuals that had endured trauma and pain and suffering and loss that they could still live. Because when you stand in the back of an aircraft and you're looking out at 12,000 feet and your heart's pounding in your chest and your legs are quaking and you're like, oh my God, what the hell am I doing? You have to confront fear. Life is no different, guys. When you're thinking about where you're going, when you're thinking about launching that new business, when you're thinking about, I'm going to go on this fitness journey or I'm going to compete in this or do whatever it is, it's no different. The interesting thing about Jumping for a Purpose, we would bring people to that event, and it would never fail. You know, over the years, I think we jumped about 500 people, and for every event, there would always be probably one person who would fly up in the aircraft, and we would get to altitude, and we'd be getting ready to do our jump run, and they'd be like, hell no. And we'd be like, are you sure? And they'd say, yes. I'd be like, all right, sit down and, ride the plane back to the ground. No problem. No pressure. We're not here to force you to do anything you don't want to do. But what's interesting about it is years would go by, I would run into them in Virginia Beach. I would see them, or I'd run into them in an event, and they'd come up to me and they'd say, man, you know what? I wish I had jumped. I wish I had jumped. I think about it all the time. Guys, I want to tell you, in this life, there's always going to be fear. There's always going to be fear. Man, I've jumped hundreds and hundreds of times. I still have a little fear when I jump out of a plane. If you have no fear before you do big things, you're not human. You're Alex Honnold, the dude that, Free Solo. Anybody watch that movie? Insane. That guy, I watched that movie and I was like, I've never done anything in my life. If you've never watched it, you should watch it. It's incredible. But he's not wired like the average person. Average humans, we have fear. It's what makes us good. It's what enables, because without fear, there cannot be courage. And it is courage that enables you to write an amazing story. So when you stand in the door of opportunity and your heart's pounding your chest and you're looking out and you're like, what the hell am I doing? Jump. Jump. Man, gravity will take over. In skydiving, we have multiple parachutes, multiple systems to enable us to land safely on the ground. But I would much rather live greatly and know I went after it. That when I die, I can look back and I can say, you know what? I might not have succeeded in this. I might not have succeeded in that. But I would much rather know I went after it and I can say, I'm so glad I went after it. I tried it. Instead of being the poor, timid souls who walk this earth, who aren't really alive, who say, I wish, I wonder, what if? Last one. I want to talk about leadership. If you are a leader, I want you to stand up. If you're a leader, I want you to stand up. If you are a leader, I want you to stand up. Is there anyone not standing? I want you to understand something critical about this life. Our definition of leadership oftentimes is skewed. We think that a leader is someone who has a title. Has nothing to do with that. We often think that a leader is someone who has to be in command or in charge of people, or ability to motivate and inspire them to do great things. And yes, that is a part of leadership. But the most powerful person you will ever lead is yourself. Please be seated. Understanding this is the most critical thing. You have to build a culture of belief within yourself that I am a leader. And the most interesting, and this is why I failed as a young leader in the SEAL teams, because I lost sight of that. I thought it had something to do with this golden emblem on my chest, or the rank on my collars, or the fact that it said platoon commander and all this BS. Let me tell you something. A title does not make you a leader. A corner office doesn't make you a leader. The amount of money in your bank account doesn't make you a leader. What makes you a leader is how you lead yourself, how you set goals and go after those goals, how you create structure and discipline in your life, how you project positivity through the negativity, how you get off the X and overcome, how you live greatly. That's what makes a leader. And so often we think a leader is in those moments when we're actually, doing something. We're accomplishing things, or we're making money, or we're moving people. Let me tell you something. You can lead from any position. And true leadership occurs in the hardest moments. And that is why I say you got to lead always. September 13, 2007, I was shot 8 times between my body and body armor. 2 rounds in the left elbow that almost severed my arm. The orthopedic team at Bethesda originally came into the room and told me they were going to amputate my arm above the elbow. I had no use of my left hand. Massive nerve damage. I took a round to the face that caught me right in front of my ear, traveled through my face, took off my nose, blew out my right cheekbone. What was left of my cheekbone broke and kicked out to the right, vaporized my orbital floor. I dropped in this newfound hole in my face. It broke all the bones above my eye. It broke the head of my jaw. It shattered my jaw to my chin. It knocked me out and left me unconscious on the battlefield as my teammates fought to save my life. When I arrived at Bethesda, I was inundated with bad news. Doctors told me, one, you have no use of your left arm. We're thinking about amputating it. The structural integrity of your skull is compromised. We've got to figure out how to put bone back into your skull. You have no nose. We're going to have to rebuild your nose, your jaw, your orbit. I couldn't see. I got massive headaches because my eyes were no longer aligned. I was trached. I was wired shut. I'd had, I think, 8 blood transfusions. I was so weak, I couldn't even get out of bed to go to the bathroom. I had to have nurses help me use the bathroom, and they were feeding me through a stomach tube. And I remember in those first days in the hospital thinking to myself, My special operations career is over. I'm going to be forever disfigured and permanently disabled. And while I was struggling with all of that, I had some people that came into the room, and they were meeting with me for a few minutes, and the nurse came in, and they went off to the side, and they were talking to themselves. But I caught bits and pieces of the conversation, and they said, "What a shame. What a pity. Man, we send these young men and women off to war, and they come back broken and battered, and they're never going to be the same. They're never going to be able to overcome. They're never going to have a successful life." Then they left. I remember laying in that bed thinking to myself, holy shit, like, is that me? Am I this victim? I wanted to tell you something in this life. People will place you in the victim box. When things go wrong in your life, they will allow you to sit there and feel sorry for yourself. If you lead yourself, you will not do that. So as I lay there thinking about that, I remember like that sinking in. I remember thinking about, like, is that my future? Am I going to become like Lieutenant Dan in Forrest Gump? You know, hookers and booze, Lieutenant Dan. Beginning of the movie, Forrest Gump. Not, you've got new legs, Lieutenant Dan. Not that one. Beginning, not end. And I took a step back. When we talk about writing your story, I want you to understand something. Be thankful for the hard times. Be thankful for the times you're uncomfortable. Be thankful for that fear when you jumped out of that plane and your heart was pounding in your chest. Because all those moments will build up to enable you to remember who you are and what you have inside you. That you have the ability to overcome. That you have the ability to live greatly. And most importantly, you have the ability to lead yourself out of that situation. In that moment, that's what I realized. Hey, man, you know what to do. Yes, this is going to be hard. Yes, this is going to be painful. But guess what? You're not going to be a victim. You're going to be a victor. You are going to drive forward. And when my wife came back into the room, I told her, you know what? No one's allowed to come into my room and feel sorry for me anymore. And I refuse to feel sorry for myself any longer. And I wrote out a sign, and the sign said this: attention to all who enter here. If you're coming in this room with sadness or sorrow, don't bother. The wounds that I received, I got in a job that I love, doing it for people that I love, defending the freedom of a country that I deeply love. I will make a full recovery. What is full? That's the absolute utmost physically. I have the ability to recover, and I'm going to push that about 20% further through sheer mental tenacity. This room you're about to enter is a room of fun, optimism, intense, rapid regrowth. If you are not prepared for that, go elsewhere. We put that sign on the door, and it went viral. It went everywhere. It was on the news. President Bush heard about it. I got an invitation to go to the White House and meet him later. He signed it. I didn't keep it. It now hangs in the Wounded Ward at Walter Reed. Wounded Warriors Touching for Luck. Millions of people have now seen it, and it has motivated them to overcome their own injuries and cancer and sicknesses their kids are going through. Why do I tell you all that? Because I want you to understand the most critical thing about this life and about leading yourself and your ability to lead always. The greatest gift you have in this life is you have a choice. You have a choice. No one forces you to lay there and feel sorry for yourself. It's up to you to get up, and you have the ability. It's not this. There was no physical strength in me. I wasn't even strong enough to go to the bathroom by myself. It was this and this. Keep grinding. Keep writing your own story. If you do that, if you overcome, if you live greatly, if you lead always, I guarantee you, you will be forever strong. Thank you.
Everybody, Jason Overcome Redmond. I actually thought Jay pulled off a really good speaker trick when he had you stand up earlier so he could close right then and have a standing ovation, but you guys gave it to him anyways. So he earned it. He definitely earned it. We're going to keep moving. We have one more panel, and then we're going to break for lunch because I know you guys are probably getting hungry or hangry at this point, but we'll get you out there. So we're going to bring our fitness panel up right now. So we have some esteemed fitness individuals that we want to bring onto the stage. So Molly, come on up. Molly Galbraith is the founder of the GDS Academy with over 20 years experience in the fitness industry, and the man that everybody loves to hate, Don Saladino, who put them through the workout yesterday. And of course, we're going to bring Dr. Gabrielle Lyon back onto the stage to moderate this panel for you.
You're in the middle, center of everything, Don.
Oh my God, I'm nervous.
Yeah. So the real question is, how many abs does it take to be on like 100 different covers? All of them.
Here we go.
Of them. You know, we've known each other for 10 years. We got to bust each other up.
I love it.
In all seriousness, body composition.
Yes.
What do you feel is the most important aspect, both of you, in body composition?
I mean, skeletal muscle, obviously. We've all, right?
There was
Can
no
I-
discussion about this prior.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, skeletal muscle, absolutely, as you've talked about. So what we do is women-specific health, fitness, nutrition, pregnancy, and menopause education at GGS. We know that at age 30, on average, sedentary women start losing 3 to 8% of their muscle mass per decade. And for women who have gone through weight cycling, who've done a significant amount of dieting in their lifetime, real quick, women in the audience, raise your hand real quickly if you've ever tried to lose weight, if you've dieted in your life, right? Keep it up if you've dieted more than once.
So nobody in this room.
More than twice, more than 3 times, more than 4 times, right? And if you're in your 30s, your 40s, your 50s, we grew up in the Kate Moss era, right? We grew up in the era of, 2 hours of cardio a day, 1,200 calories, relatively low protein. And so what happens is we go on these crash diets, we lose some fat, but we also lose a significant amount of muscle mass. And then what we regain when we inevitably can't sustain that level of activity and that calorie deficit is we regain body fat. And then when we do it again, we lose the muscle mass again. And so obviously skeletal muscle and body composition, it's one of the most critical things for helping people maintain, strength, function, power, mobility, ability to do tasks of daily living. So yeah, that would be my answer.
Oh, she answered it. No. So I've made a career on getting people ready for the big screen. And in doing that, I really live in this performance physique world where it's so important, more important for them to make sure that their engine, their motor is operating a certain way. But what's ironic about programming is, most people come to me, well, what do you do for fat burning? What do you do for putting on muscle? And I'll just use myself, for instance. If I'm getting ready for a cover of Muscle and Fitness. No, seriously. I mean, it's
just by chance,
we can laugh about it. I've been on the cover 3 times since 2018. I was on the cover 2 months ago, and my program, I am training heavy. I am still keeping my protein at a minimum gram per pound, and there are things that I manipulate. Yeah, sure, with water and salt and maybe a little bit more cardio, whether that's steady state or HIIT. It all depends on my stress levels. But I am not, if I have 3-4 weeks to prepare, I'm not suddenly setting up circuit training and running around and getting my heart rate up. I keep my cardio boxed with the cardio or my energy systems work, and my strength training and hypertrophy work, that is still taking place. And I believe in exercise variability. My sleep always has to be optimal, or at least 99% of the time. My hydration, I'm sorry, people say, well, there's negotiables, non-negotiables. No, it's a non-negotiable for me. No, hydration, we should not be dehydrated. So everything Molly said is spot on. And I think it's also gaining the understanding that when I'm trying to have Blake Lively get ready for something, we are trying to get her strong. We're trying to work on things nutritionally. When Ryan's getting ready to put muscle on, we are trying to focus on strength and hypertrophy. It's like the formula is almost staying the same. There's a million different ways that we can program design, and that for me is a lot of fun. It's like figuring out a puzzle. But I think sometimes we start relating all of this fat burning to being in this caloric deficit all year long. And calorie deficits are not something I will never, ever assign to anyone. Say more than 16 weeks. So if we're working with an Olympia competitor, maybe max 16 weeks. That's 4 months. So think about that. I believe in getting someone's body composition to improve through getting their metabolism to improve and living that way all year long. And I'll shut up in 2 seconds, but there's a line I always use, like 2 weeks out. Like I want 365 days a year, every person I work with to be 2 weeks out. And they'll ask me, what does that mean? I'm like, well, if you get a call to be on the cover of a magazine, which my people do, we only need 2 weeks. So we're living within that realm, and I'm not having them put on a huge amount of body fat to put on a little bit of muscle. It's like sustaining this level all year long is something I really feel like it's become my sweet spot.
And just to his point, what we said is everybody next year is going to be wearing their swimsuit to this. The Waylands in the back definitely agreed. When you think about, and by the way, I think that that's sustainable. If you guys get your diet, nutrition, and some of the other aspects that Kristen was talking about, you don't have to think that you are too far away from a body composition that you love. These things are sustainable. With that in mind, is there a kind of training modality that you think is underutilized, that people are not thinking about?
Want to lead off? I just
Well,
spent 15 minutes talking. So.
Yeah, so what I'm thinking about, especially when I'm thinking about women over 35, women over 40, we're wanting to train in a way that they can gain strength, bone, and muscle tissue. We're wanting to think about cardiorespiratory fitness. We're wanting to think about making sure they have functional mobility. So that's not just the ability to get up and down the stairs and get up and down off the ground, but also do their joints move through a range of motion. We're thinking about pelvic floor health. So 50% of women post-menopause, I see a lot of heads nodding, right? 50% of post-menopausal women will struggle with some form of pelvic floor dysfunction. So whether that's incontinence, whether that's pelvic organ prolapse, up to 19% of women in the US will have surgery for pelvic organ prolapse or incontinence in their lifetime, and 30% will have multiple surgeries. I'm thinking about power output. So power is the first quality that we lose with age. I'm thinking about balance and decreasing the risk of falling. So those are kind of the 6 main categories that we think about. It sounds like a lot, but the nice thing is a lot of these factors are complementary, right? So you can do training that helps increase muscle, bone, and strength, that also increases your power output, that also helps reduce your risk of falling, that is also, helps with pelvic floor function, things like that. So those are the kind of factors that I'm thinking about, but strength training is especially for women, because we've been taught that cardio is key, right? That men lift weights and women do cardio. So really pushing the consistent, moderate to heavy strength training for women, I think, is so critical.
Right. And when I'm normally sitting with someone, it's funny because I have so many roles I have to get people ready for. So what we'll typically do is we'll sit and we'll say to ourselves, what do we have to create, right? So just to give you an example, I worked with Liev Schreiber, who's Ray Donovan. He was playing this role. Anyone seen the movie Chuck? It was the Chuck Wepner story, which is basically like Rocky. It was Rocky before he was really Rocky. And I looked at the role and I'm like, Jesus, Liev, we have to get you fat. Like you literally had to put body fat on him. No, joke, but not really. So every role, it's not to make someone look like Brad Pitt in Fight Club. So I think for me, it's understanding aesthetically where we have to take someone. And then when I have that aside, then it's like, all right, what type of personality am I working with? What is their injury history? What is their medical history? Most of the time, I always want to get Dr. Gabrielle involved. In a perfect world, that's something I would always love to do. Are they reluctant to do so or not? And then at that point, it's understanding, how they move. So getting my team of PTs involved. Are we running an FMS? Are we running an SFMA? This is a functional movement screening. Are there any red flags? And then from there, it's understanding, well, how have they been training? Have they been training? And then, at that point, I'm developing the training block around how much time that we have. So my training blocks can live anywhere from 3 weeks, which would be more of a work capacity program, to as much as probably 5 weeks, which might be more of like a power building program. And then, that's how we're really engineering it. I think it's also understanding what are their triggers? What do they like or dislike? I'll have people coming to me, I hate kettlebells, I hate dumbbells. I'm like, okay, let's stay away from that. Let's build some trust. And maybe that's something we eventually, implement back in. But guys, there are so many tools. There are so many ways. I've been writing right now. I probably write more programs than anyone that I've ever met on the planet. Like legitimately, between my monthly challenges, I'm launching 30 new programs every quarter just to my community of over 70 countries that are purchasing my programs and my challenges. One of my challengers in the community, he knows, and there's so many ways that we can manipulate tension. Are we changing tempo? Are we changing exercise selection? Are we, oh God, clusters, supersets, drop sets, running the rack would go on and on and on and on. And then, you know, we have to pay attention to stress. You can be working on a specific program and then out of nowhere, a family member gets sick. You feel great. 3 days later, excuse my language, you feel like shit. It's not working anymore, right? So there are a lot of variables, and I'm not trying to confuse the hell out of everyone, but I think that's also why so many people are confused, because there's so many different things on the shelf to grab from. And when you're looking at influencers online or coaches, there is a difference. If this works for one person, then that, well, they could potentially both work. But at the end of the day, are we hitting our goal? Is our body feeling better? Because if you're training and aesthetically things are improving and your body feels like crap and the shoulder's hurting and the elbow's hurting, then we have a problem. But to answer your question, which I still haven't done yet, it would be the screening. It would be, I always start with some form of practice, which is assessing the individual and improving areas where he or she is not moving properly. I do like starting with a form of elasticity work, which would be speed, whether it's tempos, whether it's jump, throw, carry, power, strength and hypertrophy, and then we finish with some energy systems work.
Do you think that there's a movement that everybody should be doing? Should everyone be able to squat? Should everyone be able to do a push-up? What are the movements?
Yeah, ideally, everyone throughout their daily life, we squat, we hinge, we push, we pull, we lunge, we carry, we rotate, and we do some combination of those things. So, and then of course there's like vertical push and, you know, horizontal push and pull, but those are kind of considered like the fundamental human movement patterns. We also crawl, we also get up and down off the ground, so and then we resist rotation, resist flexion, things like that. But in general, those are kind of the fundamental movement patterns. And so you don't have to include all of those in a workout, but across a training week, so we break our movement patterns down into like tier 1 and tier 2 movement patterns. So the tier 1 movement patterns are going to be all the big movement patterns that I just listed. Then you have the tier 2, which is going to be like, you know, the ankle, flexion and extension, things like that. That stuff may be a little bit, I mean, depending on what you're doing and what you're training for, you might want to include some of that in your training program. But for the most part, you want to be hitting those big movement patterns across the week, at least two to three times. Again, are you doing a bodybuilding program? Are you doing a powerlifting program? Or, you know, are you training for some sort of, sport performance? But ideally, most people would be squatting, hinging, pushing, pulling, lunging, carrying, rotating, crawling, getting up and down off the ground at least twice a week.
She's making this easy for me because she's covering all the, and I can rant a little bit, but again, completely 110% agree with you. The thing is we hear squat, but there's so many ways to dress up a squat, right? We can do a one-legged squat, we can do a pistol squat, we can do a wide stance box squat, more vertical knee tibia. We can do a front squat. We can do a front squat heels elevated. We can do a Zercher squat. We can do a Frankenstein squat. I mean, split squat. On and on and on and on. But that's why that's what I'm saying. There's so much variability. So I think as a coach, it's our job to turn around and to look at the individual and to say, where are we trying to get them? No matter what, I don't care if someone's coming to me and they're saying like, the goal is only to look like this. I'm like, all right, I'm going to give you a little bit of what you want while I'm doing a lot of what I want them. And I will name, I will name drop right now, but Calvin Klein, one of the most recognized.
I've never heard of him.
Yes, never. But Calvin Klein, I'm allowed to mention the story, but Calvin Klein hired me a long time ago, and he came in, he's like, listen, obviously you came referred by some pretty reputable people, and I know what you're going to want to do here. And I was like, well, what am I going to want to do? He's like, you're going to come in here, you're going to assess me, you're going to have me do these breathing drills for the next 45 minutes, and I want to look a certain way, I want to party with the boys, I want to have a good time. I'm like, all right, all good, we can do that. He's like, but if you do that, I'm gonna leave. I'll take my business elsewhere. And I said, listen, I'll make you a deal. I'm gonna screen you, all right? I want you to get some foam rolling in before the session. Allow me 10 to 15 minutes every day to do the stuff I wanna do, to get your body prepped and ready. And then that remaining 45 minutes, whatever it is, we're gonna do a lot of what you want, but I'm gonna introduce you to some variability here, right? Maybe if you're bilateral pressing all the time, mixing some unilateral pressing. If your shoulder's in a bad place, you can externally rotate, you have no thoracic extension, we might move that grip around a little bit. If you're trying to shoulder press from a vertical, maybe we're gonna drop that back one click and allow you a little more freedom in your shoulders in that T-spine so we're not grinding on that shoulder joint. And we trained together till he moved, probably 3 years. And that's, again, find out a way to give them what they want while you're still doing a lot of what you want, right?
I love that. I love that. So I have a ton more questions, but I wanted to open up to you guys if you would like to ask questions.
Thank you very much.
A guy over here, I love it.
How do you deal with clients that drive the narrative of wanting to lose weight cardio-wise before strength training, probably, or vice versa? Because I think that in the whole spectrum of weight loss, it should be a combination of both. So how do you get into their heads to say, you know what, rather than, which I think he probably would be able to do, rather than just going this route, we want to include the whole spectrum together.
So you're asking how do I, when a client comes in with a specific thought in mind?
Exactly.
You take
You
it.
want me to take this one? Trick them.
You build trust and then you trick
Yeah, no,
them.
you just trick it.
I have personally had this experience training.
I'm
with
not
Don.
entirely lying right now, guys. This is, so I had a client come to me years ago, and I'll never forget, and nothing against suspension trainers or TRX, but when guys have been coaching 25 years, he was like, oh, TRX came out, and I want to just do TRX. And I'm like, and there's a reason why I'm giving you this, but it applies to your exact question. I'm like, oh, okay, great. So I'm like, oh, shit, here we go. So I'm like, we're going to do an hour TRX. So we literally did that for the first month. And he realized I knew what I was doing, and then he turned to me and he goes, all right, now what do you have for me? Mm-hmm. So it took me a month to break him, right? So seriously, but that's, I think, one, it's educating them. It's giving them an understanding, and you do that in the screening. But you also don't want to shove things down their throat where they feel like, you know, suddenly you're not listening. I hate this, I don't want to do this, and you're pushing them to do that. It's like you're not building that trust. So you gotta find a way, like I said, give them what they want while you're still doing what you want. And maybe in the beginning it's a little bit more circuit work. And then out of nowhere you're beating on them, and then suddenly it's like, listen, we're gonna start manipulating rest times. Like you're taking 15 off and you think that's high intensity, but look at your heart rate here. You're in a zone 2 range. High intensity is not a zone 2 range. Well, how do we get into a high intensity range? Well, we got to rest more and push more. And then out of nowhere, and I'll explain to people, they're like, well, what is high intensity? I'm like, if I put a stake on your back and had a pack of dogs chase you around a track. And they're like, some coach, I'm really going to hold on to them. No. But in all fairness, and I'm not, when I said trick them, in a way, you have to educate them, but then you actually have to coax them into, you're the coach at the end of the day. Like they're coming to you for your expertise, and a lot of people think that they know, but you got to play the game. When you're dealing with egos, which I have a little bit of experience with, you got to learn to kind of play the game. It's a line I've been saying for 20 plus years. Play the game. Learn how to play the game.
I think it's also important too to get curious with them about if a woman comes to me and she's like, I don't want to lift weights because I'm afraid I'm going to get bulky. I'm like, you know what? That's a really common thing that a lot of women say. Can you tell me a little bit more about this? Like, where did that kind of come from? Where did that history come from? And they're like, well, I played high school soccer, and the summer before my junior year, we started lifting weights, and I gained 20 pounds. Well, she's also not thinking about the fact that she is going through puberty and that she got her license and started eating a lot more fast food, right? In addition to lifting weights or whatever the thing is.
Drinking beers on the weekend.
Right, but in her experience, I started lifting weights and I got bigger than I liked, right? And so if you say like, oh, women can't get bulky, right? You're dismissing her fear and concern, not listening to her, right? And then she thinks you don't know what you're talking about. She's like, well, he doesn't know my body. I'm special. I'm different. I started lifting weights and I gained 20 pounds. But I think asking more questions about kind of the why behind it and figuring out how they arrived at that particular idea or thought is really helpful. And then in building that relationship and saying, okay, cool, no problem. We're going to start with just body weight. Is that okay with you? And then you do some body weight strength training with them, right, for 2 weeks or 4 weeks, and then they're feeling really good and their body's starting to change, and then they start to build that trust, and then you can start being like, hey, cool, would you be all right adding some bands to this? And then it's like, what do you think about maybe picking up that dumbbell? So you build that over time, but I think asking the question and getting to the why that maybe they're resistant to a particular type of activity is important too.
It's funny too, it's like their perception of what's good and what's really good are two different things. I had a challenger on a call the other night. He was on a Zoom call, and I eat 95%. I eat well 95% of the time. And I just looked right at him in front of like a couple hundred people. I'm like, no, you don't.
No, you don't.
And he just looked at me and he was like, well, maybe I don't. I'm like, no, seriously. He just said that. I was like, maybe eat well 80% of the time. That's like, and no one. I mean, I would say you probably speak about this more than anyone. It's if I wanted to if someone came to me right now and they're like, I want to get bulky, like, would weight training be in there? Sure. But Molly was saying on one of her posts the other day, well, there's things that you're probably doing, like if you are drinking, you know, where is your salt intake? How many carbohydrates are you having? Like, are you out picking from your kids' plates? Because these things at the end of the week, like your perception of what's good and what's really good are two different things. 95% of the time, at least, when someone lays it out on paper, or if I plug in their macros to really understand where they're at, I'm like, look, and they're like, oh, I didn't realize it was that bad.
So he said something there. I think there's a lot of controversy. And by the way, thank you so much for being here. This gentleman, you missed something to come here, didn't you? Can you just share really quickly?
Okay.
I don't mean to put you on the spot, but
Hold the mic up close to your mouth.
No, it's okay.
Closer.
Okay, so I'm in Dallas. I had two events happening over the weekend. One is another seminar that I'm supposed to be part of because I'm in the IFBB Pro League, and we have seminars where we train and talk to athletes and stuff and prep them for the year. And I said, so sorry, I can't come there. Another friend of mine, 20 years in the military, just retired. And he was doing his Sandfort yesterday too. And he said he wanted me to hear, and I'm like, I'm so sorry. And it's like, are you kidding me? Yes. Then my wife was like, so how are you going to do this? I said, I'm going to take everything out of my card and pay for this. I don't want the VIP, or I don't want the virtual, I don't want the gold card. I want the VIP. And the reason why I got the VIP was to sit down and soak in and take everything that I could take from here. And this is what I'm going to say, that this seminar is amazing. What Gabriel has done to put these people together is awesome. Jason's story is off the hook. I think, yes, honestly, I think if we all live here and still remain the same, it's going to be a disservice to ourselves. How do you come under this atmosphere and remain the same? It's not possible. It's not possible. You cannot remain the same under this kind of people. It's not possible. So the question, or the fascinating, encouraging statement is, we go out there and just take over. We have everything in our ability to do that. This, I think, is even cheaper than what I expected it to be. Yes, but
don't worry, we're changing that next.
No, honestly, I was speaking to my wife and I gave her the whole detail, and she sat down and she said, so really, that amount? I said, yes. She said, you know what? If we look at the bigger picture of the transformation this is going to happen, the ripple effect, down years to come, we truly can pay for this.
We appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Great job, bro.
Hard to follow macros after that, but
Hey, Gabrielle, you got time for one more question.
okay.
So we're going to go to the other side of the room.
Great.
Hi, my name is Carmen Guinness, and I'm from San Diego, California. And I just came. I'm just a mom, a wife, and
So you're amazing.
but I have friends. I geek out on this stuff, and I have friends, and of course, we didn't have answers till people like you and everybody could come out there and just tell us, like, our intuition is saying, this isn't right, this isn't right. My doctor's not telling me the right thing, sorry. But anyways, my question is, though, when you say skeletal muscle, I haven't heard anything about hydrostatic weighing. That's what I do. Does that also test skeletal muscle? I know people don't do it because it's usually more expensive, but I found somebody who has mobile, and it's affordable. And then you mentioned D3 and creatine. Is that a blood test?
So it doesn't measure skeletal muscle mass directly, but we still need to do the best that we can to measure, because once we have data, we can understand. It does a great job measuring body fat, which body fat does matter. maybe it doesn't matter as much as skeletal muscle mass, depending on the outcomes that we're looking for. I would continue to do that and continue to be consistent eventually. So the other ways to measure skeletal muscle mass directly, they are MRI or CT or this D3 creatine. D3 creatine will eventually make it to the public. It's being used in research, it's been validated, and that is truly the future, but what you are doing right now, I'll take it. Phenomenal. I just did a Pronuva scan. You need to do one. I haven't told you, it's another trick up my sleeve. My husband did it, and that's a full body MRI scan. Dr. Mike Pronuva. We'll send it to you guys. Find it for you. Great question.
One more question, so one more. Just gonna go to the closest person. Okay, here we go. If we really fast, you can do both of them, but you guys got to both, one of you has to be really quick.
Yes. Hi, my name is Inaka Yembe. I am a family medicine physician. I work full-time in the emergency room. I personally come from a place of super obesity, so I used to weigh over 300 pounds about 14 years ago. So I've toughed it out to here. Thank you, thank you. I'm also almost 56 years old, so I struggle with maintaining my muscle. I also coach women in the outpatient clinic who have been super obese like myself, and we all struggle with maintaining muscle and keeping the weight off. So my question specifically to Dr. Gabrielle is, should we be eating more protein? By the way, I work in the emergency room. We have 48-hour shifts. So I spend half of my week walking room to room, and the other half of the week recovering from sleep deprivation. So I don't have a circadian rhythm. And my nurses also struggle with the same problem. So should we be consuming more protein daily, especially during work shift, or should we be training harder when we're not trying to sleep?
So
Thank you.
Thank you. That's a phenomenal question. The idea is, number one, an age. So you're having an age, you're finding that you're at an age where it's a real struggle to maintain skeletal muscle mass. The way to manage that is, of course, having a good training program, and you have to make sure that you are eating enough dietary protein. The evidence suggests 1.2 to 1.6. In our clinic, we increase it to 1 gram per pound ideal body weight. And the other aspect, this is where distribution matters. This is where thinking about having 40 to 50 grams of dietary protein at that first meal, that second meal, and maybe a third meal would be beneficial because your overall protein consumption matters. Again, there's also hormones playing a role, seeing if you were a hormone candidate, testosterone, there's some peptides. Kirk Parsley will mention that potentially. The other aspect is sleep deprivation decreases muscle protein synthesis by 18%, just one night. However, and this is newer data, I don't think it's been published yet, this is out of Galveston, the operators will go through periods of 4 days with sleep deprivation. You know, they were talking about buds, and they don't seem to have the same effect. So in one aspect, a single night of sleep deprivation has significant effects. When you have multiple nights of sleep deprivation, you have to make sure that you're training and potentially adapting your training plan to that. Stand up. No, go ahead. It's fine.
Observation more than a question. We always seem to talk about the 30s, the 40s, and the 50-year-olds. I want to know about the 60s and the 70 and the 80-year-olds.
So I got something for you.
Yeah.
I got something for you. I constantly get asked, is it too late to start strength training? There was a 2014 study of 24 nonagenarians, so people in their 90s, ages 91 to 96, who did a structured 12-week strength training program, and they gained significant amounts of muscle mass, strength, and power in that time frame. So if you are alive, it is not too late to start. It is literally never too late to start.
When do
It's, yeah.
Sounds like you got some work to do. You know what I mean? I mean, truly, like you are here. You are the person who can spread that message. When I'm talking about the 60, 70, and 80-year-olds, I'm less believable in that area, right? Being the age that I am. And so that's what every single one of us in this room is here to do, is to take this message and do what we can to spread it in our families, our friends, our communities, our social media, and our practices.
Yeah, that's amazing. Well, I'm getting the signal, either that's the bird or you're telling me to wrap it up. So
Maybe both.
we have lunch now. Is that what's happening? Thank you guys so much for your time and attention. And lunch is out the doors somewhere.
Together for our fitness panel. Don, Molly, Gabrielle, thank you. One quick note before you head out there, you're not done yet. Hold on. So we have two things that you need to know before you head out into the main space. If you are a VIP ticket holder, you're going to go out and go to the right. If you are a gold ticket holder, you're going to go out and go left into the room. And then we do have a task for you. So I want everyone in this room to make a connection with one person you have not talked to yet during this lunch. So divide, conquer, connect, and we'll be back in an hour, okay? All right, everybody, we have about 6 minutes and we'll be starting the presentation again. If anyone is out in the lobby, please make your way back to your seats. We'll be starting in 6 minutes. All right, everybody, we need you to get back into your seats. We're going to be starting in 1 minute. Everybody, come on back in. All right, everybody. Are we back? We're almost back. Is everybody ready for a nap at this point? We may have a little siesta after this one, but we have actually quite a few more speakers to get through. If you can believe it, we are only halfway through the day. So we have a lot more to get to. A couple of things before we bring our next speaker up. The card that you received in your bags, this is actually a typo. So Dr. Lyon was giving this to you for $450 a year, not a month. So for those of you that were willing to pay $450 a month, you can come see me outside and I'll talk to you about our business because this is a lot. So this is actually a year. I just want to let you guys know that. And we're going to be talking a little bit about the special offer she has for you after the entire program is done. And I think you'll be pretty excited about it. So as we kick things back off for this second part of the day, we thought we might as well bring a powerhouse up to the stage to really help you hone in on behavior and really bring you that bulletproof mindset. So our next speaker is a former special agent with the U.S. Secret Service. She is also the co-host of Bravo TV's series, The Spy Games. And we want you to put your hands together right now and welcome the person who's going to make you bulletproof, Evie Pumforest. Come on up.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. So to be fair with the bulletproof, I did write a book. It's called Becoming Bulletproof, because we're always becoming something. But what's interesting with it, and some people don't know this, bulletproof vest is made out of fabric. Most people think it's made out of steel or metal. And it's actually called Kevlar. And when you take the layers of Kevlar and you put them one on top of the other, on top of the other, on top of the other, that fabric becomes so strong that you're able to wear it and it's able to stop a bullet. Now, as an agent, and what's unique about the U.S. Secret Service compared to the other agencies, all the other agencies, military included, you are trained to when shots are fired, you take cover, you make yourself small, you take cover, and then you engage. Our training was the complete opposite. Shots are fired. You don't make yourself small. You go against every natural instinct in your body, and you are to interfere and stop the threat from the person you are protecting. Not only are you to do that, and hopefully it makes impact with your vest to absorb the round, but you're also supposed to make yourself bigger just to make sure it doesn't miss you and hit the person behind you. Becoming bulletproof or being bulletproof, and what we're going to talk about is having a bulletproof mindset. Today is about you having layer upon layer upon layer upon layer to build your strength, to build your resiliency. But in the end, nobody is ever truly bulletproof because we are becoming. So even every time I put that vest on, I knew I was vulnerable. It was a reminder every day that although I was covered here because it's just designed to protect your vital organs, my head's exposed, my arms are exposed, my legs are exposed. And we have to be okay with being exposed. That is what makes us strong. Now, I'm not here to give you tips, I'm not here to give you tricks, and I'm not here to teach you any techniques. Let me ask you a question. Do you like it when people use tricks on you? Do you like it when people use techniques on you? Why would you do that? We're going to talk about something called ethos. Your ethos. Ethos is a Greek word. Ethos is a way of being. And what we're going to speak about is your way of being, who you are and how you move in the world, how you flow, how you adapt, and how you deal. Gnosti safston. I'm Greek. This is know thyself. This is what Socrates used to talk about. Socrates, an ancient Greek philosopher. In fact, on all the temples of the oracles in ancient Greek, this is what they carved. Gnosti safton. And I grew up in a Greek household, and it's like, know yourself. Know who you are. But knowing who you are means two things. Because you need to know yourself, but you need to know people. You need to know both. Focus on who you are, but you have to understand human beings. I will tell you, I don't care what you do, what line of work you are in, at the end of the day, you are dealing with people. You are in the business of people. You are talking to people. You are selling people. To Carmen, who said she was a mom, she is in the business of making people. This is what we want to focus on, all right? How you move and how you deal with people. Now, let me ask you a question. First fundamental principle when it comes to people. You need to be a strong listener. Now, when I say strong listener, what does that mean? Describe to me what a strong listener is. Holler it out. Presence, engagement, empathy. I heard somebody back there. Not thinking about what you're going to say next. Non-judgment. Ah, big hugs for you. Non-judgment. Right? What does it look like, too? If you're doing it, eye contact, engaged. Oh, what are you doing right now? She's nodding her head, right? Being a strong listener means I am connecting with you. So if we're talking about your way of being, you need to connect with people. I want you to start being a strong listener. If you want to know how to move in the world, you need to know what you're dealing with, not just yourself. And you won't know if you're not listening. On average, people hear about 49% of what you say. Did you know that? And that's if they're paying attention. So that means you absorb less information. Also, this is part of the reasons this happened is the brain. The brain processes information faster than somebody speaks. So that's why you start going somewhere else. Where am I going to go later? What am I going to eat? What am I going to do? Because of that. So when people are speaking to you, you want to make sure I'm here, I'm connected, but also good for you to know, for when you're talking, I lose people. It's natural, it's going to happen, so I have to do work to do what? I got to keep them engaged. Take people in. I was a former polygraph examiner and interrogator. I did all the heavy and hard interviews for the U.S. Secret Service, intelligence community, terrorists, and I would go out throughout the country and I would help local police departments solve the most difficult cases, okay? The first thing I learned in training was take people in. Open your eyes and listen. You gotta feel people. Everybody has a vibration. It's not just this, it's feel them, absorb them. You know that feeling, you meet someone, they don't say anything, they don't do anything, they just come in and you're like, right? You need to listen to that. Because before your brain has had a chance to process things, you're figuring out your subconscious is figuring out something for you, your intuition. But what do? We talk it off. You have to trust in yourself and trust in what you're seeing and feeling, all right? Absorb people, take them in. 80-20 rule, 2. First day of interrogation school. Shut the fuck up. We learn nothing when we talk. 80-20 rule. 80% of the time they speak, 20% of the time you speak. How am I going to know who somebody is? There's this epic myth that the person who speaks the most has the most power. It is false. Because if I'm doing all the talking and you're doing all the listening, then you have learned my value system, my belief system, my mannerisms, how I speak, how fast I speak, how I use my body, what motivates me, what I care about. And do you know what my listener has learned about, what I've learned about my listener? Nothing. I'm completely in the dark. I don't know anything. Power lies in the person who does this and listens. Especially when you start engaging people. Even in places like this, where you're like, I don't know where to begin. Let them begin. Tell me about yourself. Explain to me what you're doing here. Describe to me what line of work you're in. It's called TED, T-E-D. Tell me, explain, describe. Great ways to get somebody to talk to you. They're open-ended questions. And now you sit back and that person is telling you a story about who they are. And they're going to take you on this wonderful journey to show you what motivates them, what they care about, what they like, and then you can go more intelligently into the discussion because they just told you what they're thinking instead of you guessing. When I was an interrogator, I worked with this senior polygraph examiner. His name was Lee. Lee was probably one of the best examiners out there. And he had this saying, he called it verbal economics. And he said, our words are like money. Our words are our currency. And when we talk a lot, we're dropping dollar bills. Here's a dollar, here's a dollar, here, a couple of dollars for you all. He said, we speak and we don't know what we're saying. We're just babbling sometimes to talk and just to kind of say the things that we're thinking. He's like, you don't want to waste those words. You don't want your words to be dollars. If your words are like money, you want to be dropping hundreds. I'm not telling you not to speak. Speak when you have something of value to say. Speak when you want to add something. But when we're talking just to talk, not only do people start to tune us out, we know some of those folks, right? But we want, when I speak or when you speak, you want to say, whoa, she's going to say something, he's going to say something. People do what? Drop hundreds when you talk. Your words are your money, your currency, your greatest currency. Also, just a couple of things for etiquette. When you are communicating with people, put that phone away. Ben brought it up earlier on when he was up here. Put your phone away, put your phone away. I started a U.S. Secret Service agent under President Bill Clinton. I was under Bill Clinton, George Bush Jr., and then President Barack Obama. And then I protected the former presidents as well, Ford, George Bush Sr. I will tell you, in all my years of doing presidential protection, I have never seen a U.S. president hold his phone in his hand and speak to anybody. It did not matter if it was the barista at Starbucks, because Obama sometimes would be like, hey, let's go get coffee. And I'm like, oh, right? I'm thinking, I'm like, can I just bring it to you? Put that thing away. Because it sends the message, I'm here, but I'm sort of here because somebody might reach out to me and I'm so important, I have to have this thing with me. Put it away. In fact, one of the things we would do when we do interviews with people, and even now, today I work in journalism in the news, when I'm speaking with someone, I really want to connect with them and I want to show them that they matter. We don't tell people, hey, you're important to me. We show people, say, hey, you know what, I don't want to get disrupted. Let me take my phone. Let me put it away for you. And do you know what they do? They will do the same. We show people we value them. We don't tell them. A couple of rules of engagement that will help you in your communication with folks. Don't cut people off. Don't finish their sentences. First of all, when you cut people off, I get it, it's rude. But at the same time, you don't know what they're going to say, and then you interrupt their train of thought. And that completely derails them. Everybody wants to be heard. Most people's thing in the world is like, I want to be heard. So let people be heard, even if you don't agree with it. And we're going to talk about it in a moment. Don't finish their sentences, even if you know what they're going to say. Okay? It kills rapport. It kills it for you. Be mindful too of when and how you correct others. Sometimes I see this a lot in teams meetings, and you want to think about, it's called actually preserving people's dignity. If you need to correct somebody, it's always best to do it in private. I'm a college professor, I'm an adjunct professor, I teach criminal justice criminology. When I need to deal with a student, I always give a break and pull the student aside. It protects their dignity. People don't feel diminished. Now, if you really have to correct someone, you can do it, but I'm just saying, think of how and when you do that, because it does hurt our relationships. Because at the end of the day here, we're trying to do this. And Don, you brought this up. Where's Don? Don, you brought this up when you were doing I build trust with my clients, right? There you go. He's building trust. He's building trust. And actually, he's not doing tricks. And I'll talk to you a bit more about what he was doing. There's a word for you, what you do with your clients, Don. It's called adaptability, and we'll talk about it. You're building trust. This is where we're going. I want to be a strong listener. Why? Because I want to have rapport with people. Why? Because I want to build trust. You need trust with people. It's an absolute must. In business and relationships, you don't have trust, it sinks us, right? It takes us down. So here's the thing. Building trust makes a person feel connected to you. They feel you. That's trust. And you know what? When I trust you, I like you, I want to talk to you, I want to do business with you, I want to work with you, I want to date you, maybe even marry you, right? That is trust. You know what's amazing, though? What happens with trust? We all think it's this kind of thing out there. It's not. It's biology. When you feel trust, you trust someone, right? Your body increases oxytocin. Your oxytocin goes up. So what happens? I feel good. I'm speaking to you. My oxytocin goes up. When my oxytocin goes up, I feel good. I feel more trust with you. I give you more trust. Guess what happens? More oxytocin, and here the cycle goes. It is a legit physiological thing that happens to our bodies when people feel that they can trust us. Their oxytocin goes up. They love being around us. They love talking to us. They want to be with us. They want to do business with us. Another thing that happens is something called neural coupling. Neural coupling is when you're so in sync with another person, you start to take in the environment the same way. And you've had those moments where you meet someone or you're connecting with someone and you're in sync, you're in vibe, and you're kind of you're together and I agree with that. Yes, I'm totally vibing with you. That's called neural coupling. It's a legit thing. In fact, researchers they studied the brain activity of people who were experiencing neural coupling. And when they had individuals who had neural coupling, do you know what their brain waves were doing? They were mirroring each other. Human connection is key. People are key. So we've got our listening, we've got our trust, now we're moving to communication. The way we speak and connect with people. The single biggest problem in any communication is the illusion that it has taken place. It's those moments where you're thinking, didn't I just say, were we in the same meeting? I said this, he heard this, what just happened? That's this. Because we're thinking, I just communicated this, and they're looking at us like, what did he just say? The research shows us over the years, how do we communicate with people? Now, when we look at the studies, 55%, that orange part right there, 55% of what you communicate to people is through this, your body. Your body, the way you present, the way you speak, the gestures you make, how you enter a room. That's body language, right? 55%. 38% of what you communicate to people is called paralinguistics. Paralinguistics is this: my voice, my tone, my pitch, my rate of speech. It is what you feel through my voice. Do you see that little teeny tiny 7% in pink right there, that red color? That's the words that come out of your mouth. When you speak, that is all people get from you, 7%, the actual words. So when you're sitting there trying to memorize notes, make sure you say everything you need to say. That's all they're absorbing from you. It's that 7%. The majority of what you show the world is through this and through this. And yet we throw it away. We don't own it. But you're not going to throw it away anymore. So who brought up eye contact before when I said, how do you communicate? There we go. Eye contact. So I'm going to ask you guys this when it comes to eye contact. So let's start with body language for a moment, the body and how we use it. Eye contact. In terms of a normal conversation, average conversation between average people, what percentage of the time do you think people actually make eye contact? Give me some numbers. 20, 30, 40, 10? Whoa, 10%? We got to work on your communication stuff. That's all right. 10%? What else? 10. I got 10, 20, 30, 40. Anything else? 5%. Oh my goodness. All right, 5. 2%. 2%. So 66% of the time when you speak to people, they are actually engaged, eye contact. All right? That happens. People normally break eye contact. That's okay. When people are talking to you and this relationship matters, I want you to lock in eye contact. Also, if you're speaking to people and you really want to connect with them, just bring it up to the 80%. I don't want you to do creepy desk stare. Hi, I'm Evie. Good to meet you. It's a little much, right? But we want to be what? Engaged. We want to connect with people. So I've got a study for you here. Trix Rabbit. Trix Rabbit cereal brand. They were trying to figure out, right, the marketing company, where should the Trix Rabbit look? Should the rabbit look at the cereal, right? Or should the rabbit look at the consumer? They're trying to figure out eye contact here. What's going to sell more cereal? So I'm going to ask you, show of hands, who says cereal A is going to sell more? Trix is looking at the cereal. All right. Cereal B. Who says it's cereal B? Okay, my cereal A. Why did you pick cereal A? He's looking at what he wants. He doesn't look as creepy. Okay. All right. Cereal B. Why'd you pick the rabbit looking out? He's engaged. He's inviting. So they put these both out. Do you know which one sold the most? B. B. It's a cartoon character, but because the Trix Rabbit, it's looking at me, I can trust the Trix Rabbit. It's telling me it's okay. I should buy this cereal. This is what sold more. That's how powerful eye contact is. All right? Always remember that. Now, keep this in mind for you. You want to have strong eye contact and look at people when you talk, even when you listen. Eye contact conveys trust. It conveys strength too. It means I know what I'm talking about. We show people strength. We don't tell them I'm in charge, I'm this, I'm that. Side note, moment you do that, you lose all your stock. Okay? It also encourages people to speak. So when you have people that are a bit more quiet, it gets them to open up. You send the message, I see you, you matter. Now, with the body, a couple of things I want you to keep in mind as you're engaging people. Practice it today. Take up space when you enter a room. Take up space when you sit down. Shoulders back, chest open, chin parallel to the floor. Also, when you're speaking to people, you want to be frontally aligned. You talk to people, you talk to them like this, shoulder to shoulder. You don't talk like this. You don't talk like this. You don't lean back. I'm here. I see you. I am connecting with you. You show that openness, that welcoming posture. Also, hands out and open. People don't like to see concealed hands. We know from the studies that when people see hands out and open, for whatever it is, we resonate. So guys, when you're meeting people, my guys, no hands in the pocket, no one hand in the pocket. Both hands out, hello, I'm here, I'm welcoming. This is an open posture, right? This is how we're building relationships and connecting with people. Now, paralinguistics, I'm moving to the voice, tone, pitch, sound. You want to try for your deepest tone, your authentic deepest tone. I'm not telling you to manufacture one of these, but I'm also telling you we don't want to go really, really high. They did a study in 2012. They looked at political candidates to see who would win the election based off of this. Hands down, the candidates with the deepest, strongest tone voice were the ones who won, because we perceive people with deeper tones of voice as an authority. They know what they're doing. They know what they're talking about. Own your voice. Vibrate off your collarbone. There's simple exercises you can do. You can take your hand, put it on your collarbone. In fact, when I began doing the news, first thing I learned to do, warm up my voice before I went on air. And you can feel, because the voice actually vibrates off the bones in your body. And that's how you know. The stronger the vibration, the stronger the voice. Also, slow down your speech. I'm from New York City. I had to work really hard on this one because I want to speak super fast. But you have to slow down. One, it lets people keep up kind of with what you're saying if they're processing information they don't understand. Two, you're less likely to make a mistake. You're less likely to stutter or to use filler words like, you know. It's going to get rid of all that. And you know what? It lets you think before you open this. Slow down. When I was with President Barack Obama, he would get up there, and whenever he did like breaking news, something's happening in the world, and you know, it's like breaking news and your favorite show's being disrupted. The man got up on that mic, and he didn't care if he was disrupting Grey's Anatomy. He's like, I have something to say. I'm going to own my voice, and I'm going to say it to the American people. Own your voice. What you say matters. Let people hear it. Take your time. Don't rush through your words because you feel like, I don't want to take up too much of your time. Let me hurry up and finish this. No. You deserve to speak. Speak. Okay? Be a good listener. So, I want to share this one with you. It's one of my favorite videos. Hang on. Let's get him to play.
Y'all gonna like this cat. I like this cat a lot. Give it up for my man, Taylor Molly.
In case you hadn't realized, it has somehow become uncool to sound like you know what you're talking about. Or believe strongly in what you're, saying. Invisible question marks and parenthetical you knows and you know what I'm saying have been attaching themselves to the ends of our sentences, even when those sentences aren't, questions. Declarative sentences, so-called because they used to, declare things to be true, okay? As opposed to other things that are, totally, not. They've been infected by this tragically cool and totally hip interrogative tone. As if I'm saying, don't think I'm a nerd just because I've, noticed this, okay? I have nothing personally invested in my own opinions. I'm just, inviting you to join me on the bandwagon of my own uncertainty. What has happened to our conviction? Where are the limbs out on which we once walked? Have they been, chopped down with the rest of the rainforest? You know? Or do we have, nothing to say? Has society just become so filled with these conflicting feelings of that we've just gotten to the point where we're the most aggressively inarticulate generation to come along since, a long time ago? So I implore you, I entreat you, and I challenge you to speak with conviction, to say what you believe in a manner that bespeaks the determination with which you believe it. Because contrary to the wisdom of the bumper sticker, it is not enough these days to simply question authority. You gotta speak with it, too.
Everything he did with his voice, that was paralinguistics. The cadence, the movement, the up, the down, the change, that's paralinguistics. Okay? Now, we're gonna do something to take you even further. Something called your human brand. Now, to kind of help lead you into this, we all think of brands typically as companies or businesses, all right? So let's start there. I've got a brand up here. Anybody from Toyota? All right. Nothing bad, nothing bad. Well, I don't know, we'll see. Toyota. Now, when you see this brand, right? When you see this brand, what does this brand make you feel? What words come to you? I just showed you this brand, throw me some words. Reliable, safe, affordable, cheap, Japan. Okay? Okay. Simply you seeing this logo prompts you to what? Just feel something about the logo. All right. I'm going to play you a commercial from Toyota. And as you're watching this commercial, I want you to think to yourself, what is Toyota trying to make me feel? All right? Tag.
You're it.
Toyota, let's go places.
Okay, so we're going to do something now. We're going to rate Toyota. We're going to rate Toyota on two things, something called warmth and competence. Let me ask you a question. When I say competence, if I say to you, what does competence mean? What is competence to you? The ability to deliver on a promise. What else is competence? Reliability. Quality, producing an outcome. Trust. Somebody's paying attention. Okay, trust. All right. So if I were to say to you, I want you to rate Toyota, scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the lowest, 10 being the highest, what number would you give Toyota based on competence? 9. 10. 8. 9. Okay, pretty high, solid numbers there. All right. Now, warmth. If I say to you, let's talk about warmth, what do you think warmth is? What's warmth look like to you? What's warmth? Connecting with someone, customer, personal, comfort, safe, security, friendly, okay? Warmth, inviting, familiar. So on a scale of 1 to 10, we're rating Toyota on warmth. 1 low, 10 high, okay? On warmth, you give him a 2, okay? 10, 5, 10, 7. Okay, I like this because I like the 2 because we're going to talk about the 2. What's interesting, Toyota can market all day long a certain way, but at the end of the day, how somebody can take them in is based off what? Perspective and experience, right? How they perceive it. So it's good to know. All right. So we've got our Toyota, right? We're giving them pretty high numbers on competence. We're giving them pretty high numbers on warmth. And look, the commercial is what? Hey, come play with us. Look what, they're showing you competence. Look what our cars can do. We can stop, we can go fast, we can take these turns. So they're trying to show you competence. Then they're trying to show you warmth. They're saying, hey, come play with us, come drive with us. They're trying to do that because they're trying to make you feel a certain way about their brand. How about this guy? What did I hear? Unreliable? Unreliable. I'm guessing you drive one or drove one? Never again, never again. Okay? Based on experience and perspective. Unattainable. Excellence. Overpriced. Technology. Trust. Right? Innovation. Performance. Okay. German makes you feel all these things. I'm going to play this one. Same thing. How are they trying to make you feel about their brand?
We don't make sports cars. We don't make SUVs. We don't make hybrids. And we don't make luxury sedans. We only make one thing. The ultimate driving machine.
Obnoxious. So let's rate them. Competence, scale of 1 to 10, 1 being low, 10 being high. What number do you give BMW? 10, 5, 7, 10, 6. We're not going to ask you, sir, because we know you're going to give him a big fat 0, so we know that. All right. How about warmth? 2, 3, 1, 4, 0. Because what is that commercial telling you? We're not for everybody. Who called them obnoxious? Right there. Because they're telling you, we don't want everybody to come play with us. Right? Think of it this way. How a brand makes you feel. You're driving, and a Toyota Prius cuts you off. What do you think? What do you think? What words pop into your head about that driver? Typical, jerk, maybe. All right, he's gonna go hug a tree somewhere. I mean, right? Same exact scenario, but a BMW cuts you off. Asshole. She said it, I didn't. There we go. Simply because of an assessment you've made about that person's human brand based on the car that they drive. Okay? So we're going to get into human brand. So I'm going to tell you what I mean by human brand. There was a study done by Susan Fisk and Chris Malone, and they were trying to figure out what are the 2 most common qualities the most successful people in the world have. And they started doing their research, and they looked at all these different qualities. And there were 2 qualities that stood out, bar none. Warmth and competence. Now, let me say this. When I say warmth, what do I mean by warmth? Warmth means I'm open, I'm welcoming, I'm approachable. You can come talk to me because I got my open body posture. My hands are not in my pockets, right? I'm here, I'm connecting with you, and I'm looking at you. I'm non-judgmental. Where's my non-judgmental person who said that earlier on? Not judgmental. I'm not judging you when you're speaking. I'm not rolling my eyes. I'm not making faces. I am there and I am listening to you. One of the first things I had to master when I started doing criminal investigations, I couldn't show what I was thinking. So when people would tell me some of the worst things they've done to other human beings, to include children, I could not show it. The minute I did that, I just shut the whole thing down. Being warm is not about being overly friendly. It is not about being overly nice or overly polite. When we think those words and we behave that way, we bring in a different sense of self, and that is when we get rolled. That's when you're like, but I was so nice, I was so sweet, I was so kind. We're bringing the wrong sense of self. How about you just bring respect? Is that strong? That's strong. How about you be a professional? Is that good? That's good. That's the warmth you want. Warmth is important too, because it really affects our relationships. They did a study on doctors, for my doctors in here, and they looked at doctors who got sued. And what they found were that doctors who were warmer towards their patients, highly competent but warmer, they were sued less. And doctors who were colder, just more like, here's the facts, they were actually sued more. Okay? Now, competence, when I say competence, I mean you are skilled, you are reliable, you are capable, you are knowledgeable, and you are consistent. So it means when I say I'm going to be there at 9, I'm there at 8:55. When I say I'm going to call you, I call you. When I say I'm going to deliver, I deliver. Doesn't mean you have to know everything. It means I have knowledge in an area, but it also means, you know what, great question, let me find out for you. That is competence. That is where you want to live. So when it comes to your human brand, we know that this works and it works well. I wasn't anything special, but the reason I got confession after confession after confession when I did this is because I learned early on warmth and competence works. In fact, they did another study in Sweden, and they asked convicted felons, how did you feel about the person who interviewed you, the person who did your interview, your interrogation? One group said, I like the person who interviewed me. They were warm, they were respectful, they listened to me. The other group was, they were a jerk. I didn't like them. They were arrogant. They were this. Then they checked who gave confessions. The group that said that they liked their interviewer gave confessions. And then the group that said they didn't like that person gave nothing. So you want to be here. When we see, you see that yellow star? When we are seen as high competence and high warmth, right? People associate us with pride. They want to associate with us. They want to work with us. They want to follow us. They see us as a, Jason brought this up earlier, as a what? As a leader. As a leader. That's what makes you a leader. You want to bring these two qualities in. Remember, I'm not saying being nice. You're not there to be their friend. You should have a select few of friends. One of them is sitting back there. Her name is Dr. Lyon. I've got my core circle. Everyone's not your friend, but you can bring warmth. Okay? Now, let's just look at the other quadrants because it's important, because it's going to give you insight, one, based on how people treat you, where they put you, and then also for you when you meet people, like where they are. So let's say I've got somebody who's high competent. They're very competent. They're good at what they do, but their warmth is here, right? They're low warmth. They're cold, they're abrupt, whatever they've got going on. We typically see those folks with envy. Like, we appreciate them. We're like, this person delivers, but they're a bit of a jerk, right? Nobody will say anything maybe to their face, but they tend to attack and fight them. And sometimes we think people attack and fight us in the outwardly, and they can, but people can attack and fight us in a different way. They can gossip, they can sabotage our names, our reputation, they can do that. So when you are seen as low warmth and high competence, this is what happens. And there's another term associated with this. It's called schadenfreude. Okay? Schadenfreude's a German word. Hail to the Germans again. Schadenfreude's a German word, and it means when you find misery when somebody doesn't do well. This is those moments where you're like, had that coming to them. They deserve that, got what they deserved. Everybody is happy to see you go down. So you can be high competent and low warmth. The problem is, long term, it doesn't work. Short term, it'll work. You can make people do things, but they will harbor it and they will resent you for it. Long term relationship, it's going to come back on you. That's the issue with this. Now, let's say I'm high warmth. I got high warmth, but I'm low competence. When somebody is seen as high warmth but low competence, we feel sorry for them. We want to help them. We want to protect them. Maybe we see them and we think they're a victim. Jason brought that up earlier. I'm nobody's victim. Nobody feels sorry for me. It's because he didn't want to be in that quadrant. He's like, not my box, not for me. We tend to see people that we feel bad for, like the elderly. And if you take elderly, when we're talking at an age where somebody now cannot take care of themselves, they're really struggling, we may see them that way. We want to help them because we know that they lack competence. You don't want to be in this box. Other thing is, our quadrant here, let's say we've got low competence, low warmth. We're really hitting it out of the park here. All right? I don't have either one of these. When I am perceived as having low competence and low warmth, people see me with disgust. They exclude me, they demean me, they don't want anything to do with me. Okay? They did brain scans on people when they were in each of these quadrants. Can you tell I like brain scans? They did brain scans on people about how, when they were experiencing each one of these quadrants. They wanted to see what was going on in the brain. So, somebody who was in the pride box, when they associated somebody with pride, we saw brain activity. When they associated somebody with envy, high competence, low warmth, brain activity. When they were looking at people who had high pity, right? High warmth, low competence, brain activity. One box, no brain activity. Disgust. When we see people like this is how we do this. They use homeless as an example, and I'm in New York City. In New York City, it'll be freezing cold. You're going to work, and there's a human being laying on the sidewalk, freezing, dirty, filthy, and you're able to do what? Walk right by them. This is your human brand. So always remember, you want to strive for high warmth, high competence. And you're going to know, and you might be doing this right now based on how people have treated you or treat you, what box they put you in. And now you know, where do I need to work to get to where I want to be? So I'm going to bring one more thing in here, and we're going to do something called sense making to close it up. And I like to call it sense making because you're trying to make sense of people. All right? So this is based on more research because I too like research and information. When you're speaking to people, and this can go back to when you're dealing with individuals, you want to try to understand where they are. Often we've got our own agenda that we kind of want to what? Impose on somebody else. It's almost like we want to shove it down somebody's throat. That's not what we're doing here. You are adapting to people. So when you're dealing with people that are very inward focused, and I'm going to use you, Don, as an example, your clients, Don, are probably very identity, very inward focused, all right? And maybe some of the people you deal with. And we all visit identity land, by the way, from time to time. We're fluid things. We're not one thing, right? We move, we flow. Identity is someone who's inward focused. They will use repeatedly the pronoun I this, I that. Identity people tend to be in a very, very emotional space. I feel I'm going through something, like I'm in my, it's kind of like, not in a mean way, but it's about me, what's going on. It's a bit more egocentric, again, coming back to self, not in a bad way, but I'm so absorbed in my life and what is going on and what I'm going through that I'm not able to see outside of myself. All right, this is an identity person, very emotional. Side note, they are not looking for you to solve their problems. When you have somebody that's identity and they're coming to you and they're telling you something and you're trying to help them and it's just not going well or there's conflict, it's because you're not paying attention. This person's an identity. They are not looking for you to solve their problems. They're looking for you to do what? Now, the other one you want to look at is instrumental. Instrumental is somebody who is task-oriented. They are mission-focused. They're looking to solve the problem. They are trying to get to the point. They are very instrumental. Sometimes they may even come off as blunt or insensitive. I am highly instrumental. Just going through the U.S. Secret Service, through the training and just the agency itself, nobody wanted to hear about you or how you felt. It's like, get it done and fix it. Do what you need to do. It was a very instrumental place because if we didn't do that, people died, right? So things had to get done. But I have to have a lot of awareness of when I speak with people that I'm careful because I'm highly instrumental. I'm like, I hear the issue. I'm like, let me tell you what you need to do. So I'm going to play this video. As you're watching this video, I want you to tell me, there's two people in it. Where is she? Which one is she? And which one is him? Okay? Who's identity? Who is instrumental? Hold on.
It's just, there's all this pressure, you know? And sometimes it feels like it's right up on me. And I can just feel it, like literally feel it in my head. And it's relentless. And I don't know if it's going to stop. I mean, that's the thing that scares me the most, is that I don't know if it's ever going to stop.
Yeah. Well, you do have a nail in your head.
It is not about the nail.
Are you sure? Because, I mean, I'll bet if we got that out of there.
Stop trying to fix it.
No, I'm not trying to fix it. I'm just pointing out that maybe the nail is causing.
You always do this. You always try to fix things when what I really need is for you to just listen.
Yeah, see, I don't think that is what you need. I think what you need is to get the nail
See,
out.
you're not even listening now.
Okay, fine. I will listen. Fine.
It's just, sometimes it's like, there's this achy, I don't know what it is. And I'm not sleeping very well at all. And all my sweaters are snagged. I mean, all of them.
That sounds really hard.
Thanks. Thank you.
Ow!
Come on, if you would just
Don't.
Try to see things my way. Do I have
Where is she? She's identity. Where is he? So do you see though how it causes conflict when you don't adapt to people and meet them where they are? Stop trying to make people adapt to you. I want you to flow around them. This is what I've got. I'm going to adapt to them. And the moment that this conversation takes a different turn is when he says what? What does he say? That must be really hard. Do you know what that's called? Empathy. That's a great example of empathy. I've got one more video because for some of you might be like, well, you know, women are more identity, men are more instrumental. All right, I'm going to play one more. Just discretionary notice. We do it in the news. There's cursing in this video, so I don't want to upset anybody. But I think I already dropped one before. All right, watch this. Where's Darth Vader? And then where's the canteen boy? Okay? That's what I want you to tell me. Where's each one? Which one are each?
But there must have been a Death Star canteen, yeah? There must have been a cafeteria downstairs, in between battles, where Darth Vader could just chill and go down. I will have the penne alla arrabbiata. You'll need a tray. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? This is not a game of who the fuck are you. For I am Vader. Darth Vader. Lord Vader. I can kill you with a single thought. But you'll still need a tray. No, I will not need a tray. I do not need a tray to kill you. I can kill you without a tray, with the power of the Force, which is strong within me. Even though I could kill you with a tray if I so wished. For I would hack at your neck with the thin bit until the blood flowed across the canteen floor. No, the food is hot. You'll need a tray to put the food on. Oh, I see the food is hot. I'm sorry. I did not realize. Oh, tray for the... Yes. I thought you were challenging me to the fight to the death. Fight to the death? This is a canteen. I work here. Yes, but I am Vader. I am Lord Vader. Everyone challenges me to a fight to the death. Darth Vader. I'm Darth Vader. Sir Lord Vader. Sir Lord Darth Vader. Lord Vader of Cheam. Sir Lord Baron von Vaderham. The Death Star. I run the Death Star. What's the Death Star? This is the Death Star. You're in the Death Star. I run this star. This is a star. This is a fucking star. I run it. I'm your boss. You're Mr. Stevens. No, who is Mr. Stevens? He's head of catering. I'm not head of catering. I am Vader. I can kill catering with a thought. What? I can kill you all. I can kill me with a thought. Just fuck. I'll get a tray. Fuck it. This one's wet. And this one's wet. And this one's wet. This one is wet, this one is wet. Did you dry these in a rainforest? Why? With the power of the Death Star, do we not have a tray that is fucking dry? I do not... No. I was here first. You have to form a queue if you want food. Can I have penne alla arrabbiata? That'd be very nice. No. Do you know who I am? That's Jeff Vader, that is. I am not Jeff Vader, I'm Darth Vader. What, Jeff Vader runs the Death Star? No, I run the Death Star. You Jeff Vader? No, I'm Darth Vader. But you're his brother. Can you get his autograph? I can't get it. No, I'm Jeff. All right, I'm Jeff Vader. I'm Jeff Vader. Can I have your autograph? No, fuck off. Or I'll kill you with a tray. Give me penne alla arrabbiata or you shall die. And you, and everyone in this canteen. Death by tray it shall be.
Whose identity? Darth Vader. It's all about Darth Vader. Who is instrumental? Canteen boy. Canteen boy is just, I'm there to serve. And this is where you see that miss. So I want you to remember, as you're doing this and you're moving through the world and however you're choosing to show up and whatever you do, you want to be a strong listener. You want to build genuine connections with people so that you can have trust. And with that trust, you're going to use that to build your human brand. Because you want to master warmth and competence, and you want to bring those together in what you do. And as you're doing that, you're going to look at people and you're going to pay attention to what they show you. If you're quiet and you give people space, they will reveal themselves to you. But you have to let them do that. And then you can choose who's friend, who's foe, who do I need to stay with, who do I need to Who do I want to be aligned with? And then who do I maybe am not in aligned with anymore? All right. Thank you all. Appreciate you all.
Now, beautiful. Great job. Thank you. All right, keep it going. We're going to roll right into our next panel. So this is going to be a panel about hormone health. So we're going to welcome Dr. Rob, Dr. Mary Claire, and Dr. Gabrielle back up on the stage. Put your hands together. It's a sprint. Do, 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 do.
Oh, I get to see myself right up front.
Right in the middle, Dr. Rob.
Right in the middle of storm.
So hormone health and questions, this is what we have been getting a lot of. And I have two very special people up here. We have Mary Claire Haver, a menopause expert, truly, truly changing the way things are done. I'm so excited to have you here, just such an honor.
Thank you.
And we have Dr. Rob, who has been a friend and mentor. And if you guys don't know him, he is like a legend in the hormone space. Also a pilot, and very happy to have you here.
Thank you. Great to be here. Honored to be here.
Let's talk about hormones. And in particular, we'll start with women, because we're getting a lot of menopausal women. When you think about hormones and in terms of safety, let's start with safety. Do you guys feel that it's safe?
100%, 99%. You know, the vast majority of women can, well, I'm talking about hormone replacement. We're born with hormones, and they go away for those of us with ovaries. Somewhere around the average age of 51, we go into ovarian failure. And the replacement of that is actually, for the vast majority of patients, really, really safe. And not only just safe, but can extend the quality of her life and her longevity and health overall.
This is going to be a question for both of you. Do you feel that when women correct their hormones or go on hormone replacement, it actually corrects or impacts body composition?
That would be true.
Yeah.
True or false?
Yeah, I mean, there's studies, yeah, so.
And when you are thinking about if it's time, tell me, where do you start?
I start with the individual. And the reality is that everyone in this room is an endocrinologist. And you have the power.
Except Jason.
To control your hormones through the levers that you can pull every single day. And Kristen alluded to earlier today, the number one thing that you have control of, and that's sleep. So getting your sleep dialed in helps you control your hormones. Getting your exercise dialed in helps you control your hormones. Your restorative practices, prayer, meditation, Tai Chi, yoga, whatever your thing is, then diagnostics, doing meaningful diagnostics, testing that actually can help you move the needle. Nutrition, which can vary, and then supplementation and exogenous hormones come into play, and now genomics. So that is under the control of everybody in this room. And you just have to pull those levers to get control of that system.
What are your thoughts regarding some of the hormones? Because I will say, men can maintain their testosterone levels. Women, there is going to come a point in time where we don't have any more.
Right, well, sex hormones, right? So your estrogen, your progesterone, and probably half-ish of your testosterone levels. Absolutely, when I counsel my patients, same. I have a holistic approach where we talk about nutrition, exercise, sleep optimization, stress reduction, supplementation of gaps. And then we have a conversation around pharmacology, which usually includes hormone therapy for her. Now, your question back to body composition, we have studies that show that mostly the studies are done, was she on HRT or not, and what were the outcomes? You're looking at similar groups of patients, and we know that you're much more likely to drive fat to the viscera if you're not on HRT versus you are. We know that your cardiovascular disease risk increases, your risk of death from cardiovascular disease, osteoporosis, vaginal dryness, brain fog, dementia, Alzheimer's, on and on and on.
Sounds fun. Okay. What about men? There's a lot of, so the biggest things that I hear when it comes to men is men will say, once I start testosterone replacement, what happens when I go off of it?
They normally don't want to come off of it, in my experience of coming up on 29 years of prescribing testosterone now. But the big factor that most people don't understand, it's the metabolites of testosterone that are working the magic. It's the DHT and estradiol. And so you can't mix two different worlds. There's the bodybuilding world, and then there's the hormone optimization world, or what we do. And they really don't mix well, because the bodybuilding community likes to use chemotherapeutic agents that destroy one of the very beneficial metabolites of testosterone therapy, and that's estradiol. And estradiol is as important to men as it is to women. That's the metabolite that's doing the work. That's what's helping mobilize that visceral fat. The DHT is what's getting rid of that subcutaneous fat. And when you start playing with the metabolites, in particular estradiol, and I've looked very closely at this, you're destroying the cardiovascular system, the neurovascular system, bone and mineral metabolism. And one of the more dramatic lipoproteins, the heart attack cholesterol, lipoprotein little a, lowers in the presence of estradiol. When you suffer a traumatic brain injury, like some of the individuals have here, the oligodendrocytes in your brain start making more estradiol in an attempt to repair that tissue. So I would argue that the most important hormone for both men and women is actually estradiol.
And in the female side of the conversation, we're talking a lot about how important testosterone is. And I think they're both important. They've just been under-recognized in our genders. So, but you're absolutely right.
I love that. And when we do think about testosterone replacement in women, I think we should talk about that, because I'm sure everybody here thinks about estrogen, progesterone for women, but what about testosterone replacement for women? Because both of you do that.
Right. I'm newer to the game for women. I came to it from the sexual dysfunction side of the world. We have great studies done in postmenopausal women showing that it increases desire very successfully in most postmenopausal women, not everyone. And as long as she doesn't have pain and other causes of sexual dysfunction. However, you know, when you dive into the literature and it's not being recognized by the societies yet, there seems to be tremendous amount of information on sarcopenia, bone density, decreasing risk of breast cancer, probably from, you know, autoregulation of receptors and brain health. You know, they're just like estradiol. There are testosterone receptors throughout our body, and when the testosterone goes away, we downregulate those receptors and we stop getting the benefits of that hormone.
One of the things about testosterone is the numbers. Everyone chases numbers. And for women, I think it's really important to point out that, now this is my opinion, I feel that the numbers for women are entirely too low from a clinical standpoint. And I don't know if you guys have a certain number that you like to see women at, but let's say their total testosterone, you know, depending on what lab, maybe goes up to 34, or their free testosterone may go up to 7. Mm-hmm. Those numbers, I think, are just entirely too low from a sexual function, from a muscle mass perspective. I'm curious as to what your guys' thoughts are related to that.
Well, I treat patients to symptom resolution, and numbers are nothing more than a guidepost. So I don't really pay attention to those too much as I do to, how do you feel? Do you feel good? Are things working well? Do you want to have sex with your spouse? Those kind of things. And if we actually just go and look at the laboratory data, and we interviewed 18 different laboratory directors, do you know how those laboratory parameters were determined? They were arbitrary.
they admitted openly that they had to give some kind of number, and those numbers that were assigned were arbitrary. So no scientific basis to it at all.
I treat two symptoms. You know, usually what leads them to me is desire issues. And so I treat to desire. Now they're coming in and saying anecdotally that they're thinking better. And it's the rare patient that I'm on testosterone only. I'm usually giving them a cocktail of multiple hormones. I mean, I'm treating externally, internally, systemically, and
Skin.
so skin.
I just learned that in the back room.
I replace my hormones 4 ways. So sometimes it's hard to tease out, was this the testosterone benefit? Was it? We know that estradiol replacement usually does not help with desire. It'll help if their vaginal health is suffering, it will help there. But as far as pure desire, that's the one thing that I can use to gauge is how I feel like she's doing. Now, if she's all of a sudden having some untoward side effects, the hair growth, voice changing, we're seeing some changes in her lipids, I'll get a level and kind of see where we're at. And maybe she's just not excreting it as quickly, whatever. But usually I'm treating to symptom control.
I think that that's really important to point out because you guys might go to your physician and see that the numbers are, quote, in normal range, but you're not necessarily feeling any better. And then the other aspect is that guys, I'm not pointing a finger, Shane, people will all say, well, what's my testosterone at? Am I at 900? Am I at 750? Where am I at? And those numbers don't necessarily matter. It's probably, because something I learned from you very early on was this CAG repeat. And we won't go into necessarily detail, but it's not just the numbers in the blood. There are receptor challenges. There's all different kinds of challenges. We do have to get to a point where we can treat to the patient. What do you think is the most misunderstood aspect of hormone replacement?
I would say it's not understanding the causes of all modern chronic disease. And when we get down to it, we're talking about inflammation, insulin resistance, decreased autophagy, mitochondrial dysfunction, dysregulation of hydroxylation, methylation, transsulfuration, cell membrane instability. So then at the hormone level, not being able to transport, translocate, transcribe the hormone because of that destruction at the level of the cell, which is where most of my work in the last 10 years is really focused in this third decade now of doing hormones. And it's really led down to some interesting pathways. We don't have a commercially available, financially reasonable test to do CAG sequencing at this time, though it does exist at Baylor. It's a pretty expensive test. The longer the CAG sequence, the more hormone you're going to need. The shorter the CAG sequence, the less you're going to need. What's happening at exon 1 on the androgen receptor? Is it responding to zinc? Is it not? So there's all these other factors. And what I'm seeing in, I'll say, our industry, because a lot's changed just in the last 12 months, is a complete lack of understanding of how hormones really work. And I'm seeing more and more patients that are seeking out my assistance because they're being treated very inappropriately.
And I mean, in my world, before we can get to optimization, which is really a privilege for the few, the people who can afford to come and see us in our clinics, we have to normalize this for women. We have to recognize that menopause is ovarian failure and that we have a complete degradation of our hormonal stasis. We have to recognize that every woman deserves an informed conversation. If I could just run around and slap an estradiol patch on everyone, I would do it. It's better than nothing, right?
If you guys,
they will get better.
On your
now, are they optimized? Probably not. But I'm just trying to bring the general population up to recognize this is something we have to address if we're going to live as long and as healthy as possible.
I love that. I'd love to open up the floor to questions while you have these hormone experts on the panel. So I see we've got some questions up here. Some over here, over here. Raise your hand high.
Hi there. I'm so excited you guys are here because this is a topic that's near and dear to my heart. From a menopausal perspective, what would be the number one place you would start to target? And I'm talking, we're vain. Most of us are looking for body composition first and foremost, ahead of how we feel in longevity. But if you could just address, what would your go-to be, where you would start?
Okay, so that is the pain point for a lot of the patients who come to my clinic, especially because my conversation around menopause began around weight gain and body composition change with the Galveston diet and then kind of just exploded on social media. And so I always start with nutrition, you know, and that's probably not a huge problem for most people in this room, but for the general population, as you know, that's a huge place to start. Talk about movement. Are they lifting? Are they moving? Are they, you know, if they're on the couch, I try to get them walking. If they're walking, I try to get them to pick up weights. You have to meet them where they are. I do a ton of blood work. I don't do a ton of hormone labs if I know they're postmenopausal because I know they're gonna be low. If they're perimenopausal, I'm trying to fill in the blocks. But, you know, always nutrition first, stress, sleep. Then we start talking pharmacology. I am a very big fan of starting hormone therapy in perimenopause. You don't have to wait for a year for your periods to go away. You don't, you know, so I'm kind of hitting, I call it the menopausal toolkit, every aspect of it at once, and it all works together.
I would say that I'm very similar to Mary Claire. I will also think about how long. So if someone is suffering with body composition issues, I think the treatment has to match the severity of what they're suffering with. If they have been suffering for a long time or trying to lose the same 10 pounds over the last 10 years, I will be very quick to move to pharmacology while doing the underbelly, right? Because if someone is coming to me, I know and I'm hoping that their nutrition is good and that they're training. These are individuals that really need an extra boost. And I know there's a lot of controversy about these GLP-1 and some of these medications. I think that they're incredibly beneficial. And in our clinic, we see them maintain body composition, maintain skeletal muscle mass as long as the other pieces are done well. How about you?
Agreed. I start with nutrition first because most women they're focused on weight, and so they've been chronically underfed for numerous years. They've crashed their metabolism. They're exercising more, so running more, not weightlifting, maybe drinking on the weekends, which is just a recipe for a metabolic storm and for the whole system to collapse. So oftentimes, and then add in birth control pills if they happen to be on those. And so now your testosterone's completely wiped out and nothing's functioning. And you end up with this weight loss resistance that just doesn't want to go away. And so it all comes back into building trust so that I can refeed you so we can get your metabolism moving again.
All right, let's go to the other side of the room.
So I know there's a lot of, or I guess there's like a low carb movement that, especially like in the people that I've been surrounding myself with, there's a lot of people who are doing low carb, and there's a lot of people who are doing like, you know, fasted training versus fed training. And, you know, recently getting my blood work done, saying, okay, yeah, my testosterone was a little bit lower, and having people say, oh, what's your diet looking like? You should be including more carbs, like eat breakfast, stop doing intermittent fasting, things like that. So I'm curious in the role that diet plays. Is it better to like maybe cycle higher carb at times, lower carb at times? Just curious how that would affect things.
So I'm a fan of all the nutritional tools, whether it's carnivore, ketogenic, Mediterranean, carb cycling, intermittent fasting, because they're different dietary nutrition plans that you want to have in your armamentarium on your belt to be able to utilize depending on what the goal is. So somebody who's underfed, I got to feed them up for a period of time first. And it all depends what kind of client we're talking about. If it's a man and we're looking at specific parameters to recover, I may start in a particular nutrition plan. And it may be what I see in their genomic testing. They could have certain elements that show up in that genomic testing that lead me to say, hey, a carnivore diet or a ketogenic diet is going to be the better way to go for you. Or what other medical problems do I have in the background? Am I dealing with a lot of inflammation or precancerous issues where I want to get their glucose ketone index down to about 2 to 3? So all of those plans can be utilized by anybody at any time to accomplish whatever the goal is. And for the fitness experts and the coaches out there, you need to be good at utilizing all of them.
Yeah, I agree with that. And what you're talking about is this idea that your testosterone may be low, I mean, there's probably other things, not you in particular, but issues with sleep, et cetera. But what I will say is when individuals are chronically under-eating, and maybe potentially you're on a nutrition plan where your satiety is so high, or you've gotten really used to fasting, I do see changes in hormones. For men, when they're fat, the intake of fat drops too low, definitely see changes in testosterone. For women, when their overall calories are too low, and even if they're, I cautiously say carbohydrates are too low, I do see changes in thyroid function.
Agree. I mean, yeah. Yes.
Side of the room, I know there was someone further up with a striped shirt. You had your hand up earlier.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. I just came through menopause and it was brutal. And I'm thinking about like the things you're saying, but the hormones, the diet, the sleep, but I couldn't sleep and I couldn't eat and
Right.
it was just such a mess. So it's like, how do you, like, I wish we could put her with you guys and you guys talk about the sleep and the eating and with the menopause. Cause it was, anyway, like, and then I hear estradiol is like cancer causing. And so there's just
So
a lot
it's
of
not.
confusion.
Let me clear that up. It is not, okay? So estradiol, you had in your body your whole life. If you were ever pregnant, the highest it ever was in a pregnancy, and it's one of the rarest cancers to find as a pregnant woman. It happens, but it's, very, very rare. The pathophysiology of, something exogenously causing a breast cancer. Estrogen will feed a breast cancer. It's a breast cell, right? It has estrogen receptors. And in order for that cell to stay healthy, cancer or not, it needs estradiol. So we use that receptor against it to try to kill the cancer cells, right? And so the thought process, the WHI study that really wrecked women's health for a generation, has been walked back. There's some good data that came out of it, okay? But as far as estrogen causes breast cancer is not true, okay? So let's get that out of our heads. You most likely can safely take estradiol. Actually, it is more safe for you to take it than not. If you have a uterus to protect you from endometrial hyperplasia, yes, you would need to take a progestin, either a progestogen or progesterone, which is my preferred method, or an IUD at the same time. So the progesterone molecule is very, very large, and it is very difficult to cross through the skin, and there doesn't seem to be enough penetration and high enough blood levels to protect the endometrium. So I usually do an oral micronized progesterone for most patients.
Yeah, and I would say that we all do that. That's the standard of care. I think that a lot of time we will hear individuals using topical progesterone, and that's not something that we ever recommend. And I think that collectively we can say that.
I would agree. So oral progesterone and then even oral estradiol, but women are more complex than men, in case you don't know that. And when it comes to hormones, they're even more complex. Mm-hmm. So hormones have to be done on an individualized basis for both men and women. This cookie cutter thing that I'm seeing happening with a lot of clinics around the country is just inappropriate. And so what I would do for you versus another woman would be completely different. Now, there may be a base that I might start with, but you really need to be treated as an individual because those problems are your problems. And so the approach we may take based on your history and what you're suffering with could be completely different than what I do with somebody else. But estradiol does not cause cancer, neither does oral micronized progesterone, nor does testosterone. And every woman, in my opinion, in this audience should be on testosterone if their levels are low, because testosterone is apoptotic to breast cancer cells. You want to protect yourself from breast cancer, testosterone.
You're welcome. We put it in the water.
Final question. This will be the final question on this side.
Thank you. So my question, I actually work as a PA in the emergency room, so thank you guys for being here and letting me ask my question. What are the benefits of a fasting insulin test in the context of overall hormone optimization? And what do you recommend we tell a practitioner that might suggest or tell us that we don't actually need to get that test done?
Go back to school.
That's my favorite. If I had to pick one test to clue me into someone's overall health out of all the inflammatory markers, it would be a fasted insulin. Without a doubt. I can learn more about somebody as soon as I see that number. If I can't get that for whatever reason, I love to get a series of pre-prandial and 2-hour post-prandial blood sugars and ketones if I can get them, and see what that looks like over 10 meals. Because now I know how metabolically flexible or inflexible they are. But a fasted insulin for me is one of the key. I look at 33 different hormones and metabolites in my initial assessment, and that's one of the first ones I look at because I immediately know what's happening with somebody.
So one clue to like how to approach a practitioner with this kind of stuff, because you don't have access to us, right, is bring in the research article. So have them look up the HOMA IR score. Great, incredible research data around it. One, review article on that, and just boom, please do this test for me. And most of the time, they'll do it for you.
Yeah, you can calculate it on your own. Take your glucose times your fasted insulin divided by 405. If it's greater than 1, you got insulin resistance.
And the other thing that if you guys have a provider that is not willing to do some of these tests, that's why we love Inside Tracker or some of these direct-to-consumer blood work. It is not expensive, and you can get a basic panel.
Yeah. You can get life extension, so about $500, and it's the elite male or female hormone panel. Practitioner Depot, they have Dr. Rob's hormone labs on there.
No plug here.
No plug. I don't get paid for it. And then Private MD Labs as well has really extensive elite hormone panels. That includes that.
Are we allowed? Oh, see that? Is that the bird, or does that wrap it up?
I can't. The light's right in my face. I can't.
Okay. Well, thank you guys so much for talking about hormones with everybody. Let's give a round of applause to this crew.
So nice to meet you. Yeah.
Keep it going, keep it going. Come on. Fabulous job. Good job, good job. All right, so we are going to take a break after our next speaker so we can preface that so you guys know how to time yourselves right now. So who in here wants to make more money? Anybody? Okay. So I think you're going to enjoy this next presentation immensely. You're going to get a lot of knowledge very quickly. I actually got to preview this presentation, and you're going to absolutely love all this. So our next speaker who's coming up is the founder and CEO of Contrarian Thinking, which is a digital media company, education business, and investment firm with over 4 million subscribers. So I think she knows what she's talking about when it comes to finance, investing, and empowerment. Cody Sanchez is a force to be reckoned with. And you know what? We're going to bring her up here right now because if you've not seen her on social media, you need to follow her for this advice. Put your hands together. Cody Sanchez.
Hey, Bill. Hey, everybody. What's going on? All right. So I am not going to talk about health at all because I got a doctor for that. I am going to talk about something else. First, I'm going to talk about what I call America 2.0, and this is a vision that I think Dr. Lyon shares with me. How many people right now sitting in this room think, everything's fine here? All right. I didn't think so either, and so we started our media company, Contrarian Thinking, because of that idea. We said everything does, in fact, not seem fine here. And I don't think anyone in Washington and I don't think anyone on high is coming to save us. In fact, I think it is up to the people in this room. Dr. Lyon said something interesting to me outside. She said, I am the doctor of the people that change the world. And so that means that you all are the world changers and that nobody else is coming to save anybody in this room. You guys are the cavalry. And I want to show you exactly what I mean by that. So today we're going to talk about making money. But before we talk about making money, we're going to talk about why I give a fuck that you guys get rich. Which, to be fair, I don't really. I don't really care about anybody else growing their bank accounts individually. But what do I care about? I think bank accounts and money equal one thing: freedom. And unless you have it, it's really hard to care about much else. How hard is it to eat healthy, to go to the gym, to do all the things if you're barely subsisting? It's not very easy, is it? And I think that's in fact by design. So we need more builders now today than ever. And I want to tell you a story. This is Mr. Yokohama. Mr. Yokohama ran a profitable business in Japan for decades. This business was so profitable it set his family up for generations. And yet, what is happening to Mr. Yokohama today? His business is shutting down and he is selling it for $0. $0. A business that makes money every single month, year after year, generation after generation. And Mr. Yokohama is not alone. In Japan, there is a massive downturn that is heading towards them from this wild idea that the next generation actually doesn't want to take the helm of the businesses that are profitable and have built up the communities around them. Why? Want to be on fucking TikTok or something, right? Nobody wants to be a plumber, everybody wants to be a YouTuber. And maybe that's why the military is having a hard time recruiting, and maybe that's why we need more world changers. Because I'm scared about us becoming Japan, which is why I'm here. I stand against this idea that the very, very big should continue to get bigger, and we should thank them as we pay them. I don't like that idea very much. And yet, what's fascinating is all around us, we're seeing communities shutter businesses. During COVID, 60% of businesses that closed their doors during COVID listed on Yelp, they never opened them again. Just pause on that for a second. 60% of all businesses happening all around us. So we need more owners in this country, and my idea is that you guys are one of them. I'm going to tell you how to get rich after this, and I say that tongue-in-cheek. I'm going to tell you how to grow your businesses, whatever that may mean to you. But let me show you why. It is because pervasively we do not own anything. In our country today, 3 companies control 98% of the food market. In our country today, more single-family homes in 2022 were bought by institutions than they were humans. Just imagine your neighborhood, and then next door to you is not Susie and Bob, but McDonald's. And the next house is KKR. Would you stand for that? And yet it is happening all around you. And in fact, it's even happening in our food supply, which probably doesn't surprise anybody in the health industry, right? Which is why we're sicker and fatter than we've ever been. Because the few own, and they worship at the altar of profit. And then there's something also terrifying happening. The big companies are continuing to get bigger and bigger, while the little guys close. And why do they close? Because people like Mr. Yokohama don't have anyone to pass the torch down, which is a big problem. So I have one mission that I'm trying to teach people about all over the country, and it's why I won't shut up on stages and Instagram and everywhere else. I am trying to teach people this game of ownership, because I think ownership is the only way to push back on a power vacuum. And so I hope that that's what we get more of today. The counterweight to bureaucracy and politics is actually not protesting. I sat on the 30th floor of Goldman Sachs in 2008 while the world was quote unquote collapsing and the 1% Occupy Wall Street movement was protesting all below. What happened to those guys? They got some media time. Now, I'm not a fan of socialists, sorry, but they didn't actually make any real change. Nothing happened with a protest. Why? Because a protest has no profit associated with it. In fact, who can fucking protest? People who don't have jobs. And so the only real protest is you, the humans who have profit, pushing that profit to things that matter. And they told us forever, buy local. That's how you make a difference. No, it's not. You make a difference by owning local. And that is the message that we have across this country. So, Lions, got your health covered. I got your wealth covered, hopefully. And we're going to talk about that today. There are only really 5 ways to get rich, actually. I was speaking at a Credit Suisse ultra high net worth conference, and I saw them present thousands of individual case studies of how their individual clients made their money. Some of the wealthiest people in the world. And essentially there are 5 categories, and the 5 categories go like this. First, you inherit it. Unfortunately, I don't know about you guys, but mom didn't hand me the silver spoon. So that wasn't an option, right? The second way is you marry into it. I got a couple problems with this. First problem is I married a Navy SEAL. Anybody know how much money they make, Shane? Shout out to you, Mary and Dr. Lyon. Good move. That didn't work out for me either. Married for love, weird concept. So you could also get a Fortune 500 position, right? But then you got to work with this fucking guy, which I never really liked that idea very much. So a lot of them made their money that way. Now you could start or run an asset management business. And I've done a few of that, but look, you guys see your faces on here? There's way too many tattoos in this room. I saw that. No ties, no Harvard degrees. When I was at Goldman Sachs, the only way you could become an asset manager there in their wealth division was if you could bring clients who each individually gave you $25 million. How many people at 21 years old had friends who were going to give you 25 mil? I didn't, so okay. Now I did do this a few times, but it's really fucking hard, so it's not easy to do. Now, the last way is build a company. And this way, I think, is the most fun and the way that we actually do this. Build it or buy it. We'll get to buy later. Now, I've done this a lot. We have a portfolio that has 25 companies in it. We have a venture capital fund that has 17 companies in it. We've built asset management firms to $1 billion plus. The fascinating part about that and seeing that many companies is the rules rhyme. The truths rhyme. And so my hope is I pull back the curtain a little bit and we think about how to take your companies and your businesses and yourself as a human today and we put it on the acceleration path. Because the truth of it is, the only thing nobody can take from you is what is under contract. And the rich speak in contracts. And most of us, we learned fucking budgeting under Susie Orman and Dave Ramsey. Like, what the fuck? Can anybody save your way to billionaire? Haven't met him yet. So we have to actually earn to learn. We have to learn to earn, not learn to save. We were completely taught the opposite of what leads to real wealth. And so I started thinking about it with all my portfolio companies, and I was like, okay, how do we get from our first zero? Now I know you guys are past zero, but play this game with me. How do we get past zero to our first 7, 8, and 9 figures? And what we realized is there's an actual blueprint. And it's not easy, and not everybody can do it, and unfortunately, not everybody will do it. Most humans will sit in rooms like this, even on a Sunday, so give yourself a pat on the back for even being here today. And then you'll take your notes, and then Netflix will get you. And what I hope instead, because I think this is a room of world changers, is you take 1 or 2 pieces from maybe this presentation, definitely from what's happening from a wealth perspective, and you plug it into your business day to day, and you plug it into your life. Because if you don't, nobody else comes to save us. All right, so here's the path. In our businesses, we have businesses that do all levels. So $0 to 1 million, which is what I call startup, to scale up, businesses that do 10 million in annual revenue, to grow up, $100 million in revenue. And this is a process we've seen in all of our portfolio companies. It goes like this. I only have time to go through 1 stage today, so I'm gonna go from 0 to 7, but each stage necessitates these 3 Ps. And if you don't have them, it's real hard to get to the next level. And in fact, if you're a 9-figure business or an 8-figure business and you don't have the 0, the startup part, you find yourself getting pulled back. You find a lot of volatility in your business. So even if you're further, you gotta come back to the foundation. All right, we're gonna hit 7 of these right now. So here's what I want you to think about. When we get a business, I don't know, my husband is in here who runs our portfolio, we probably get 2,000 or 3,000 businesses a year that come to us and say, hey, will you invest in us? Will you buy us? We're looking to sell. And one of the first things we look at for these businesses is, do they write love letters starting with, to whom it may concern? Most businesses don't know who they sell to. They actually open your email inbox and you'll see this. You get an email from, I don't know, Abercrombie & Fitch, from Theory, from whatever company, and nothing in there is guided towards you. If you want a business that continues to make you money consistently, you have to know what's called your persona. It's the fastest way to get somebody to like you is for them to feel like you like them. How many times you guys want to hang out with somebody who doesn't like you, not toxic boyfriends included? All right, the truth of it is we don't. We need to make them feel like we love them. And so most companies don't actually know your name. So if you have a company today, here's one thing I would start with. We call it avatar or persona. And I have looked at tens of thousands of companies, and I've probably seen on one hand, no, that's not true. I've probably seen in 20 companies, people who start with a persona. And those companies last for decades. I learned this from a good friend of mine, Ayman Al-Abdullah from AppSumo. Now here's what my avatar looks like for Contrarian Thinking, our media company. I name them first, which is really important, Working John and Working Jane. I paint them, which means I come up with some imagery of them, never easier today than with AI avatars. And then I describe them. Where do they read? What do they watch? Where do they hang? What do they do? Gabrielle Lyon says that her clients are world changers. Well, what does that look like? What is their name? Where do they hang? And the second that you have that, you can write a love letter to them. And the best way to write a love letter to somebody is to steal it from somebody else. And so what I like to do is I like to go to the best media companies that they follow. And in this instance, it's companies like my friend Sam and Sean's My First Million, maybe Tim Ferriss, How I Built This. And I say, how do these people who have made people fall in love with them speak to my love? And then I steal their homework. And so you might want to start with that step one. Now, if you want to sell millions, you also have to remember you are not actually this. Most companies, they think that they are the hero, right? That would be like Gabrielle Lyon coming up here and being like, you're welcome, I'm here. It's not really her style. She'd be like, I'm welcome, I'm here. Here's a little shorter. Now, instead, what does she do? She shines a light on all of you. Because Gabrielle knows she's not Luke Skywalker. For you fellow nerds, this is Gabrielle. Sorry. She's Yoda. She is your guide. You are your client's guide. And the second that you stop thinking that you're the hero and you start realizing that you are just the guide because everybody thinks that they are in their own version of Joseph Campbell's hero story. Every single human, we're sitting here in this room and we're operating from a first-person perspective of us as the star of the show. You will never suffer from not enough cash flow when you make somebody else a hero. And that's rule number one to making money in your business. The second that I get a company to realize this is the second that they don't have to market as much. And then there are a bunch of terms we could use, but I'm going to go light on those today. And those terms meaning that they get a higher ROI on their ad spend, that they actually have to spend less money to have a higher LTV, that their basket size increases, that they have decreased churn. But it all starts from hero, not all of the other three-letter acronyms that most people talk to you about. All right, so we've got our persona. We know who we're writing a love letter to. Now let's talk about the product and the problem. The problem is really important to name. Which one would you guys rather sell? Vitamins or painkillers? Vitamins, interesting. Wrong. So I used to think, now in this room, you guys are healthy, fine. I used to think that you wanted to sell vitamins. Why? I'm like, reoccurring revenue, they're good for you. Gummy bears, Kardashians. But actually, you want to sell painkillers. A painkiller means that it is an acute need. It is a need, not a should. If you think about your business, think about what's coming this year and where we already are. We're at interest rates at all-time highs in a lot of instances. We're at incredibly high asset prices everywhere. We've got a really tumultuous presidential election. We've got people pulling back on household spending. We have been in a 12, 13-year plus bull market run in which people actually got convinced to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on digital apes. That's where we've been the last 12 years. If you think the next 12 years will replicate the last 12 years, you're out of your fucking mind, and I hope you're right. But I don't think you are. And so in this world, you have to start asking yourself questions like, is what I sell a need? Do people need this? Or do we think that they want the cute little painkiller vitamin? Now this one's gonna be applicable, I think, because a bunch of people in here are doctors, coaches, or run agencies, right? Raise your hand if you're any one of those. Doctors, coaches, run agencies. Okay, perfect. This is really important. Let me tell you why I would never buy 95% of your businesses. How's that for warmth? Was that good? Nailed it. Okay. I'm going to show you why right now, and I'm going to show you the difference between a great business that's in your niche and a not so great business that associates for all of this. This is from a good friend of mine, Jack Butcher. And his saying is, build once, sell twice. Mine is, build once, sell continuously. Most of the times, what do? You're a doctor, you see a patient, the patient comes in for 1 hour, and you trade your time for their money, right? Plus add-ons, I know I'm simplifying it, right? That's an okay business, but it's not a great business because you, my friend, only have 24 hours in a day and you can't certainly serve somebody all in that time. So what would be better? It would be better if we turned your service into a product, or what's called a productized service. This is something that's repeatable, scalable, and valuable to customers. Now, I'm going to show you, I'm going to show you an example of a good versus a bad agency. Let me show you a good agency. Oh, no, let me show you a bad agency. I hope this is nobody's company. I pulled this off the internet, so I don't know. So a bad agency is this. Look at this product offering list. They do everything, because that seems like a good idea. There's no proprietary processes, because all these words have no naming and framing on them. They have to do not an RDP, but an RFP, which is a request for proposal for every single piece of work done. They quote jobs, they customize everything, and they have variable pricing. There's not one set fee. Now let me tell you what's terrible about this. You get paid after you deliver the service. It's called negative float in a company. It's basically the worst thing you can do. Doctors, you feel this, right? You gotta go chase down insurance payments. How much fun is that colonoscopy? Not a great time, literally, figuratively. And so what we wanna do instead is turn a bad agency to a good agency. We bought this company. And the reason we bought part of this company is because look at what they do. Built-in reoccurring revenue, monthly fees. If you do not have that on your business, you're crazy, and I think you have to focus on that immediately. Less friction for customers because click, click, buy. Set process, no customization here, no RFPs. Clear example of a good client fit versus a bad client fit. If right now you have a business in which you are customizing just about anything, you're playing what I call a level 2 business game. It's okay, you just have a lot of upside. This business, highly sellable. Previous business, totally unsellable. And the reason why is because we have no idea day after day, year after year, what else could be coming in. This should be a top priority if you don't already have this in your business. Another thing that Jack talks about is how to earn with your time, not your mind. And it's called asymmetric upside. So we only have 24 hours in a day, which means we can never have asymmetric anything. We can only have linear. Like if I work more hours, I will make more money. We cannot have 52 hours in a day if we want it. But we have a product that we decouple from our time, we have asymmetric upside. Now I'm gonna get slightly tactical with you here because I think you can handle it. You guys have plenty of people to inspire you. I'm not your dancing bear. So what I wanna do instead is leave you with something that you can go and make some money on afterwards. Get inspired by the greats, the Ed Milet's, the whoever who's gonna come up here and tell you their story, but then go make some fucking money afterwards, okay? I think you guys seem like you're already inspired enough. There are 6 types of recurring revenue. I'm gonna hit on 5 of them today because I think they're relevant for your business. How many people in here do not have at least 3 types of recurring revenue in your business today? I love the honesty, by the way. So very few people have recurring revenue. Recurring revenue is the way to retirement as an owner. There is nothing more beautiful for when you sell and more fun for when you don't want to work than recurring revenue. So let's dig into this a little bit, slightly tactical. All right, the first type of recurring revenue, you guys know this. This is long-term contracts. Think your AT&T phone provider. This is a contract that you have for usually a year or multiple years. And because of that, that contract is worth a lot more, right? And these are sort of the levels to the game. Retail, AT&T, B2B contract worth more, which means like, I bet some of the doctors in here, if any of you guys have contracts with governmental agencies, those are worth more when you sell. If you have a contract on here that's with another business, like maybe you have a contract with a chiropractor's office, if you're a doctor's office, that's a level 2 contract. This is the most valuable type of recurring revenue you can have as long-term contracts, governmental preferred. The second type is auto renewals. So this, think about it like your magazine subscriptions, like your Wall Street Journal, right? You buy it once, and they sell it to you continuously in the form of a reoccurring revenue. Then you have pay-as-you-go. These are subscriptions, worth a little bit less, but I've seen people create subscriptions for just about everything. Teeth whitening, vet visits, dog, beauty, etc. Loyalty programs. What's fascinating, actually, is if you look at the airline's balance sheet, I'm sure that's what you guys do in your spare time, me too. But if you go and look at the airline's balance sheet, what you'll find is that the most valuable component of the airlines is what? The loyalty programs and sometimes the fuel contracts. And the reason why is because anytime you can decrease uncertainty in your business, you increase the value of your business. Decrease uncertainty, increase value, which is what you're doing with reoccurring revenue contracts. And then simple consumables, and you know, if I'm around afterwards, we could talk about this, but simple consumables are brilliant because if anybody's familiar with, for instance, Keurig. Keurig is worth, somebody shouted out, I think it's like $9 or $10 billion. The company's huge. It's billions, I can't remember the number. And the reason that Keurig is worth billions is not because of the machines, it's because of what? The cups. It's because every single day you fill up your dirty little plastic Keurig cup in there and you heat that bad boy up and then you throw it out. And the premium that they get on your continuous spend is high. So this is one of the hacks to business. A beautiful part about reoccurring revenue is it creates what's called a virtuous cycle in business. Build once, sell continuously. Build once, sell continuously. Build once, sell continuously, which is what we're going for in our business. Now, we own a bunch of car washes. And so I think car washes are a great, simple business for explaining this. Car washes basically, if you want to take a screenshot of this, or a picture of it, this shows how we determine what to charge for a description over here on the right-hand side. So on the left-hand side, it shows different cleaning options. But car washes, how Mr. Clean became worth $3 billion when they went public at IPO, is because of their subscription reoccurring revenue model entirely. It's because we humans like to think, I'm getting a deal. And because of that, I'm going to give you my credit card month after month after month. Okay, we're gonna get to the last P here, which is promotion. So you've got your human that you're writing love letters to. You've got a beautiful productized service, which means that you have an asymmetric upside. You're not linear earning. Then finally, how do you get more people to buy your shit, right? That's what we need. Well, there's a couple things that are true that I don't think most people do. First is, are you actually selling your clients enough things? The easiest way to make your next dollar is getting your current clients to buy more stuff from you. And I remember somebody put at the bottom of this tweet, it was a guy that wanted me to invest in his company too. And because of this, I said no. At the bottom of this tweet, he said, I don't know why, but my gut tells me this is wrong. And I thought, wow, let me tell you why you're wrong. $0 cash on cash, confirmation bias, meaning that they've already bought from you. You have recency bias, they've bought from you recently, which means they don't want to prove themselves wrong, so they're going to buy from you again. You have a higher trust level because they've already said yes to you. You have a client history and data, which means you know what to sell them. So you can upsell, cross-sell, affiliate sell, add subscriptions, monthly to annual plan. This is the way. And also, I'm not investing in your business. Because if you don't get this, you don't get the game. The game is, when you write a love letter to somebody, do you hope that you know what they want to hear in the letter? Of course. Is it easier if you don't have to write 4,000 love letters to 4,000 new people? Of course. And so your step from 0 to 1 million in your business should probably start by making this weird assumption that you might never get another client. What if the clients you have right now today are the only clients you're ever going to have? The only clients. I bet Gabrielle Lyon's business would be okay because she could sell all of us more stuff. She has a nice avatar. It's always easier to sell rich people stuff because they pay more. And so her business would be fine. But would yours? And the second thing that is so critical to growing businesses that nobody thinks about is most people have what I call a job, not a business. And we've seen thousands of these. There's a hard truth that hopefully you guys are already past in this room, which is if you're the only salespeople, you don't have a job, you have a business. If you have one salesperson, you don't have a sales team, you have a liability. And so you actually have to have at least 2 humans out there selling. And a human could also be a machine, but you need to have multiple avenues for selling. Because in business overall, we have a rule at my company, which is 1 is none. And probably we stole that to the military, because I think that is a duplicative process, saves lives and businesses too. Now let's assume that you have this group of clients, you can never sell anybody else again. They have to be the ones to sell you to other people. How many people in here have a process for referrals? Not very many. This is the easiest way to grow your business. At first, kind of feels like this. Maybe this would be easy. It's actually a little bit more difficult of a process, but let's break something down. I call this the 12% rule. So if you guys don't know this, but the biggest reason why somebody will buy is because somebody else says nice things about you. In fact, what's fascinating is, oh, I hate it when people do that too. Isn't that awful? People say nice stuff about me on the internet. It happens really seldom. There's a lot of haters out there. But the most important thing you can do is build what's called a wall of success, a wall so big of the wins that you help your people that they clear out all the ankle biters commentary. And most small businesses don't have that because it's scary and egotistical feeling. Who am I to like put up here all these nice things that people, doesn't that feel kind of weird? It feels kind of tough, right? It feels like maybe that doesn't feel like you're serving the client. But then you look at the numbers. Only 12% of customers will ever leave you a review in your business. And 93% of people read a review before they buy. So if you have no reviews, how much sales are you actually missing out on? You have your salespeople, you have your persona, you have your productized service, but you don't have anywhere for people to check you out. Oh, and oh, by the way, how many times do you guys leave a nice review versus when you're pissed? I know the answer, and you guys are probably nicer than most. It takes anywhere from 10 to 20 positive reviews to cancel 1 negative review. Think about that. So if you are not out there actively getting people to say nice things about you, your business is drowning in a sea of Karens. And nobody needs that. I'm sorry if anybody's, we were talking about that outside. I'm like, I gotta come up with a new name because if that was my name, tough. Okay. Now, we have a whole YouTube video on how to do this. If you guys want to watch it, it's free. Go check it out. It's on how to get reviews for your business. The number one way to increase your revenue in your business and to decrease the pain in your business is to have a process for having other people to say nice things about you. All right, so we've kind of got you here. We've got your persona, we've got your product, and we've got your way to promote your business. These are the 3 steps you need to get from 0 to $1 million in revenue in your business. Now let me ask a question really quickly. How many people in here have a business that's more than $1 million in revenue that doesn't have one of these stages? If you don't mind being brave. Yeah, a few. How many people in here have a business over $1 million in revenue, annual revenue? All of you guys have a persona, an avatar that's named and painted over $1 million bucks? If you're over $1 million? Everyone? You do? Everyone has a process for reviews and a client testimonial wall and a process for productized service? No. Okay. But how cool is that? So there were like 4 of them clustered, so I just picked on them. So 4 people in the room have a business that does over $1 million in revenue. They have 2 of the 3 things we talked about, right? What do you think, I'm just curious, you don't have to answer the way that I want to, just answer the way you want to. How much more revenue do you think you could do? You said you don't have the productized service, right? Well, but they don't, okay, yes. What's the, I don't know if this is the right word, but what's like the recidivism rate for repeat customers? It's probably pretty high, maybe not in use, but. Okay, so you naturally have some return customers, but you already do have a business where I assume you can't cure people in a day. So 30-day, 60-day, and some sort of reoccurring revenue on that. Okay, so that might be where you add it. I really appreciate you throwing this out. So the next thing that happens when we have businesses, and you were really open to this, so this isn't you. The next thing that we have when we talk to a business, you know how there's that saying, like, we've always done it that way, so we're gonna keep doing it that way? We all have that because we have the scars from fucking up, right? Like you have the scars from doing it wrong. You know your business better than any person that's outside of it telling you all this stuff. And so if there's one little tweak to verbiage I want everybody to take here in this room, it's this. How could this work for me? Not why won't this work for me? The second that you change that how to why is the second you unlock millions. So spend some time thinking about those 3 Ps, which ones you don't have, and then how could this work for me, not why wouldn't it? And let me tell you why. The biggest private equity companies in the world buy based on these 3 Ps. When you put money on the line, aka I'm going to invest $1 million in your business, and I'm gonna do it because I think your business will continue to succeed. Do you think I have an emotional relation to your business, or do I have a quantitative relation to my dollar, and will it come back to me with friends? The second. So we want to learn from other people's homework, because if we don't, what happens? The big PE guys keep getting bigger, and we end up renting from them instead of owning ourselves. So, okay, that was incredible. Thank you for letting me do that. So here's where I kind of want to end. And I kind of saved this, and I don't know if we can actually do this. Is this clock right up here, 12 minutes? Okay, perfect. So I thought we could do a few little case studies. Sometimes the best way to learn is called the Socratic method, right? That's what they used to teach at the universities before they stopped teaching. And so what I thought we could do is you all with businesses out here could think for a second about, I have X business, and I have X question, and how could we apply it? And I can give you some answers, and maybe this collective brain power, which is much bigger than me individually, is all of you guys, can chime in too. And we can have some interactivity because we're later on in the day, and maybe we haven't had enough of that, okay? Sound good? And I only have like 10 minutes left, so we can play for the last 10 minutes. That sound fun? Do we like that? All right. All right, so when I was at Goldman Sachs, I used to have this boss. His name was Bruce Heyman. And Bruce was a really serious guy. And Bruce was not a very political guy. He just worked hard day after day on us nonstop. And Bruce made a lot of money. And then one day, Bruce left the firm, I went and did something else, and I checked in on Bruce later. And Bruce became the ambassador to Canada. And I thought, weird, how does that happen? And then I looked up online and realized that in the US, ambassadorships have a cost. Did you guys know that? You could buy an ambassadorship? For about 1.7 million, Brucey boy bought himself an ambassadorship to Canada under the Obama administration. And Canada is a prime location because not a lot of conflict going on up there with all those nice, hey, how are you guys? And so I now have adopted Bruce as like one of my images in life. And the reason why is one, how ridiculous that you can buy an ambassadorship. That seems a little sideways. But second, I wish you guys so much money, you too could look like this fucking guy. This is Bruce. He is just having a time as an ambassador. And I go back to this image again and again because what did I say in the beginning? I want you guys to get really, really rich. But the reason why is because otherwise, these fucking guys run the world. And he doesn't look like a picture of health. And so my hope is that we get you guys in the game, that people in the room like all of you grow and become so wealthy, money loses really all definition. Because I hope that humans with a foundation like this, they actually make a real difference. All right, the last thing I'm gonna say before we go to Q&A is there are a couple truths only these guys know. So for this time, we've talked about building businesses because I wanna tap into the fact that you guys already have them. But what do you think these guys know that nobody else does? Anybody know who these guys are? I wanna shout it out? Slim. Carlos Slim, richest man in Mexico, my fellow Latina sub. Yeah, it's the only way you'd know that. What, we got any Indians here? Dots, not feathers. There we go. Yep. Okay, then you might know this other guy on here. Yeah, there you go. Richest guy in India. What else? We got the Koch brothers, and we got the richest man in the world, Bernard Arnault, CEO of LVMH. So this group of humans, these are the richest men in the world. And what do they know that most people don't? They know something that Brucey knows too, and it's this. It's that it's easier to buy profits than it is to build them. In the US, in 2022, 5.8 million businesses were started. In 2000, less than 1 million businesses were started in that year. We've had 9% population growth, and we've had 500% increase in number of businesses started. It's never been easier to start a business. It's never been harder to have a profitable business that scales. It's just supply and demand, good old economics 101. And so what I want to push you to do even further is if you own a business today and you're not thinking about buying a business, I think you're crazy because you buy profits and realities, not startup dreams. And we've certainly seen that play out. This is the difference, I think. Linear earn versus asymmetric buy. My goal for everything that I do, we have this vision that we want to have 100,000 small business owners who got there through acquisition in the US. Because I want to have all of your faces on a slide like this to replace these. Thank you. And the problem is, these guys started off just like us. And then they got consolidated and bought and went public, and they lost it. They lost the it. And so I'll leave with a quote from one of my favorite books of all time, which is, and I don't like it for the political ramifications that people have associated with it one way or the other. I don't believe really in either party. But what I will say is that there are humans who hold up the world, and there are humans who want to burn it down. And you all get to be the builders, not the burners, if there's enough of us. But at a certain point, we're teaching a generation of people to take, and we're teaching a generation of people to burn, and we need to teach the next generation of people to build and buy. And so what I hope from this room is, if you implement anything today, here's my ask for you back. Pay it forward. Take the next young business person who looks a little bit like you and teach them the secret. Because the truth of the matter is, there are not enough of us. There are not enough of you. And so your payment is to actually pay it forward. All right, now I want to get for these last couple minutes here into questions. If you like the slides, you can get them here. It's free. I think it's just you click on it and downloads or something. Tanner figured it out. Now, what I want to open it up for these next couple questions, you could probably just shout it out because it's a small room. We can go anywhere with the questions, and we can also go for your particular business. So is that okay if I commandeer this for 5 minutes? Yeah? Okay. I don't want to get in trouble because that's a team guy wife in the background. And if you guys think Navy SEALs are dangerous, you haven't met their wives. It's very dangerous. Okay, who's got a question and wants to start? Yeah. Hi. Pleasure.
When you buy a company, do you consider intangible value? Because I recently tried to measure that, and I want to see how you can quantify that.
Yeah. So, well, there's a funny way. There's actually like a tax-specific way to answer this question, which is when you buy a business, you can either have assets or you can have what's called goodwill. Goodwill would be intangible value, things like IP, intellectual property. And so when you're buying a business, as the buyer, you want everything possible to be in the asset category. It's just Uncle Sam doesn't like goodwill. He's going to tax you a lot for it. And so when I buy a business, I have a couple different rules. I buy based on profits and realities today, not hopes and dreams tomorrow. I let the big boys do the fucking huge projection spreadsheet with all the things about what magic they might be able to do to the business. And I buy businesses for anywhere from 2 to 5x their current profits today. And so that's the game I like to play. As you get more sophisticated, you can make more sophisticated models, but where I see people lose money, because the money's always lost in the implementation, is you pay for somebody else's dream. No, I'm only paying for your reality and what you've created. It's a good question. Any other questions, case studies, things? Yeah. Oops, sorry, my bad.
So just on the theme of buying businesses, so you've evaluated that it's got the key Ps. What are your top nuggets for de-risking the purchase?
There's a lot to this question. In anything you do, there's risk. There's actually a fascinating study that shows that right now in the US, the youth has the lowest risk propensity we've ever seen in this nation. We're 2/3 less willing to take on risk in this country, which maybe is a reason why these businesses are going without owners. And so I don't think all risk is bad. I'm really categorized on two things, business risk and financial risk. And so a lot of the ways that I de-risk businesses is in deal structuring. Have you guys, let's play an example. Somebody willing to tell me how much their business does in revenue right now? Somebody want to shout it out? 23 million. Yours does 23 million? Fuck yeah, let's give her a round of applause. Okay. We'll see if this works with a big business. But let's say, so your business is $23 million in revenue, and I say, I would like to buy your business for $1 billion. What would you say? She'd say yes, right? Wrong. Okay, the reason why that's wrong is because there's something called price and terms. Everybody focuses on the price. What we want to control is the terms. So if I wanted to buy her business for no risk, I would say, I'll buy your business for $1 billion. And you say, great, and you sign, and you don't look at the little terms and conditions. I would say, I'll buy it for $1 billion, paid $1 a day at a time. And you would go, fuck, this is a bad deal, Cody. Gabrielle said she was nice. She's not nice. And so the way that I de-risk is my deal terms. And how you could do that, for instance, is things called milestones, earn out, tranche-based investing. Basically means I will pay you once you validate the things that you told me to be true. When you go and buy a business, realize you are always operating at an information disadvantage. Always. Just like if you go into the doctor and the doctor tries to diagnose you because you say you don't eat anything bad, you work out every day, you have no idea why you're obese, it's just happening to you. The doctor is at an information disadvantage. You always know more. And it is the same with buying business. So the way I decrease risk is terms and humility. Okay, I think we have time for like one or two more questions. Over here, you think?
What's the best place to find people that are selling businesses if you want to buy it within a specific niche, e.g. complementary companies?
What's your niche?
We're in fitness equipment.
Fitness equipment.
Yeah.
So maybe you'd want to buy something in the fitness realm, potentially, in the health realm, potentially. You could potentially want to buy something in advertising, maybe, because you could offset your costs. You could potentially want to buy something in sales because maybe you need a better sales force, right? So this is what I call my core satellite investing strategy. So your core business, all the things you spend money on, all of your competitors are your potential satellites. So let's play another game. How many people in here, wait, let's do this. Everybody close your eyes. Trust tree, trust fall time. Everybody close your eyes for a second. Okay. How many people in here would sell their business, and keep your hands up, would sell your business at the right price and the right terms? Raise your hand, keep it up there. Keep it up there. Keep it up high. High. Okay, now open your eyes, keep your hands up. Okay, where do you find businesses to buy? All around you, everywhere. Everywhere you go, every owner you talk to is a potential person to sell to. How many people here are in fitness, sales, advertising, or health? Raise your hand. I don't know, looks pretty good to me. So one of the biggest misconceptions on buying businesses is that you have to go to it's like real estate. You're like, I go to the site, I plug in the thing. The beautiful part about buying businesses, it's the Wild West. We haven't nailed down the process where it's become normalized. And so your best targets are probably people you already know, probably vendors you already have. And if not, I own a company called bizscout.io. You could go there and search for businesses to buy too. All right, thank you guys so much. I appreciate every single one of you. Oh, thank you. Oh, gracias.
All right, give it up again for Cody. Thank you so much. Do you guys know you just witnessed 110 slides in that 45 minutes? That was a record, I think, for any event. Right now, we are going to give you a quick break. You have 10 minutes, and then, trust me, for the last part of today, you want to be back in your seats on time.
Was it just making noises? Or?
scared you. I so scared you. All right, everybody. We have 3 minutes. This is your 3-minute call to get back in the room and back in your seats. We will begin in 3 minutes. I'm like, I know, everybody, I get up here, I'm just gonna stand here and stare at people. I'll just, yeah, stare at you, watching you. I will stare at all of you out there until you come back in. We're gonna give them a second to come back in because we have a lot of people outside still. All of the rushing. You can't hear me? You can hear me out there? You can hear me out there and you're still not coming in here. I'm gonna shut the doors. And we are going to have some things at the very end of this section of the program. So we will have Dr. Gabrielle back up here again after our next speaker. So we will have a little bit of time for that at the end. And then we do have a couple of special things with the community. If you have not scanned the community code yet, just to check that out, please do. But there is a very special gift for everybody at the end of this part of the program that you're going to want to hear about. So once we get a few more people in the room, we're going to close the doors. Once these doors are closed, we're starting. Can we close the other door? I'm locking them out. We should lock the doors. That'd be really fucked up, wouldn't it? That'd be awesome. Sorry, you're late. No, I want you guys to come back again, so I wouldn't do that. All right, so how are we feeling? Are we good? Everybody still good? You're with me? You're ready? You're ready for the end of the day? You guys have made it this far. It is 4 o'clock. You have been in here since 9 o'clock this morning, and we are still grinding it out with more people coming to the stage. So the next man that we're going to bring up right now is someone that I'm very honored to see take this stage, who took time out to really pour into you guys today. And he's not only proof of the American dream, but he truly believes in the American dream. So we'll pump up the music a little bit. He is the founder of Fit Body Boot Camp and the author of Man Up, How to Cut the Bullshit and Dominate in Business and in Life. And he is here today to do the same for you. So let's crank it, because this man deserves really loud music as he walks up to the stage. Everybody get on your feet and welcome Bedros Keuilian.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, good afternoon. You guys have been here since 9 a.m. And if the math is right, thank you. If the math is right, you guys started yesterday? All right. I will not be boring, I promise. So first off, shout out to Gabrielle. She's a great human. And I know firsthand what it's like putting on an event like this. For the last 13 years, I've been putting on events at about 1,500 people per event, 3-day events. It's like, imagine putting on a massive wedding every year for 3 days at a time, 2 days at a time. It is ridiculously hard, but it comes from a place of passion. So can we give a round of applause to Gabrielle and her team? And I can tell you from firsthand experience, if Shane wasn't a great husband, this would definitely not be possible. The spouse is always the one in the back kind of dealing with the stress, the overwhelm, the what ifs. And then, of course, without a team, none of this could happen. So shout out to her team as well. I just want to recognize the people who don't get recognized. Yeah. And so with that said, my name is Bedros, and I'm an immigrant to this country. We escaped communism. My father was a member of the Communist Party in the Soviet Union. We're Armenian. And in 1980, when I was 6 years old, we escaped the Soviet Union. Came to the United States, poor, broke, didn't speak the language, didn't understand the culture. And my dad had convinced me, because I didn't want to leave my friends, that America is a lot better place. And then all of a sudden, you're in Section 8 housing, being told by the neighborhood gangbangers, go back to your own fucking country, you don't belong here, and realizing that this is not the place my dad sold me on, right? However, years later, it became the place. And for my dad to risk his life and bring a family of 5 to the United States is massive. And so I'm a huge patriot. I love this country. And my dad always makes sure, he's 88 years old now, he says, you make sure you tell everyone when you're on stage, on TV, or in your book, he goes, you tell them that we entered the country legally, and we did. Yeah. So I'm not gonna let my dad down. Yeah. And he says it with his Armenian accent, which is very different, like this. Yeah. But anyway, so I share that with you because you think like life will give you traumas and hardships and adversities. It will. What you may not know, because imagine living in Section 8 housing, you're probably not surrounded with the best of people, right? You're living off food stamps, and if anyone's old enough, you might remember the broke kids had the lunch cards in the elementary school. And when you have the lunch card, you go into a different line because they want to designate the line of the immigrants and the foreigners and the broke. And so that everyone can really point at them and make fun. Like, why couldn't I stand in the normal fucking lunch line? I have no idea with my free lunch card money. But so they had a designated line for all the immigrants and the broke people. And, you get laughed at, right? But then, on top of that, the neighborhood gangbangers beat you up and take your shit. And your dad being a communist, he gives you the 5 brothers for losing your bike. The 5 brothers is a backhand, right? And it's funny because one day, I told one of my friends, I knocked on his door, I'm like, hey, can you come out and play? Like, let's play G.I. Joes. By this point, I was like 8, 9, 10 years old. And he goes, no, man, I'm on restriction. I was like, I don't know what restriction is, right? I go, what is restriction? He goes, I got in trouble. I can't come out and play. I can't watch TV. And not for 2 more weeks. I was like, oh, your mom or dad can't just hit you a few times and then that's it, you're fine? He's like, no, man, that's abuse, right? Like, I'd never heard of the word abuse. Like, I still believe my dad smacking me around and then I can go out and play and fucking watch TV and do everything else. I think that's a better deal than being on restriction, like you guys get, right? I was never put on restriction. I just got smacked around. But with all that said, so you figure, okay, that's a lot of trauma this motherfucker went through. But wait, there's more, right? And I can joke about it now. It's nothing to joke about. But, look, the human condition. And Cody, who was up here, talked about Joseph Campbell, who, so eloquently drew out the hero's journey. And if you have any interest in reading anything from Joseph Campbell, the book that I would recommend is The Power of Myth. Amazing, powerful book. But Joseph Campbell says that all of life is chaos and adversity with brief moments of bliss and contentment. And I believe that to be true. Our job is to find the bliss and being content in the adversity, in the chaos. And so when I was 4 years old, between the ages of 4, by the way, I never wear a gaudy ring like this, in case you were like, this motherfucker's like blinged out. She gave me this beautiful ring, and I'm like, I'm gonna wear it. Like, it's so amazing. It's like I guess like a native Mexican warrior, right? Yeah, it's beautiful. So, anyways, the shininess got my attention. Between the ages of 4 and 6 in Armenia, I was molested by 2 older boys. There, I said it. And what my dad didn't realize, my mom didn't realize, is when we escaped the Soviet Union and came to the United States, they freed me from constant molestation by 2 older boys. So I grew up not trusting men. I grew up feeling shame, guilt, rage, feeling broken, unlovable, like I could just be discarded. And then you get here, and then you're bullied and picked on and beat up and told to go back to your own fucking country. And so a lot of shit happens, and then you end up putting on this false identity that I'm just a person that's supposed to be broken, right? There's a little clip of me and Nick Barr that went viral. He had me on his podcast, and he said, what is the thing that people need to stop doing? need to change about themselves. And I said, they need to change the story that they keep telling themselves. That because I was molested, because I was beat up, because I'm an immigrant, because I'm blue collar, because I have fat genetics, because whatever the story is that you've been told or it's been put on you. So you tell yourself a story and you say it so many times to others that you begin to develop a belief. Your story leads to your belief systems. Your belief systems mold your identity. And then you walk around with this false identity of I'm a loser, I'm supposed to be broke, I'm unlovable, I'm not supposed to be rich, I'm not supposed to be a man or woman of impact. And then when that is your identity, guess what happens next? You start finding evidence in the world to prove that. So it goes story, beliefs, identity, evidence. So what do? You take the pen back and you understand that in your book of life, there's all these pages left. And you can start rewriting what the story is and develop new belief systems, which then mold a new identity. And then you start finding evidence for that. And all of a sudden, the new evidence that I'm finding, based on the new identity I have, is I'm a fucking badass. I'm on stages where I'm speaking to 200 to 20,000 people at a time. I've shared the stage with Ed Milet and Tony Robbins and the best of the best. And people are like, man, Ed Milet once gave me a compliment. He's like, on his podcast, he goes, you know, you're a prolific speaker. Like, you really have mastered storytelling. I'm like, well, that's funny because English is a second language to me. I had to lose my accent, learn the language, and be able to string words together to be able to get you to see and feel and experience something. And so when people tell me, yeah, but you're different, I'm not. I just rewrote my story. And I'm not that hurt kid. I share that with you because the things I'm going to teach you today, the 3 M's, money, meaning, and mastery of self, really back into this. Me and Cody have a lot in common. I love money. I love money. I'm fanatical about money. The reason I'm fanatical about money is because when we came to this country, we're living in Section 8 housing. By the way, add to all that, I'm the oops baby. So my older brother is 14 years older than me. My sister is 16 years older. So them two were born, and then 14 years later, boop, there I am. And so my sister kind of raised me, right? You can imagine my sister raising me because at that point she's 16 when I'm born. And so I have a very fond relationship with my sister. We're deeply connected. And so we're in this country. We come here. She's 22 years old. My brother's 20, and I'm 6 years old. And my sister gets a job at a pizzeria. And she's working for cash under the table because while we entered legally, we hadn't gotten our green card yet. So technically you can't work, right? Any other foreigners in here, immigrants that can relate to this? All right, you know what I'm talking about. So until you get your green card, shit still costs money. You need money, so you have to keep working under the table. So you get paid less than minimum wage. That's the beautiful thing about not having a green card. You get paid less than minimum wage, right? So when your kids are complaining about minimum wage, remind them of me. And so my sister's working at this pizzeria. I guess the guy that owns the place is a fucking asshole, and he's very suggestive, and he's very hands-on, and every penny that my brother and my sister and my mom and my dad are making matters because my dad wants to get us out of the Section 8 housing complex in Santa Ana, California, very gang-infested area. And my sister comes home crying at least once a week from that job. I want to quit. I don't want to work there anymore. The guy's so gross, like he'll even drink out of my cup to make sure that it's water and not 7-Up. And I don't want that anymore. My dad, and it hurts me to say this, was like, just work there one more week, maybe one more week after that. We need the money. And I remember one time my sister was crying so hard, I went up to her and I had this great sense of like, I want to do something for her. At this point, I'm 7.5, 8 years old, and I said, hey, I'm going to be so rich, you're never going to have to work again. Thinking that would help her in that moment. Of course it doesn't, right? She's probably thinking, how the fuck is this going to help me now, right? I'm happy to report for the last 17 years, my sister has been jobless and very well paid and just taking care of my mom and dad. My mom recently died, but my dad, yeah, thank you. And I share that with you because money was a vehicle. I was able to take that 7.5-year-old's words and turn it into reality. And if you know anything about me in the last 18 minutes that I've been up here is that I've had a fucked up childhood. And that I could stand here and talk about being molested. And every time I talk about that, I could see grown men and women squirming in their seats because 1 out of every 4 people have either been molested or sexually abused in some way, and it fucking sucks. But I feel I'm called to talk about that. And it wasn't until 11 years ago when I was 38 years old and I had a massive panic attack, which led me into working with the therapist. First, the doctors put me on Xanax, and I'm like, this fucking kills all my creativity. Like, I'm gonna be broke. I can't be on this. So my doctor's like, have you thought about working with a therapist? I'm like, isn't that for like people who are all mentally fucked up? Not thinking that I'm mentally fucked. I'm like so fucked up. I'm off the reservation fucked up, right? But I'm like, that's just for broke people, right? Like they're like off the reservation. He goes, I think you'll do good with the therapist, right? And so, well, Gabrielle's my doctor now, but before Gabrielle, way long, 11 years ago, I had a regular doctor, a peasant doctor, if you will. Now I can just text my doctor and be like, listen, if you're gonna say it right. I need to poop in some container and ship it off somewhere. And for the last like year and a half, she's like sent me 4 of these poop kits. And God damn it, next week I'm gonna poop in that thing and send it away somewhere. Like, yeah, she's trying to get me poked in the butt too. She's like, you gotta go to a doctor. And was it the prostate or something? Not going to the fucking doctor. You are my doctor. All right, I'm here to serve you, not myself. So, I completely lost my train of thought. Oh, therapist. This will all make sense. So I go and I work with this therapist to deal with my anxiety and my sense of overwhelm because I'm launching this big international fitness franchise, Fit Body Boot Camp. Like now we have hundreds of locations worldwide, and it is very overwhelming to launch a big national brand, right? Actually international now. And so in the process of it, your identity changes. First it's you and a couple employees, then it's like you and 70 employees, and you don't know what to do, and your parents never really taught you to communicate and set expectations and standards and lead and set a vision. And so all of a sudden you're like, fuck, I feel like an imposter. I don't belong here. This company's making $200 million a year, and I don't know what the fuck to do, right? So I'm an emotional leader, so I would just eat and eat and eat. And also I had a bicep reconstruction surgery because the bicep tore, and I was like, Vicodin made me feel good, and there's a whole bunch left. Fuck it. Let me chase the bagels and cream cheese down with a whole bunch of Vicodin. So then I got addicted to Vicodin. That's a different story. But the point of this that I'm making is my therapist gave me these tools, right? Kevin Downing. Kevin's like, hey, have you heard of HALT? I go, what's HALT? He goes, hungry, angry, lonely, tired. When you're hungry, angry, lonely, tired, you're more likely to have an anxiety attack. The alcoholic is more likely to go back to the bottle. The drug fiend is more likely to go back to the drug. So just manage your HALT. Hungry, angry, lonely, tired. I'm like, cool, check, got it. And I'm type A. Like, I'm type A. So like type A, high speed, tightly wound. This is me happy. So with that in mind, I'm like, what else do I need, Kevin? He goes, well, if you're having anxiety attacks, anxiety is anticipation of future pain. I'm like, all right, check. So I'm making up these stories in my head like, oh my God, if this doesn't work, that might happen, and this falls apart, and I anticipate this future pain, and then I'm reacting to some future disaster that may not even happen. Anxiety is anticipation of future pain. I go, what else do you got for me? He goes, action alleviates anxiety. Oh, fuck, got it. All these open loops and conversations that I need to be having that I'm avoiding, that I should be having, I better start having. Action alleviates anxiety. That was all within 4 sessions, right? So I give him a fist bump, sign the credit card slip, and he's like, hey, before you leave, how was it with your family growing up? Like, oh, I told you my dad was a communist party member, and you know, he ran the house with an iron fist. So I got slapped around a bit, but all good. I go, plus what happened to me as a kid in Armenia was even worse than the slappings that my dad gave me, so I'm all good. He goes, wait, what happened to you that was worse than the beatings that your dad gave you? And I'm standing at his doorway of his office, holding my credit card that he just handed me back. And I just fall apart crying. And now words are not coming out of my mouth. And he just looks at me and he goes, I'm sorry, Bedros. And I'm just, this motherfucker, like I was 4 sessions, he gave me everything I needed. I was almost out, and he asks. And he built such rapport in 4 sessions that something I'd never shared with anyone, not even my wife, came out of my mouth. that what happened to me as a kid was worse than what my dad gave me in terms of beatings. So he goes, well, were you sexually abused? And the words aren't coming out. So I'm just nodding my head, yes. Was it by a babysitter? No. Was it by some just neighborhood kids? Yes. And then finally I muster up enough energy to go, but what happened to that little boy, Kevin, I've dealt with. I just want to get the fuck out of there. He goes, can you say what happened to me I've healed? I fell apart crying again. So he's like, hey, Bedros, why don't you sit down? So I sit back down on the stupid couch. And he goes, what you just did there is called disassociation. I'm like, what's disassociation? He goes, well, you can't say what happened to me. You're saying what happened to that little boy. And disassociation is the first step in creating multiple personalities. So now my butthole slams shut because I'm like, motherfucker, do I have multiple personality disorder, right? What was supposed to be 4 sessions ended up being 15 months. 15 months of deep work, talking through the shame, rage, confusion. Fuck it, I'll say it. Shame, because how no one can find out this happened to me. Like, you guys will think that I'm gross. Like, it's embarrassing. I can't share this with anyone. Rage, like, how the fuck did this happen to me? Why didn't anyone protect me? Like, there's all the babushkas. In Russian, that means the grandmas, like in the neighborhood. They look after us. And didn't any of these babushkas know this was happening and try and protect me? What the fuck? Confusion. Am I gay? Did I do something to invite these older boys to do this? Like, am I gay? Right? And so I'm talking through this with Kevin. And he goes, well, have you looked at any gay magazines? Have you ever done anything gay? I go, no. I go, but in my early 20s, I railed through hundreds of women. I go, now I realize it was just to prove that I'm not gay. And he starts laughing. He goes, well, if you didn't do anything gay, you weren't gay. You didn't have to go do that. It's like, all right, well, I did. Sorry. Sorry. But I share this with you because I carried the weight of that for all those years, 38 years, right? And Kevin showed me that on my timeline of life, it wasn't this mountain that I had made it out to be. It was just a little speed bump. No different than when I tore my bicep. No different than when I had a knee reconstruction. No different than any other, the COVID. COVID wasn't a mountain. People will make that the story of their life. COVID fucked me up. Just like the 2008 housing market crash. I still hear people, man, I was doing well, and then 2008 housing market fucked me up, man. I lost all this money, I lost my relationship. That's become their identity. Since 2008, they're just this broken fucking human, right? Because their belief system changed. Identity changed. And they start finding evidence to reinforce that identity. So guys, I share this with you because money has allowed me to heal. Money has allowed me to take my sister out of a job. Money has allowed me because the most selfish thing I can do is donate to child-based, kid-based charities. For 12 years now, I've donated over $9 million to Shriners Children's Hospital. My family and I have 97 kids adopted through Compassion International. Every Christmas, we buy $250,000 worth of toys, and we donate them to Toys for Tots because there's tens of thousands of kids in every state that won't have a Christmas gift to open. And what the Marine Corps does with Toys for Tots is they will take all those toys and put them in a giant warehouse. The parents bring the kids to the warehouse. Parents wait outside. A Marine will walk a child into the warehouse. They'll pick the toy they want, and they'll walk them back out to the parent. And I asked the Marine, the guy that we've been doing this with now for the last 8 years, I'm like, why can't the parent walk in with them? He goes, parents are greedy. They'll want the kid to get the most expensive toy. The kid just wants a little tennis ball. That's what the kid gets. And it's so fucking healing for me that I get to give to Shriners, Compassion International, and Toys for Tots. People are like, you are so generous. I'm like, that is the most selfish thing I do because it heals me when I help other kids, right? Money is a vehicle to freedom. Money is a vehicle to healing. Money is a vehicle to experiences. Money is how I buy back my time to be on stage here while my team is running the 7 companies that we have. If you have some weird allergy to money, fix it. That's why I talk about money, meaning, then self-mastery. It's about money. You have to understand, in this world, money matters. And when I was coaching Gabrielle, she was a coaching, by the way, how many more coaching clients of mine are in here right now? Can you stand up if you're a coaching client? First of all, let's recognize them. Please, please, please. Yep, yep. It's Rachel. Yep, you guys are all awesome. Gabrielle, yeah. Like imagine like having an identity so fucking badass that they're like, I'm gonna give this guy $100,000 for a year of coaching, right? They're willing to give me what most people make in a year to coach them, to help them scale their vision, their operation, their teams, their profits, their revenue. And guys, I share this because when I'm speaking on stage, 100% of my speaking fee goes to those 3 charities that I talked about. The reason I coach is because I love working with high-performing entrepreneurs. And a lion's share, pun intended, a lion's share of that money goes to Shriners, Toys for Tots, Compassion, because my companies make me so much money. Like, do not have an allergy to money. And people ask me, what's the secret to making money? Find a problem that people have and solve it in exchange for money. And if you want to make a lot of money, find a very unique problem. Like many of you can solve very unique, specialized problems. Find a very unique problem that people have and charge more for it. And you're like, well, how do I scale that? Find other people to work under you. Every single one of my coaching clients, where's Rachel Shear? Rachel, are you in here? Right here. Okay, she's back there. So Rachel, she started with me. Do you mind if I share some numbers? I don't know, she was making 8-9 grand a month. And then we were able to scale her by putting more coaches under her. Now she makes several $100,000 a month. And same with Ashley Lucas, Doug Lucas, Gabrielle. And I share this with you because if you think that you're not scalable, you are. Because you can take what's in your mind and teach it to someone else and scale your business by replicating yourself through others. I've replicated myself 7 times over. I've got 7 leaders across 7 companies that run my 7 companies exactly as I envision it. I meet with each of them once a month in a level 10 meeting. If you've never read the book Traction, write it down. Traction, Gino Wickman teaches you EOS, Entrepreneurial Operating System. I'm the visionary. My CEOs are the integrators, and they go and run the team. But understand that without money, if you want to run an event and change lives, I hear so many people, I want to inspire people, I want to impact lives. Cool, motherfucker, you need money to do that. It ain't going to happen with bottle caps. Like, that's it. My kids, when they were in private school, going to a private elementary school, Chino Hills, California, gets pretty warm. The playground was this open area. And my wife's like, the school's trying to raise $95,000 for a giant canopy over the playground. I'm like, what are they doing? They're asking all the parents and kids to bring plastic water bottles to recycle. Okay, let's do some fun math. In exactly 42,000 years, we can have a canopy, right? Here's a check. Go give it to them. That's what money allows you to do. And I want to just desensitize money so much to you where you're just like, fuck, money's a tool. That's it. It's a tool. It's a tool. Redmond was asking me, dude, when are you flying? I'm like, well, I think 7 a.m., but maybe tonight, but maybe later. I don't know. Because it doesn't matter. It's whenever I text Joan and say, book a flight. Because I got a thing to do after this, and if it ends early and I want to fly tonight, whether it's private or commercial, I'm flying home. If I want to fly tomorrow, great. The hotel has to charge me 10 times the amount to keep me over. Great. Doesn't matter. It's just a tool, right? Learn how to get more of that tool. Solve problems in exchange for money. Solve sophisticated problems in exchange for more money. Scale yourself through other humans. Scale your ability to make money while buying back your time and being here while others are making you money. Doug, did you make money today? You did, but you've been here all weekend. How did you do that? Right? You've got humans that you've replicated. So I share this with you guys because if you understand the beauty of money, and by the way, don't blame Trump, don't blame Biden, don't blame Israel or Palestine or Ukraine or Russia about the money or inflation or the interest rates or the gas prices, any of that stuff. None of that controls your money. Add value, make money. Be more sophisticated in solving problems, make more money. Scale yourself, make even more money. That's it. That's how economy works. That's how economy works. When you start blaming, well, if it wasn't for the old man or the orange man or the fucking coke head or whoever, I'd make more money. Untrue. Untrue. That's external locus of control. I want internal locus of control. What can I do to solve your problem, to take your money? Because for every dollar you give me, I'm going to give you $10 back in value. I'm going to help you win your time. I'm going to solve the unsolvable problems for you. I'm going to look around corners for you because I've been doing this for 20 years and I know exactly how to scale businesses, scale leaders, and help you break through bottlenecks, right? So understand that money is easy to come by. And please write this down. Money is attracted to speed. Write this one down. Money is attracted to speed and money is repelled by procrastination. Yeah, you're like, fuck, I procrastinate. Fuck. Yeah. If you're like, I don't know, I had this great idea, but I'm not making money. It's because you procrastinate and the universe punishes you by not sending money your way. Money is attracted to speed. I'd rather take imperfect action, launch a product or service, make it better as it's launched, than sit here and try and make it perfect for years while people are dying for my product and they're using a lesser product instead. You ever think about how selfish that is? That if you have a product or a service idea, think about that. You have a product or a service idea, but because you're not launching it, because it's not perfect yet, or the timing's not right, or what if I launch it and people might say stuff? They might leave a bad comment. I might get a DM where they don't like me. I might hurt someone's feelings and then they'll reject me. Instead, these people are either dying or crying themselves asleep or buying a lesser product. The most selfish thing you can do is to have a product or a service idea here or here in your heart and never launch it. And so if you're like, I'm an abundant-minded person, I want to serve humanity, I call bullshit on that. Launch your shit. Launch your shit. Course correct as you go. That's how it works. So now we've talked about money, let's move on to meaning. Meaning, purpose, significance, fulfillment. If you're making money but you don't have meaning, you're still going to be sad and unhappy. I've known too many people that way. In fact, many of the people that have the blue check marks that you guys follow or listen to or whatever, I'll get a call from them at the weird hours at night. Mostly they're in Vegas, making bad decisions. Someone found out or they have regret. And how do I fix this? Because money without meaning, they're not doing meaningful work. And so they're fucking it up for themselves. And let me give you an example. Many years ago, I have this beautiful dog. Her name is Cookie. Cookie is part German Shepherd, part Mastiff. So like me, she's a big girl, except I'm a big boy. And Cookie, we got her when she was 6 months old and she was already 90 pounds. She's well over 100 pounds now. I don't want to share her numbers. But she's 8 years old and she's just so much love, right? But when we got Cookie, we never had a big dog in our house. We had these tiny little chihuahuas and these fucking cockapoos and all that shit. And so when we got Cookie, these little dogs would attack Cookie. So I told the wife, get rid of the little dogs. And so she gave them to my mom and dad. But now Cookie, being big and strong, was pulling my wife and kids all over the property. And so I'm like, you know what? I'm going to get a dog trainer. They're going to come here. They're going to train the dog. We're going to be easy peasy. We're going to figure this thing out. So this lady comes. She's like a dog whisperer. She spends 4 days a week for 3 weeks with Cookie and teaches her everything. And then on the final day of the 3rd week, she's like, hey, come here. Look, your dog can sit. It can fetch. It can be on guard. It can twirl. She taught her to twirl. She can shake hands with left and right paw. Cookie can do it all. She can fucking juggle. She can't juggle. That'd be pretty cool. Fucking bitch can't juggle, right? She goes, but I need to tell you something about Cookie. I'm like, what? She goes, Cookie needs purpose. She needs purpose and she needs a routine. I go, okay. What do you mean? So well, the purpose is going to be that she's going to protect your property and she's going to shepherd your little boy and girl around the property because she is a German Shepherd after all. And so she needs a sense of purpose. And her routine needs to be consistent every morning. You're going to throw the ball 10 times way over there to the backyard and then she's going to bring it for you. She needs that routine. I go, okay, got it, check. She goes, you don't understand, sir. You seem like you're very busy. I need you to stress this to you. She needs purpose and routine. And if she doesn't have purpose and routine, and she points to this beautiful rose garden that we have at the far end of the property, she goes, she will dig holes way over there in your beautiful rose garden. Deep, deep, ugly holes. I go, why? She goes, because in the absence of purpose and routine, she will get depressed and anxious and give herself something to do. Dig holes. And I'm whacking my wife in the arm. I'm like, holy fuck, we're no different as humans. When we are lacking purpose and routine, what do? We start digging holes in our life, don't we? Alcohol, drugs, pornography, infidelity, overeating, overconsumption of weed, and fucking, you name it, vapes. All the things that get you to escape your reality. That's digging holes in your life. We need a consistent routine. We need a thing of purpose where we wake up and we go, fuck yeah, I'm going to battle again today. I'm going to do this thing that's going to serve humanity. You're like, Bedros, do you love franchising? Is that why you got into franchising? Nope. Do you love supplements? Is that why you started supplements? Nope. What about apparel? Because you're now partners with Feeble Hunt? Nope. 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 I love helping those charities. I help those causes. I love healing. I love winning back my time. I love giving my family experiences that they'll never have. I love that when I run into someone, and if I want to take a day or two to help them, I could completely stop my schedule and do that. And for that, that's my purpose. Like I'm driven by serving. And if you're driven by serving humanity, and you know that's your thing, well, do more of it, right? Do more of it. Because I can be very self-destructive. With everything that I told you, of the young man that I was, do you know how many dark fucking thoughts I have? The most selfish thing I do is I stood back there in the corner until one of the assistants dragged me and go, stand in here so no one can talk to you. I was just doing free coaching services out there. Like everyone who came up to me, like, hey, good to meet you. I got this business problem. How do I solve this? I'm like, okay, tell me more. Okay, you're going to do this. You're going to do that. I just want to serve until I'm dragged into the corner. And then, hey, when they say your name, get on stage. Okay, got it. Like, that's it. Otherwise, I'm just going to stand out there and like shake hands and then solve your problems, right? I want to serve. The money alone doesn't do it for me. The franchising and all that, I take that money and I pour it into the charities. I pour it into the people. I pour it into whoever it is that I want to serve. So understand that without purpose, without meaning, life is useless. And finally, mastery of self. Again, Cody was up here. She's talking about business. She's talking about success, and I'm all for that. I can tell you that the business plan is simple. Simple. Someone around here said, I do 23 million a year. I know exactly how to scale that to 50, then 75, then 100. Like, that's how my brain works. I may not know how to get to my hotel room. I will get lost. What floor, what key, what the fuck. But my very narrow zone of genius, as my coaching clients will tell you, is I know how to scale your shit. Right? But the business plan is simple. The businessman or woman, as my friend Nick Long says, is complex. The businessman, the businesswoman is complex because you come with all that trauma, that adversity. I was dumped. I've got emotional baggage. I was told I was ugly, molested, raped, beaten. Are you going to heal? Are you going to master yourself? If not, hurt people hurt people. Hurt people hurt businesses. Hurt people lose their best employees. And you only keep your shitty ones who are used to the abuse. So now it's a group of abused people trying to run a business that's just putzing along at best. So what is self-mastery? Here's what I figured out. We all start off, I think God, if you believe in God or a higher power or universal consciousness like I do, I believe it's the greatest joke on the planet that our Creator has played. Because you buy a car, you get a user's manual. You get like the owner's manual. I don't know about you guys, when my kids were born, there was no owner's manual that came with my kids. It was like 2 of you walk into the hospital, a day and a half later, 3 of you leave. My wife and I literally looked at the nurse like, are you fucking sure? Like, you're not going to chase me? Like, nope. No manual? Nope. Serious story, like Gabrielle can text my wife and confirm it. First time Diana, my wife, tried to breastfeed Andrew, she almost suffocated him. Just like smothered him with the boob. Like if you do jujitsu, she did it like a smother choke. Right? And I panicked, the kids start turning blue, I'm fucking hitting the button. Nurse comes running in. She's like, just put the nipple, not the whole fucking tit. All right? There's no owner's manual that came with the little fucking guy. And so you didn't come with an owner's manual either. Add to that all the trauma, the abuse, the weird shit. Remember, it's the human condition. Joseph Campbell said so. The human condition is chaos and adversity with brief moments of bliss and contentment. Well, if we know that to be true, then we all start off as human animals. As human animals, as babies. You look at a baby. They're selfish. They're greedy. They just want and take, and they scream for what they want. They have temper tantrums until they get it. Fuck, they get it, and they still have temper tantrums, right? That's what a human animal is. To become a human being, you have to go up the levels of consciousness. You go from selfish to selfless. You go from a state of greed to servitude, from scarcity to abundance. Well, how does all that happen? Through healing. Maybe it's working with a therapist like I did. Maybe it's reading books. Maybe it's doing ayahuasca like some of you crazy whack jobs want to do. I don't judge you. Do whatever the fuck you want. But you got to heal. If you don't heal, you don't develop self-mastery, you end up doing this. Something happens, and inevitably, most of you are entrepreneurs, yes? Raise your hand if you're an entrepreneur. Just so, okay, most of you are definitely entrepreneurs. And whether you're an entrepreneur or you work for someone and you lead a group of people, if you have not done the self-mastery, the healing, the elevation from human animal to human being, connecting with consciousness, having outside eyes on yourself, when something happens, and inevitably something happens, somebody quits and they take a handful of clients with them. Has anyone ever experienced this? An employee quits? Yeah, I saw some hands go, me too. I used to go, how could they do this to me? And I would react, and I would send them a text message, very angry, all caps, multiple exclamation points. Yeah, right? You screwed me. When in reality, they were like, I'm gonna move on. I don't wanna be here. These clients are loyal to me. And maybe it was a bonehead move that they did. But what I did is I reacted. The human animal reacts to shit. The human being will respond. Today, when someone does something like that, I take a step back. All right, are they really trying to ruin my life? Probably not. They see an opportunity. They did something stupid, but they're not trying to ruin my life. Just simply taking a minute to 2 minutes to respond instead of react. You're never going to find a screenshot, all caps, multiple exclamation points, on social media from me again. And that's what a former employee did about 8 years ago on Facebook. He just screenshotted the angry text message where I called him a cunt. Yeah, I let him have it. Let him have it. And he just screenshotted that whole fucking thing on Facebook. I was like, fuck, right? So, are you willing to transcend? Are you willing to do this self-work? Are you willing to grow? If you are, you will have money, you will have meaning, you will develop self-mastery. And by the way, if you don't develop the last thing, self-mastery, you will lose the money and the meaning. Self-mastery is the glue that holds it all together. I know so many people, like I said, who have the money and then lost the money. Then regained the money and lost the money. Because they're great marketers, they're great promoters. They know how to market and sell and promote. But they haven't done the self-work to build a team, to build core values, to build a vision, to be able to share that vision with the team, to be able to attract leads, to have systems in place, because you run the people run the systems run the business. Most people think, I run the business. No, you don't. If you run the business, you're going to be burnt out, overworked, resenting your business, your customers, clients, patients, employees. You run the people. And it's usually you should be running a leader or two. The leaders run the systems, other people, and processes. And the systems and processes run your company. God forbid if I get hit by a bus, all of the different brands that I own and operate continue on. So guys, I share this with you because when you become a higher level human, you begin to hire higher level people. 6s and 7s, please write this down. It's the last thing I'm going to share with you. 6s and 7s cannot hire 8s and 9s. So if you're a level 6 or 7 leader, if you're a level 6 or 7 visionary, you're never going to hire an 8 or 9 team member. Make sense? Thank you so much. My job is done. I appreciate you guys.
Keep them up there. back up on stage with Gabrielle. Go on up. Go back up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Bedros. Give it up for Dr. Gabrielle Lyon coming back to the stage. Just keep it going. Thank you so much. We're going to do a quick photo op. Hold on. Got to feed the gram. Got to feed the gram. Hold on. All right, everybody, again, thank you, Bedros.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We did it. We did it. So, first of all, I want to say thank you to the team. Thank you for the team, for the AV, for everybody. They made this possible. Now, yes, it's called the Forever Strong Summit, and yes, there is a book called Forever Strong. But this is not about a book. This is not about me. This is not about you. Well, kind of is about you. But this is about us. This was the first of many. Now, we may be fighting a war, but we are here to revolutionize health and wellness. And the way that we're going to do this is we are going to do this together as a team. You've learned so much from the incredible speakers. And here's the thing. Knowledge is one thing. Skill and execution and experience, that's what matters. And how are you going to do that? You are all in the arena. We are in this arena together. Now, I'm going to ask you to think about one weakness that you have. And you are going to dominate that weakness. And I'm also going to ask you to bring one other person into the arena with you. It's not enough for us to just be here. We have to rip the blindfolds off and the Band-Aids of the people that are not willing to fight for themselves. We live in the land of the free and the home of the brave. And now, the strong. Thank you.
All right, keep it going, Gabrielle. That was incredible. Keep going. I love her. All right, so you guys were all a part of this. You guys made this happen. You made this happen for Gabrielle. And like I said before, she did not create this event for herself because, trust me, like Bedros said, what goes into these events takes a village, and she has an incredible village around her, and you know her team. So what is going to happen now? We are actually finishing early. So you guys have more time to network. We're going to move on to the book signing. So right now, as you make your way out, they're going to direct you to go around to do the book signing. This is the special part. You all saw the QR codes for the community. They are offering something for the practice. You can get a deep dive with her team, a 2-part deep dive. And Dr. Gabrielle was generous enough to give you $1,000 off of that. Here's the catch. Hold on. The first 15 people who sign up for that are going to get free access to her next event, because we all want the next event to happen, correct? It is going to happen. So that is going to be offer one, and then everybody else who signs up, you get to go into that community of all of you amazing people for the entire year for free. So as you make your way outside, please ask her team questions. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for being a part of this movement. And just thank you, Gabrielle, for making every single person in this room better today than when they walked in here this morning, because you're forever strong. Thank you, guys. Have a great night.